At 1440 local time in southern Ukraine, a column of Russian elite assault troops emerged from a concealed tree line and rolled toward a narrow stretch of hard ground that every Ukrainian map already treated as lethal. The order had not come from the field. It came directly from Moscow, issued after intelligence briefings claimed Ukrainian frontline defenses in this sector were overstretched and running on reserves. Within 6 minutes of crossing that line, the formation would cease to exist as a fighting force. 90 minutes earlier, the same ground appeared quiet from the Russian perspective. No visible movement, no artillery preparation, no obvious drone presence. But Ukrainian eyes had been on this corridor since dawn. A high-altitude reconnaissance drone maintained a slow racetrack pattern beyond the range of most air defenses, while passive electronic receivers on the ground listened for emissions instead of transmitting. Silence, in this case, was confirmation rather than comfort. The Russian assault package reflected confidence bordering on urgency. Naval infantry and airborne troops, units usually held back for decisive actions, were paired with armored personnel carriers, a small number of tanks, and pre-planned artillery support. The plan relied on speed, shock, and the assumption that Ukrainian defenders lacked the manpower to respond quickly. Terrain analysis in Moscow reduced the approach to a single viable route, a raised lane bordered by soft fields and drainage cuts, judged passable and fast. What Russian planners underestimated was how predictable necessity becomes under observation. Satellite imagery taken over the previous 24 hours showed fresh track marks near staging areas well behind the line. Intercepted planning signals, short and procedural, appeared in clusters that did not match routine logistics traffic. Ukrainian analysts did not need the exact unit identities. Direction, timing, and corridor were enough to begin shaping the response. By early afternoon, Ukrainian commanders had converted that knowledge into geometry. Anti-tank guided missile teams were positioned to cover the first bend, where any lead vehicle would naturally slow to maintain spacing. Artillery units pre-registered fire missions on every choke point along the lane, meaning guns could fire immediately without adjustment. Small quadcopter drones were staged nearby, not for attack, but to provide continuous visual correction once the engagement began. The Russian column moved with discipline, vehicles maintaining tight intervals as they advanced. From above, the formation looked clean and controlled, a textbook assault line pushing forward with purpose. On the ground, that discipline created vulnerability. The lane was just wide enough for one vehicle at a time, with no room to bypass a disabled lead element. Once committed, there would be no lateral escape without risking mines or immobilization in soft soil. At 1440 and 30 seconds, the 1st Ukrainian missile team saw the lead armored vehicle crest a slight rise, briefly exposing its frontal arc. The launcher was already stabilized, the operator watching through a magnified optic that compressed distance and time. The missile left the tube with a sharp recoil and accelerated low, guided by a wire that paid out behind it like a thread tying outcome to intent. The impact halted the assault instantly. The missile struck just above the glacis plate, penetrating and igniting internal systems designed to fail gracefully rather than survive fire. The vehicle lurched, lost power, and came to rest squarely in the lane. Smoke vented upward, not thick enough to hide the obstruction, but enough to blur depth perception for the vehicles behind it. The second vehicle braked hard. The third swerved within the confines of the lane, its driver trying to see around the blockage without leaving the hardened surface. That hesitation lasted seconds. It was enough. Overhead, a Ukrainian drone locked onto the cluster, its camera stabilized against vibration and wind, feeding live coordinates to artillery units that had been waiting for exactly this shape to appear. Russian radios erupted as commanders tried to regain momentum. Transmissions overlapped, stepped on each other, then dropped entirely as multiple units attempted to switch frequencies at once. Some increased transmission power, unintentionally making themselves easier to locate. Others went scient waiting for instructions that could not arrive through the chaos. In less than a minute, command and control began to fracture. At 1441, Ukrainian artillery executed the first pre-registered fire mission. The initial rounds landed short by design, forcing the stalled column to freeze rather than reverse. The next salvos walked forward along the lane, each burst calibrated to compress troops into the narrowest possible space. Shrapnel did not discriminate between elite insignia and standard issue gear. It only followed trajectories. Russian infantry dismounted and attempted to disperse, instinctively moving toward ditches, vehicles, and any depression that looked like cover. Those movements were anticipated. Ukrainian planners had marked those features as secondary aim points days earlier. Drone feeds tracked heat signatures clustering, and artillery adjusted again, turning instinctive human behavior into a liability. Within 3 minutes of first contact, the assault had lost momentum entirely. Tanks intended to spearhead the advance had no room to maneuver, and infantry trained for rapid assaults found themselves pinned in open ground. Smoke began to accumulate, but thermal cameras cut through it easily, highlighting warm bodies against cooler earth. Every adjustment tightened the fire pattern. At 1443, Russian artillery attempted blind suppression, firing towards suspected Ukrainian positions without reliable targeting data. Counter-battery radars immediately tracked the outgoing shells, calculating points of origin before impact. Return fire followed quickly, forcing Russian guns to displace or be destroyed. Several did not move in time. Their positions were marked by rising plumes that briefly punched through the haze. The 6-minute window had begun to close. What started as a confident thrust ordered from Moscow was now a stalled mass of steel and personnel trapped in a corridor that offered no safe exit. Ukrainian drones continued to orbit, unhurried, recording everything. On the ground, the outcome was already visible. The assault had not failed slowly. It had failed all at once. At 1444, Ukrainian drone operators initiated the second phase, the one designed to convert paralysis into destruction. Low-altitude quadcopters lifted from concealed positions behind tree lines and ruined farm structures, staying below the smoke layer where visibility was poor for human eyes, but clear for stabilized cameras. These drones were armed, not for spectacle, but for precision, each carrying a compact-shaped charge intended to strike vehicles already immobilized by artillery and missiles. The first attack drone skimmed forward at less than 30 meters above ground, using terrain masking to avoid early detection. Its electric motors produced little sound beyond a faint whine, lost in the background of explosions. The operator waited for a tank turret to rotate, exposing thinner rear armor for a brief moment. When the drone dove, it accelerated rapidly. Camera locked, control input steady despite tracer rounds snapping upward. The shaped charge detonated on contact, burning through armor never meant to be attacked from above. The tank did not erupt in a cinematic fireball. Instead, it failed internally. Flames vented from hatches as hydraulic systems collapsed and the engines seized. Crew members attempted to escape, only to find themselves under renewed artillery fire guided by drones that never lost track. Each destroyed vehicle tightened the congestion, turning the lane into a chain reaction of blocked movement and panic. Russian infantry responded with disciplined small arms fire, engaging drones in short bursts. On paper, the response was correct. In practice, hitting fast-moving targets in 3 dimensions requires time and coordination, neither of which existed. Every muzzle flash revealed a firing position, and those flashes were immediately relayed by overhead drones. Ukrainian artillery shifted again, suppressing the suppressors, forcing infantry to choose between firing upward or seeking cover that no longer protected them. Another drone targeted an armored personnel carrier, where survivors had clustered for shelter. The vehicle's engine heat glowed clearly on thermal feed. The operator guided the drone toward the rear access door, a structural weak point. The charge detonated inside, igniting fuel vapors and ammunition. The resulting blast lifted the rear of the carrier before dropping it back onto the lane like scrap. Soldiers nearby scattered, and that movement itself became targetable data. Above the chaos, a fixed wing surveillance drone maintained overwatch at altitude, stitching together feeds from attack drones, artillery reports, and ground observers. It did not fire a shot. Its value lay in coordination. From that perspective, Russian attempts to break out were visible and futile. Vehicles that tried to leave the lane bogged down in soft ground. Those that stayed were bracketed by fire. The corridor had become a closed system. Russian commanders attempted to reassert control by deploying smoke, launching canisters that filled the lane with dense clouds. For a moment, visual clarity dropped. Thermal imaging cut through instantly. Warm bodies stood out sharply against cooler soil, and movement became easier to track, not harder. The smoke that hid from the naked eye only simplified targeting for sensors that did not rely on light. At 1446, Russian command vehicles increased transmission power, extending antennas in an attempt to restore communications. That decision made them stand out electromagnetically. Ukrainian electronic surveillance detected the surge, triangulating positions that had previously blended into background noise. Attack drones diverted toward the strongest emissions, homing on signals rather than silhouettes. One drone followed a transmission source to a command vehicle parked just off the lane. The impact ended that node of control instantly. Russian artillery attempted another response, firing hurried salvos without coordination. Counter-battery systems tracked the rounds in flight, calculating origin points before they landed. Ukrainian guns responded within seconds. Several Russian artillery pieces were destroyed where they stood. Others displaced too late to matter. The imbalance widened. One side adjusted faster than the other could react. Russian survivors moved cautiously, many discarding heavy equipment to increase speed as they crawled or staggered away from the lane. Thermal feeds showed uneven movement patterns. Individuals stopping frequently, either from wounds or exhaustion. Ukrainian operators marked these tracks but refrained from further strikes unless a clear regrouping attempt emerged. The goal was dominance, not pursuit. In modern warfare, restraint can preserve advantage longer than aggression. Above the sector, a Ukrainian fixed-wing drone adjusted altitude to avoid emerging cloud layers. Its sensors continuing to map heat signatures and vehicle wreckage with precision. Each destroyed platform was logged, classified, and time-stamped. The data would later be cross-checked against intercepted communications to confirm unit identities. This was not guesswork, it was accounting, performed while the ground was still warm. Russian attempts to restore order continued sporadically. Isolated radio transmissions broke through the noise, short and fragmented. Some requested artillery support that could no longer reach the sector. Others asked for extraction routes that no longer existed. Each transmission confirmed the same reality. The command structure had fractured faster than it could adapt. Ukrainian electronic teams recorded everything, knowing that silence later would not erase what had already been said. In Moscow, preliminary reports began arriving while the engagement was still unfolding. The first summaries were incomplete, stripped of context, and overly optimistic. They spoke of resistance, of temporary setbacks, of the need for clarification. But satellite imagery arriving hours later would remove ambiguity. Burn patterns, vehicle spacing, and the absence of follow-on movement told a story no memo could soften. 6 minutes had erased months of preparation. Russian state media remained silent that evening. Programming schedules shifted subtly, replacing frontline updates with economic segments and foreign policy commentary. The absence of news became its own signal to analysts accustomed to reading between lines. When a system that usually amplifies minor advances says nothing, it suggests that what happened cannot be spun without risk. Within the Russian military bureaucracy, the search for explanations began immediately. Intelligence officers reviewed assessments that had labeled Ukrainian defenses as overstretched. Operational planners revisited assumptions about speed and shock. Field commanders drafted reports emphasizing confusion and unexpected resistance. No single document captured the full picture because the failure was distributed across layers of decision-making. For Ukrainian forces, the engagement validated a doctrine built on anticipation rather than reaction. The defenders had not chased the assault. They had waited for it, shaping terrain and timing until the outcome became almost mechanical. The 6-minute collapse was not luck. It was the visible result of invisible preparation, of days spent turning maps into firing solutions. International observers noted the compression of events with particular interest. Losses occur in every war. What stood out here was how quickly a supposedly elite formation transitioned from offensive action to irrelevance. Analysts compared the engagement to historical ambushes where information dominance outweighed numerical strength. The lesson repeated itself with modern tools. Whoever controls perception controls tempo. Russian units in neighboring sectors adjusted behavior almost immediately. Movement slowed. Reconnaissance increased, but became cautious. Requests for artillery support multiplied, stretching logistics already under strain. Commanders who had expected a breakthrough now planned for containment. The loss of elite troops carries psychological weight far beyond their numbers. Ukrainian commanders did not publicize the engagement with dramatic statements. Instead, they focused on extracting lessons. Drone footage was reviewed frame by frame. Weapon effectiveness was measured. Response times were logged. Adjustments were noted for future operations. The objective was repeatability. What worked once needed to work again. The ground itself bore witness to the outcome. Burned tracks traced failed attempts to maneuver. Abandoned equipment marked where confidence had turned into confusion. Overhead, drones continued their slow circuits, watching for signs of renewed movement. The battlefield did not reset when firing stopped. It remained a monitored system. As night deepened, Ukrainian units rotated quietly, replacing crews without drawing attention. Batteries were swapped, data archived, and positions maintained. Somewhere else, new orders were being drafted, informed by what had just happened. The 6 minutes at 14:40 had altered calculations far beyond that narrow lane. At 15:10 local time, the sector settled into an uneasy quiet that often follows rapid violence. Fires still burned along the lane, sending intermittent heat blooms into the air that Ukrainian drones continued to catalogue with methodical precision. Engineers monitored the wreckage for delayed detonations or ammunition cook-offs, while artillery units remained on standby. Guns oriented but silent. The 6-minute engagement was over, but the system that enabled it stayed active, ready for the next variable to appear. Russian recovery efforts never materialized that evening. Satellite imagery later confirmed no armored movement toward the corridor, no engineering vehicles dispatched to clear the lane, and no artillery repositioning to contest Ukrainian control. The risk was too high. Any attempt to reclaim the wreckage would require moving through the same geometry that had just consumed an elite force. Ukrainian drones, still airborne, made that calculation obvious to anyone watching from above. Intercept teams recorded a noticeable change in Russian communications patterns overnight. Frequencies that had been busy hours earlier fell quiet, replaced by short burst transmissions routed through higher headquarters rather than frontline nodes. Orders became cautious, conditional, and delayed. Where there had been urgency earlier in the day, there was now hesitation. The absence of movement spoke louder than any intercepted message. In Moscow, internal briefings began reframing the incident as a localized tactical setback rather than a failed offensive. Language softened, timelines blurred, unit designations were omitted, yet the damage could not be contained internally. Independent analysts using commercial satellite imagery began circulating annotated frames showing the before and after states of the lane. Burn marks, vehicle spacing, and crater patterns told the story clearly, even without official confirmation. The political impact extended beyond the immediate chain of command. Elite units are symbols as much as tools, and their destruction undermines narratives built around control and superiority. Quietly, adjustments were made. Planned rotations were delayed. Training cycles were extended. The loss was absorbed not publicly, but structurally, altering how future orders would be issued and questioned. For Ukrainian forces, the engagement reinforced confidence in a model that favors information density over mass. Drones had not replaced artillery or missiles, they had synchronized them. Each platform fed the next, reducing decision time until the attacker's window closed almost as soon as it opened. The 6-minute outcome became a benchmark, not an anomaly. Weapons analysis teams reviewed missile performance, noting penetration angles and reliability. Drone operators evaluated survivability against small arms fire, adjusting approach vectors and altitudes. Artillery crews logged response times from first detection to first-round impact, shaving seconds where possible. The battle did not end when firing stopped. It continued in data rooms and planning cells. Russian forces in adjacent sectors adapted by increasing dispersion, spacing vehicles farther apart and delaying movement until night. These measures reduced vulnerability, but also slowed operations. Tempo shifted. What had been intended as pressure became caution. Ukrainian surveillance detected these changes quickly, updating models and forecasts accordingly. Adaptation on one side generated adaptation on the other, but the initiative had shifted. The lane itself became a reference point on Ukrainian maps, marked not as a past victory, but as a future option. Terrain does not forget. Once a corridor proves lethal, it remains so until conditions change. Ukrainian engineers quietly reinforced nearby positions, improving concealment and access routes, ensuring the geometry could be reused if necessary. In the weeks that followed, Russian media cautiously acknowledged intensified fighting in the region without specifics. The absence of detail was deliberate. Acknowledging the loss of elite forces within minutes would raise questions that could not be easily answered. Silence became policy, broken only by vague assurances of progress elsewhere. For Ukraine, the strategic value lay not only in destroyed equipment or neutralized troops, but in deterrence. The engagement demonstrated that rapid, high-prestige deployments could fail catastrophically when confronted by layered defenses, informed by persistent surveillance. That message traveled faster than any press release, carried by footage and analysis shared quietly among military professionals. As operations continued across the wider front, the 6-minute collapse faded from headlines, but not from planning rooms. It became a case study, referenced without drama, its lessons integrated into doctrine. Modern warfare rewards those who compress the enemy's decision space faster than they can react. On that afternoon in southern Ukraine, compression won. By nightfall, Ukrainian drones reduced altitude and range, conserving batteries while maintaining coverage. The fires along the lane burned lower and the ground cooled. Data from the engagement was backed up, duplicated, and secured. Somewhere beyond the horizon, new movements were already being watched. 4:27 local time on a late June morning in 2025, the first Russian staff vehicles rolled through a tree line toward a forward base that had existed on paper longer than it had existed on the ground. The drivers expected another routine coordination brief where maps get updated and someone complains about radius. What they did not know was that Ukrainian eyes had been watching this exact gravel entrance for days, measuring arrivals down to the minute, waiting for one specific pattern that would change everything. The base sat close enough to the front to feel safe to Russian planners, but close enough to be reachable by Ukrainian precision fires. That middle distance is where mistakes grow comfortable. Portable shelters had been added in a hurry, generators placed where the ground was level, and a command trailer parked where the satellite dish had a clean slice of sky. From above, it looked like an improvised village. Ukraine did not begin with a dramatic strike. It began with patient accumulation. Small quadcopters flew cautious arcs along the edge of Russian visual range, never lingering long enough to invite a lucky burst of gunfire. A fixed-wing drone held higher altitude, collecting wide-area video that could be compared frame by frame. Direction-finding teams listened for repeated call signs at repeated hours, and for brief spikes that only happen when senior staff arrive and the base suddenly tries to talk to everyone at once. For the Russian side, the base was meant to simplify decisions. For the Ukrainian side, it was meant to simplify target. Logistics trucks arrived at predictable times. A short-range air defense vehicle visited twice and then disappeared, suggesting the unit was stretched and rotating coverage. Even the way vehicles parked, nose out for quick departure, told a story about fear and habit. The waiting game centered on one thing: proof that the people who matter were physically present. Ukrainian planners were not hunting random tents. They were hunting the nerve center, the cluster of staff who can reroute battalions, shift artillery priorities, and approve attacks. Signals intelligence hinted that a higher headquarters was using the site as a temporary forward node, but hints do not justify spending scarce precision munitions. They needed certainty, and certainty in war often arrives as a small detail that refuses to be accidental. On the third morning of surveillance, a convoy pattern changed. Instead of 2 utility vehicles and a cargo truck, 4 armored cars arrived close together, followed by a van with blacked-out windows and a folded communications mast on its roof. The drone saw soldiers form a loose security ring and saw one officer step out and pause, scanning the tree line as if deciding whether to smoke now or later. That pause mattered because it carried the posture of rank, the kind of caution that follows consequences rather than routine. Inside Ukrainian operations rooms, analysts froze the feed and compared shapes. The van's roofline matched a mobile command post variant, the kind that carries encryption gear and satellite terminals. The armored cars wore extra antennas and improvised cages, hinting at electronic warfare support and protection from drones. None of this was definitive alone. Together, it suggested the base was about to host a coordination meeting worth striking. The decision was not to fire immediately, but to let the meeting begin, because a base is replaceable and a gathered staff is not. They also waited for equipment to cluster, because modern command is hardware disguised as paper. Servers, batteries, mapping tablets, and antenna arrays arrive when a unit intends to operate continuously. Over the next hours, the base became loud in ways the eye can miss, but sensors cannot. A dish rotated on its mount, searching for a clean link. A generator load increased, visible in thermal as a hotter exhaust plume. Radios chirped more often. Even in daylight, thermal can see routine become urgent, and urgency was exactly what Ukraine wanted to trap in one place. The strike plan had 2 goals that sometimes conflict: destroy the facility and paralyze decision-making long enough to exploit it. That meant overwhelming the base before vehicles could disperse, and cutting off the ability to coordinate a response. Ukrainian planner layered options. If the command convoy left early, the attack would shift to the road choke points. If air defenses appeared, a different munition would open the lane. If jamming increased, optical guidance would take over. The plan was built like a lock with multiple keys because the target would try every door at once. The weapons were chosen for speed and certainty, not spectacle. A first wave of loitering munitions would arrive low and fast, forcing defenders to look downrange and shoot at the wrong axis. A second wave of guided rockets would follow on pre-computed coordinates, timed to land while defenders were still reacting to the first impasse. Above it all, a reconnaissance drone would hold a steady stare, feeding corrections and confirming that the real aim point, the command trailer cluster, was still occupied. In this kind of strike, the camera is not an accessory. It is part of the weapon. Timing came down to a simple human fact. Staff meetings start late, but they start together. Observers watched for the moment, movement slowed, and people entered the central shelters. That is when radios go quiet and decisions get made behind canvas walls. Around 5 o'clock, several officers converged near the command trailer. A courier arrived with a bag. A guard repositioned. The satellite dish stopped slewing and held its angle. For a planner, that stillness is a green light because it means the people you want are no longer scattered. Final authorization arrived only after a last check of the wider battlefield. Ukrainian artillery crews reported ready. Air defense units reported no immediate enemy aircraft overhead. The drone corridor remained clear of friendly systems that could misidentify targets. Weather was stable enough that guidance would not drift, with low winds near the surface and a ceiling high enough to keep the observer drone safe. None of those details are cinematic, but they are the difference between a strike that becomes a headline and a strike that becomes a mistake. In the last minutes, the base looked almost calm. A cook line formed near a field kitchen. One truck reversed slowly, brake lights flickering. A soldier carried a crate toward a shelter, while another walked behind him, hands in pockets, as if bored. That boredom is the most dangerous signal in surveillance footage, because it means the target believes the risk window has passed. Ukrainian operators did not celebrate. They used it as cover, because bored soldiers look at phones, not at the sky, and boredom makes guards predictable. Then the first loitering munition crossed the tree line. It did not announce itself with a roar. It arrived with a thin mechanical buzz that is easy to dismiss until it is close enough to be fatal. Defenders fired a few shots, more reflex than planned, and the rounds went nowhere. The munition corrected its path using optical contrast, locking on the densest cluster of antennas. A moment later, it struck near the generator area, and the base's electrical heartbeat faltered, plunging parts of the site into a confused half-darkness that made every next decision slower. That impact was not meant to finish the job. It was meant to start the clock. As smoke rose and soldiers ran toward the blast, the second and third munitions came in from different angles. One hit the edge of a shelter row, spraying fragments that shredded tarps and punctured fuel containers. The other struck near the communications van, where cables ran into the ground like roots. When those cables snapped, the base lost more than power. It lost shared awareness, the invisible thread that keeps a command post from becoming a crowd of individuals making separate guesses. As the smoke thickened, the guided rockets were already in flight, invisible to anyone on the ground, until physics made their presence undeniable. They followed pre-programmed arcs calculated hours early, adjusted only slightly by live drone feedback to account for vehicles that had shifted position. The first rocket impacted at the center of the command trailer cluster, where maps, screens, and radios had been laid out moments before. The detonation was not large by cinematic standards, but it was precise, punching through the light structure and collapsing it inward, turning the space where decisions were made into debris and flame in less than a second. The second rocket landed seconds later, striking the area where armored cars were parked, nose out for escape. The blast flipped one vehicle onto its side and ruptured another's engine compartment, sending burning fluids across the gravel. That timing mattered. Vehicles that might have carried surviving officers away were now obstacles, blocking exits and forcing everyone to move on foot through a landscape that was rapidly becoming lethal. In war, destroying transportation is often more decisive than destroying people because it fixes chaos in place. and prevents recovery. Russian soldiers attempted to respond, but response requires hierarchy, and hierarchy had just been erased. Small groups fired rifles at the sky, chasing shapes that were already gone. Others ran towards shelters that no longer existed. A few tried to establish radio contact, raising antennas that now pointed at nothing useful. Without power, without the central relay, and without senior voices to impose order, the base became a collection of isolated reactions. Every second that passed without coordination magnified the damage far beyond the initial explosions. Above it all, the Ukrainian reconnaissance drone maintained its orbit, calmly recording the transformation. From its perspective, the base's layout dissolved into heat signatures and movement vectors. It could see where fires burned hottest, indicating fuel involvement. It could see where people clustered, indicating confusion or injury. It could see which vehicles still radiated engine heat, indicating possible escape attempts. That data fed directly into the decision of whether to commit remaining munitions or hold them for secondary targets that might emerge from the chaos. A third guided rocket was held back for nearly a minute, a deliberate pause that allowed defenders to reveal their intentions. When a group of soldiers began dragging equipment toward a tree line, likely attempting to salvage radios or encryption gear, the pause ended. The rocket struck just ahead of them, showering the area with fragments and forcing the group to abandon everything and scatter. Salvage is how armies recover from strikes. Denying it ensures that the damage persists beyond the blast radius and into the next planning cycle. Within minutes, the fires began to feed on each other. A ruptured fuel bladder ignited fully, sending a column of black smoke skyward that marked the site for kilometers. Ammunition stored too close to the command area began to cook off, adding sharp secondary fission that punctuated the heavier blasts. Those secondary explosions were not random. They followed storage practices that Ukrainian analysts had identified early, using the base's own efficiency against it. Every crate placed for convenience became a liability once the first spark landed. Russian units in the surrounding area heard the explosions and attempted to move toward the base. The timing window had closed. Ukrainian artillery, already registered on approach routes, fired interdiction rounds that forced vehicles to halt or detour. Roads that had seemed safe an hour earlier became funnels of risk. The base was isolated not just by destruction, but by anticipation, as every likely reinforcement path was treated as hostile terrain. This isolation prevented rescue and ensured that whatever command capability had survived would not reconstitute quickly. Inside Russian command channels farther back, confusion spread faster than information. Reports arrived incomplete and contradictory. Some claimed an airstrike, others a drone swarm, others sabotage. The lack of a clear narrative mattered because higher headquarters could not immediately assess whether this was a localized loss or the opening move of a larger offensive. That uncertainty forced caution, slowing decisions across a wider front. In modern warfare, slowing the enemy can be as valuable as striking because tempo determines who dictates events. The destruction of the forward base also had an immediate psychological effect on nearby units. Soldiers who had relied on that command node for guidance now faced silence or fragmented orders relayed through overstressed channels. Junior officers hesitated to act without confirmation. Artillery batteries delayed fires, waiting for target validation that never arrived. Logistics elements paused convoys, unsure which routes were now compromised. Each hesitation was small on its own, but together they created a pause in Russian operations that Ukraine could exploit elsewhere. Ukrainian planners did not linger over the footage. Once confirmation was complete, drones withdrew along pre-planned routes, descending into cluttered airspace, where detection was less likely. Data was archived and shared rapidly with intelligence units tasked with identifying which officers had likely been present. The aim was not just to count vehicles destroyed, but to map absences in future Russian communications, to notice which voices stopped appearing on the airwaves in the days that followed. War at this level is about patterns over time, not single explosions. As daylight strengthened, the base continued to burn, a visible reminder of vulnerability. Russian attempts to cordon the area and control information were undermined by the sheer scale of destruction. Satellite imagery would soon show the blackened scar, and intercepted communications would carry the stress of commanders explaining losses upward. The forward base had been intended as a tool to project control. Its destruction instead projected fragility, signaling that even temporary concentration of command carried unacceptable risk. For Ukraine, the strike validated months of emphasis on intelligence fusion, where human reports, signals analysis, and persistent surveillance converge. None of those elements alone would have justified the attack. Together, they created a moment where patience paid off decisively. The lesson was not lost on either side. Russian planners would now have to disperse further, slowing coordination, while Ukrainian forces gained confidence that waiting for the right convergence could yield outsized results. In a conflict defined by attrition, moments like this reshape expectations. By the time the fires began to subside, there was little left to salvage. Twisted metal marked where the command trailer had stood. Burned-out vehicles blocked their own exits. The ground itself was scarred, pitted by impacts that told a clear story to anyone trained to read them. This was not random shelling. It was deliberate erasure of a node that mattered. The absence it created would be felt not just locally, but across the command structure that had depended on it to think and act as one. The strike did not end the war, and it did not collapse an army. What it did was remove a layer of coordination at a critical time, forcing the Russian side to adapt under pressure. That adaptation would take days, perhaps weeks, and during that window, Ukraine would press elsewhere. In modern conflict, windows matter. They open briefly and close quickly. This one had been opened by waiting, watching, and striking only when the cost to the enemy's ability to command outweighed every other consideration. In the days that followed, the true impact of the strike became visible not in flames, but in silence. Frequencies that had been busy went quiet. Call signs that analysts had grown accustomed to tracking simply vanished from the spectrum. Ukrainian intelligence units compared logs from before and after the strike, noting gaps that aligned almost perfectly with the timing of the attack. Those gaps suggested more than equipment loss. They suggested the removal of people who carried context in their heads, the kind that cannot be replaced by simply issuing new radios and moving a trailer. Russian field units began operating with noticeable caution. Orders arrived later and were phrased more defensive, often emphasizing holding positions rather than maneuver. Artillery fire missions decreased in tempo, not because guns were gone, but because authorization chains had lengthened. Every request had to travel farther up the hierarchy to be approved, and every extra step introduced delay. Ukrainian units, probing along the front, encountered less coordinated resistance, a subtle but measurable change that confirmed the strike had disrupted more than just a physical location. Attempts to establish a replacement command post revealed how difficult that task had become. New sites had to be chosen farther from the front, increasing communication lag. Equipment had to be redistributed from other units, creating secondary shortages. Most importantly, staff had to regroup, often meeting for the first time under stress, without the benefit of shared routines. Command is not just a function of rank. It is a social system built on familiarity, and the strike had reset that system at a critical moment. Russian countermeasures followed predictable lines: increased dispersion, shorter meetings, stricter emission control. Vehicles were parked farther apart. Generators were camouflaged. Antennas were raised only briefly and then lowered. All of these measures reduced efficiency in exchange for survivability. From a Ukrainian perspective, that trade favored them. An enemy that moves slowly and communicates cautiously gives up initiative. The strike had not only removed a node, it had imposed a tax on every future decision made nearby. The psychological effect extended beyond the immediate area. Word traveled quickly through informal channels, carried by soldiers who had friends at the destroyed base or who had seen the smoke themselves. Confidence in rear area safety eroded. Officers became less willing to gather in one place, even when Russian doctrine called for. That reluctance fragmented planning and encouraged overly conservative choices. Ukrainian planners understood this dynamic well. They had designed the strike not just to mull, but to be seen, because visibility amplifies impact. From a technical standpoint, the operation demonstrated the maturation of Ukrainian strike coordination. The seamless handoff between surveillance, targeting, and fires showed a level of integration that had not existed earlier in the war. Systems built for different purposes worked together without friction. Data flowed quickly enough to matter. Corrections were made in real time. This was not improvisation. It was the product of repeated iterations, each learning from the last, refining timing and trust between units that may never meet face to face. International observers analyzing the strike noted how little was wasted. There were no redundant impacts on already destroyed structures. No munitions were spent chasing fleeing individuals once the command capability was neutralized. That restraint indicated clear objectives and discipline, qualities that are often overlooked but essential for sustained operations. Precision in modern warfare is not just about accuracy. It is about choosing when to stop, preserving capability for the next opportunity, rather than exhausting it on diminishing returns. The base itself became unusable for the foreseeable future. Even if rebuilt, its location was now compromised. Ukrainian forces had demonstrated the ability to observe it persistently and strike decisively. Any attempt to reoccupy the same ground would invite a repeat, perhaps with even less warning. Russian planners would be forced to abandon not just the site, but the assumption that such sites could exist comfortably within a certain distance of the front. That adjustment would ripple through logistics and planning far beyond this single incident. For Ukrainian forces, the success reinforced the value awaiting. In a war often characterized by urgency and loss, patience can feel counterintuitive. Yet this operation showed that delaying action until conditions align can produce effects disproportionate to the effort expended. The strike required fewer munitions than many routine bombardments, but its impact on enemy command coherence was far greater. That efficiency is critical in a conflict where resources are finite and every decision carries opportunity cost. The narrative of the strike also mattered. Ukrainian information channels framed it as evidence of control and foresight, countering narratives of desperation. The message was subtle but clear. Russian command structures were vulnerable wherever they concentrated, and Ukraine was capable of identifying and exploiting those moments. This narrative traveled alongside the technical reality, shaping perceptions both domestically and abroad. In modern conflict, perception influences support, and support influences sustainability. Over time, analysts would place this strike alongside others that targeted command and control, seeing it as part of a broader pattern rather than an isolated event. Each such operation eroded confidence incrementally, forcing the Russian side to spend more effort protecting leaders and less effort directing combat. The cumulative effect of that shift is difficult to measure in a single metric, but it shows up in slowed offensives, missed opportunities, and reactive rather than proactive behavior. As weeks passed, new Russian command posts appeared farther back, their presence inferred through faint signals and increased courier traffic. These adaptations confirmed that the lesson had been learned, at least partially, but adaptation carries cost, and cost accumulates. The distance between decision and action grew. Ukrainian forces, attuned to those delays, adjusted their own tempo to exploit them, pressing when confusion was greatest and easing when resistance stiffened. The destruction of the base thus became more than a tactical success. It became a reference point in planning discussions, a reminder that command nodes are both essential and fragile. For Ukraine, it underscored the effectiveness of integrated intelligence and precision strikes. For Russia, it underscored the danger of assuming that temporary arrangements can escape notice. In a war defined by surveillance, nothing truly temporary goes unseen for long. By the end of the summer, the scar where the base had stood was just another patch of disturbed ground among many, but its absence continued to shape decisions made far from that spot. Orders were written differently, meetings were shorter, movements were more cautious. Those subtle changes traced back to a morning when patience met precision and erased a hub of control in minutes. That is how modern warfare often works, not through grand breakthroughs, but through carefully chosen moments that quietly shift the balance. When Ukraine pulled off a move that Vladimir Putin never saw coming, while guests were arriving at a multi-million-dollar guest house, something far smaller and far cheaper slipped through the darkness. Just a few plastic drones. Russian commanders even joked about them, branding the 6 Ukrainian Beaver drones as cheap and pointless. But minutes later, that laughter vanished. What happened next stunned Russia and rewrote the rules of modern warfare. And that's only half the story, because in the second half of this video, we're breaking down another unbelievable Ukrainian operation that crippled $1 billion Russian military aircraft. Russian commanders who stayed in Putin's guest house called the 6 Ukrainian Beaver drones cheap and laughed about them. But what happened next shocked them. So stay with us, because the next moments will leave you speechless. At 19:30 Moscow time, on the evening of September 21st, 2025, warm lights spill from a luxurious guest house in Crimea overlooking the Black Sea, and a private event for Russia's elite moves from toast to toast, as if the war is far away. The script frames the venue as more than a resort. The Forty Sanatorium, near the Foros Cliffs, sits beside state-owned dachas linked to security planning, the kind of place where comfort and command share the same corridors. Conversation and soft music hide that decisions made here ripple across ports and trenches, and the script signals this night will be measured by seconds, not speeches. That assumption is the opening weakness. Miles out on dark water, a low silhouette unmanned surface vessel slices through the swells with a fiberglass hull designed to slip through waves and keep its radar return faint. It is identified as a Magura 5 drone boat, acting as a mothership rather than the main weapon. Inside its bay sit 6 OSA first-person view drones, compact and sorted, each built to sprint the last stretch. The boat's purpose is to bring them close without announcing its presence, turning distance into a false comfort. It stays far enough from shore to seem irrelevant, yet close enough that a minor course change becomes danger, with the sea surface acting as a mask for motion. The payload is described with clinical specificity. Each OSA drone carries a 1.5-pound shaped charge, intended to form a superheated jet of metal on detonation, concentrating force for penetration rather than blast. The script compares the effect to punching through concrete and steel as if they were paper, and later extends that threat to armored glass and vehicles. In this story, the warhead is not presented as a statistic, but as a promise, the kind of compact violence that makes defenders pay for every second of delay. The narration dwells on focus over spectacle, using the shaped charge detail to foreshadow how prestige architecture can fail when struck at the right point. The target selection is framed as strategic theater with practical consequences. The sanatorium is called a private playground for war criminals and planners, positioned near facilities associated with the Federal Security Service, where new waves of secret plans are imagined and refined. Striking it is not only about humiliation at a banquet table. It is tied to blinding the coastal network and protecting Ukraine's grain corridor, the export lane whose safety determines whether the economy breathes. By linking the venue to planning and surveillance, the story ties the strike to maritime security, implying that a blind coastline can widen the grain corridor. At 1931 local time, roughly 3 miles from the Crimean coast, the Magura slows to a crawl, and the bay doors open as if the sea itself is exhaling. One by one, 6 dark shapes slip into the Black Sea, and the mothership provides a final laser guidance lock, measured in 10 seconds before withdrawing into shadow. The handoff is described as parental, the larger craft leaving the mission to its children, and the timing becomes the tension. Seconds of guidance, minutes of flight, and a coastline packed with eyes. The mothership's retreat reads as confidence because the most dangerous leg begins near land, where humans and sensors overlap, and there is no reset button. The OSA drones accelerate to 60 miles per hour and skim low enough to taste salt spray, but they do not travel in a straight line. The tactic is named the Ghost Chain, credited to Ukrainian intelligence. and it is built on misdirection. The lead drone releases a cloud of aluminum chaff, described as 500 strips, turning the radar picture into a blizzard of false targets. Behind that electronic snowstorm, the remaining drones tuck in close, using the chaff as a moving shield while they press toward the cliffs. The chaff is cheap metal doing expensive work, and the chain metaphor matters because each drone's survival depends on the one ahead, like shared camouflage. The script then compresses the coastline into a knife edge of exposure. The drones hug the base of the Foros cliffs, flying in the radar shadow of rock, and briefly pop off for only a few seconds and only a few feet before dropping back into darkness. That rhythm creates the sense of a heartbeat. Reveal, vanish, reveal, vanish. Each burst timed to clear a patrol boat ahead, without inviting a sustained lock. The sequence connects geology to tactics, turning the cliff line into a stealth corridor that cannot be moved or jammed. Each brief pop above the cliff shadow is a calculated risk, because a sustained rise could invite small arms, thermal optics, or a lock from a nearby battery. At 1932 local time, the physical world pushes back. A strong wind gust hits the swarm and punishes drone number 3, described as the one with a corroded antenna, and a small targeting error becomes a stability crisis. The scene cuts far away to a concrete bunker deep beneath Odessa, where an operator watches his display flicker and fights the controls manually while flying blind behind chaff and interference. The mission scale collapses into his fingertips because one unstable drone threatens the timing that keeps the rest hidden. Distance does not reduce pressure, it sharpens it because the operator feels the wind only through telemetry, and one bad correction could expose the swarm. On the shoreline, the defenders are shown as alert individuals rather than faceless systems. A Russian Spetsnaz operator sweeps the cliffs through a high-end thermal scope, looking for a flicker of heat, and the moment his routine patrol finds something, the story pivots. At 1927 local time, his scope flares on a fast hot signature, and he raises a specialized drone gun that fires a focused beam of electromagnetic energy. The decoy drone's electronics are fried, it erupts in sparks, and it plunges into the sea as a clean, confident kill. The drone gun is presented as precise and modern, and the irony lands immediately. The one target he can see is the one Ukraine can afford to lose. That radioed victory becomes the trigger for a larger mistake. 30 seconds later, a radar screen at a Panzer S-1 battery near Yalta lights up, but the operators do not interpret 5 small drones. They see a single massive signature, exactly what the chaff cloud was designed to create, and the system labels it enemy with the confidence of automation. A surface-to-air missile is launched at enormous cost, accelerating toward the cloud and smashing into aluminum strips that were never alive to begin with. The flash convinces the crew they scored a direct hit, while the real attackers remain untouched and closer. The story stresses the mismatch between screens and reality, showing how automated certainty can be weaponized when humans follow a false picture. While attention fixes on that phantom, the Magura V5 plays its last diversion offshore, now about 10 miles out. It begins broadcasting a fake electronic signature meant to mimic a much larger vessel. And on a Russian patrol boat's screen, a new priority target appears at the worst possible time. Patrols turn seaward, drawn away from the shoreline, clearing the final path for the real swarm moving under the cliffs. The script binds this to the wider sea picture, where commercial routes and military assumptions overlap, and one false blip can redraw a patrol pattern in minutes. The diversion layers with the grain theme, placing commercial silhouettes and military deception in the same water, where seeming matters as much as being. Then the alarm network escalates again. Sirens are described sounding across Sevastopol at 1928 local time, and an Su-30 fighter jet rockets into the night, its afterburners tearing light into the sky as it races to intercept. The script frames the jet as a Mach 1.9 Predator, built to kill anything that flies, Yet the drones deny it the fight it wants by splitting into multiple altitude profiles and pressing toward a no-fire zone near supposedly civilian dachas. The geometry becomes the weapon. Too many small threats, too close to sensitive space, too little time to sort them cleanly. It sets up the next dilemma. Near protected zones, defenders choose restraint or overreaction, and tension climbs. The Russian response shifts from speed to saturation as electronic warfare floods the air. A wide-area jamming blanket descends like an invisible storm, described as powerful enough to drown civilian radios and military links alike. In Odessa, operators watch control feeds fill with static, and for a moment the drones appear isolated, cut loose from human hands. The script leans into the pause, explaining that this is the instant many defenses expect machines to fail. Instead, the OSA drones slide into autonomy, ignoring the noise and relying on internal gyroscopes and inertial systems that feel every turn and dip. Navigation becomes instinctual rather than communicative, and accuracy remains high enough to matter, reinforcing the recurring idea that physics is harder to silence than signals. The defenders add muscle to interference. Along the cliffs, Spetsnaz teams deploy kinetic nets and open fire with thermal-guided machine guns, their tracers stitching the darkness where heat signatures flicker. One OSA drone disappears in a brief flower of fire against the rock face, reducing the swarm to 4. The narration does not mourn the loss, it counts it. 1 down, 4 to go, with time compressing into a countdown that matters more than totals. Each surviving drone now carries more responsibility because the formation's geometry must hold even as numbers shrink, and the cliff shadow that protects them also limits their room to maneuver. Back in the bunker beneath Odessa, the operator wipes sweat from his brow as a critical number flashes on his display. 20 seconds to target is not presented as distance but as pressure, because at this point, every correction risks exposure. The script contrasts predators, describing Russia as a cheetah built for speed, and Ukraine as a fox built for angles and patience, framing the engagement as hide and seek, where agility beats raw chase. That metaphor matters because it reframes loss tolerance. A fox expects attrition and plans for it, while a cheetah expects a clean sprint and struggles when the quarry fragments. As the sky fills with money, the Russian defense network escalates again. Millions of dollars of ammunition are hurled upward as batteries and crews hunt for small shapes that refuse to behave like aircraft. At 1929 local time, one OSA drone changes its electronic signature completely. Instead of broadcasting threat, it screams the identification code of a civilian passenger aircraft and plots a path that appears to intersect a local school. The bluff is framed as digital theater rather than recklessness, a calculated manipulation of rules of engagement designed to freeze a hierarchy that cannot afford the wrong headline. The effect ripples instantly. On radar screens in Sevastopol, confusion spreads as orders conflict and permissions collide. Systems from the long-range S-400 batteries to individual soldiers hesitate for seconds that feel like minutes, all eyes locked on a phantom civilian track that demands caution. Those seconds are the currency Ukraine needs. While commanders argue, the 4 real attack drones slip through the radar shadow of the cliffs and emerge undetected with a clean line of sight to the 40 sanatorium. The script treats this as the fulcrum moment, where attention becomes the scarce resource, and misallocated attention opens the gate wider than force ever could. Offshore, the Magura Bef-5 has not left the story. Now roughly 20 meters from the coast and tucked into the shadow of a grain freighter, it performs its final act. A single tight beam laser pulse arcs across the water. The image is intimate, almost tender, a machine reaching out to steady another at the last moment. The freighter's presence ties commerce to conflict again, reminding the viewer that civilian silhouettes are both shield and stake in this environment. In the bunker, 4 green boxes lock onto the thermal signature of the main hall. The operator's voice is described as calm and cold as he announces that the trap is sprung. The clock hits 19:30 local time, and the bluff collapses as Russian commanders realize the deception. Rage replaces hesitation, and the Pantsir systems come fully alive. 30mm cannons open up, spitting a wall of steel at thousands of rounds per minute, filling the air with explosive shells designed to shred aircraft. The script emphasizes the density of fire to heighten contrast with what follows, because evasion is not the chosen response. The 4 OSA drones do not scatter. They converge. The narration lingers on that choice, framing it as a refusal to play the defender's game. They dive through the curtain of fire in formation, lining up on a single point of attack, the main hall of the sanatorium. One drone, the one whose targeting was repaired at the last second, takes the lead and holds an unshakable lock on the heat bloom of a crowded banquet hall. The convergence transforms chaos into inevitability, and the audience is positioned to understand that the last defense has already failed, even as it grows louder. At the command, described as a baton pass rather than a trigger pull, the payloads detach. The drones themselves are demoted to couriers as 4 1.5-pound shaped charges snap free, fins deploying as they begin a terminal dive at speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour. The drones bank hard and turn back toward the sea, toward the Magura, waiting in shipping lanes, their role complete. The separation matters because it undercuts the defender's last hope. Killing the carrier no longer kills the weapon, and the focus shifts to physics and timing rather than electronics. Inside the sanatorium, the party becomes a study in disbelief. The roar of Panzer cannons drowns conversation as a Spetsnaz commander shouts conflicting orders, and a high-ranking guest drops a glass that shatters on marble. The script emphasizes the gap between jamming confidence and kinetic reality, noting that the warheads care nothing for interference because they carry no electronics to fry. They are guided by momentum and geometry, indifferent to noise. That indifference is the true antagonist here, because it cannot be negotiated with or persuaded to stop. The first warhead strikes the glass roof of the main hall, and the narration slows to describe mechanics. Armored glass vaporizes rather than shatters under hundreds of foot-pounds of force, and the shaped charge focuses its energy into a jet of molten metal at thousands of degrees Fahrenheit. The jet punches through marble as if it were cardboard, a finger of man-made lightning, aimed precisely where heat was densest. The language is technical but visual, turning the impact into a process rather than a flash. The final charge strikes the special event hall dead center, reducing the meeting table and the plans upon it to ash. The script adds that the electromagnetic pulse from the blasts fries local radar systems, blinding a section of the Crimean coast in one stroke, tying destruction inside to blindness outside. Russian response units arrive into confusion rather than control. Fire crews fight secondary blazes fed by ruptured gas lines, while security teams secure corridors that no longer connect. Communications degrade as local radar nodes remain blind, forcing reliance on distant sensors with delayed feeds. Naval patrols pull back instinctively, unwilling to linger near a coast that just proved hostile to layered defenses. The withdrawal is not announced, but it is visible in gaps on maritime tracking display. The Black Sea Fleet shifts posture, conceding space without admitting why. That space matters. Within hours, Ukrainian planners register the effect not in wreckage, but in movement. Commercial traffic adjusts routes as warnings ripple outward, and the safe grain corridor quietly widens as patrol density thins. The script frames this as leverage earned by precision rather than mass, where a single strike reshapes behavior. The sea becomes less contested, not because ships were sunk, but because confidence was. Insurance algorithms and shipping captains respond to risk signals faster than statements, and the absence of patrols speaks louder than communiques. Inside Russia's command chain, the damage compounds. Plans discussed at the sanatorium vanish with the hall that held them, and redundancy proves thinner than expected. The loss is not just paper and screens, but time, as parallel teams attempt to reconstruct context from fragments. The narrative emphasizes that secrecy collapses under pressure. When a node is removed, the network reveals how much depended on it. For coastal operations, that dependency translates into caution, delays, and orders rewritten midstream. The operators who launched the strike do not celebrate at the site. In Odessa, deep underground, the Ukrainian team watches satellite feeds confirm what sensors already told them. The camera lingers on faces marked by fatigue rather than triumph. They track secondary fires, count surviving drones returning to sea, and log the moments when radar coverage drops offline. The emphasis is procedural. Success is measured, recorded, and banked for the next decision. Emotion stays contained, because the window that opened may close if mishandled. The ghost chain tactic earns its reputation in debriefs. Analysts note how misdirection outpaced suppression, how chaff and shadows forced expensive systems to fight illusions. The lesson is not novelty, but sequencing. Each layer forced a choice, and each choice cost seconds. Those seconds compounded into a corridor of opportunity that no single defense could close. The script reinforces that this was not improvisation but design, a chain whose strength lay in the order of its links. Russian defenses adapt quickly, but adaptation admits vulnerability. New rules appear around no-fire zones, electronic identification, and patrol geometry. Each rule reduces freedom of action, trading flexibility for safety. The script frames this as a tax imposed by the strike, paid daily in caution. Jets still launch, batteries still scan, but commanders now ask different questions before authorizing fire, aware that hesitation can be weaponized against them. On the water, the Magurov 5 slips back into anonymity, its role complete. It blends with traffic patterns that never stopped moving. The narrative highlights restraint. No pursuit, no chase, no signature to follow. Survival is treated as success equal to impact, because a system that returns can be used again. The sea absorbs the evidence, leaving investigators with fragments and timing rather than a target. The damaged coastline forces a recalculation of air defense posture. Batteries repositioned to cover blind arcs, thinning coverage elsewhere. The script underscores the zero-sum nature of coverage. Protecting one sector exposes another. For Ukraine, that redistribution is the outcome, not the ruin itself. The map matters more than the photograph, and the map now shows wider lanes where none existed the night before. As hours pass, the narrative tightens around cause and effect. A guest house strike becomes a maritime adjustment, which becomes an economic shift. The chain is traced backward to choices made in seconds by operators trusting instruments and training. The story avoids moralizing, focusing instead on mechanics. Precision created leverage, leverage created space, and space created options. Each step is clean, intentional, and difficult to reverse quickly. By the next evening, the coastline looks calm again, but it is a different calm. Patrols run shorter, sensors sweep wider, and decision loops lengthen. The sanatorium remains a dark silhouette against the water, a reminder that comfort zones can be mapped and exploited. The script closes on that image without commentary, allowing the sequence of actions to speed time. 6 Beaver unmanned aerial vehicles lifted off from Keren and headed toward a Russian airbase north of Silvestol, an installation that usually feels untouchable because it shelters rare Beriev B-12 amphibious aircraft behind layered radar coverage and rigid procedure. On the Russian side, a Tor M2 battery sat roughly 12 kilometers away, already awake, already scanning, and within moments its operator watched 6 fresh contacts bloom on the scope like sparks on dry tinder. What looked like a small raid was framed from the first second as a deliberate probe of how Russia's air defenses behave when the sky presents conflicting problems at once, under pressure. The arithmetic looked simple. Russian doctrine pushed 2 missiles per target for a high probability of kill, which meant the Tor crew believed they had enough interceptors to erase 6 slow drones from the sky. But the Ukrainians were not betting on survival through numbers. They were betting on attention, timing, and the fact that any crew can only solve so many problems at once before small errors stack into a miss. The plan had been built weeks earlier, stitched from satellite imagery, elevation data, and a mission logic that treated radar operators like humans with limited focus rather than like perfect machines with unlimited bandwidth. In this kind of fight, the first side to make the other side look twice at the same thing usually wins time, and time is everything. The first pair of beavers climbed early and climbed hard, pulling maximum current from their electric motors until their electromagnetic noise became a beacon that every nearby radar could taste. That noise was not an accident, it was the point. These two drones were written into the mission as decoys, meant to look aggressive and obvious, the way a bright flare pulls a guard's eyes away from the quiet approach. Their vector arced north and upward, and the higher they went, the louder they became, practically inviting a launch. They were not trying to hide. They were trying to consume missiles, consume attention, and shape the next decisions that would be made in the dark. Even their climb rate was a message. Commit to us now, or regret it later. 30 seconds later, the second pair launched near Berislav and did the opposite of dramatic. They stayed low, moving south in a line that looked almost indifferent, their thermal cameras turning the pre-dawn world into a calm map of heat and shadow while they conserved altitude for later. The final pair did not rush at all. Engines warmed, but their motion waited on a timer set long before sunrise. The kind of delayed release that only works when the mission planner trusts clocks more than adrenaline. In the air, each pair took a different vector, so the tour crew did not see one problem, but three problems that refused to share a single solution. That staggered rhythm meant every response the tour made would arrive slightly late to the problem that mattered most. On the tour display, the northern pair rose to about 500 meters. The middle pair held around 100 meters, and the southern pair turned southwest, away from Crimea and away from anything that looked like a sensible target. That strange southern turn was the first clue that this was not a straight raid, but a choreography built to drag the battery's attention across the compass. The tour commander faced the choice that every manual pretends is easy. Engage the loudest targets first, or hold missiles for the ones that might matter later. With doctrine whispering confidence and the decoys practically shouting for it, the decision tilted north. Even before the first launch, the Ukrainians had already made the battery argue with its own assumptions. The launcher spun, elevated, and fired two 9M338 missiles at the loud northern pair. For the first seconds, those weapons flew under ground guidance, climbing into a geometry that assumes targets keep altitude and keep logic. Then the Seekers went active. X-band radar flooding the air as the missiles tried to lock. The Beavers had been waiting for that switch because their radar warning receivers could hear the change from search pulses to track pulses like a heartbeat spike. And that spike was the signal. The instant the guidance shifted, the decoys stopped being targets and became problems, forcing the interceptors to chase them into a part of the envelope that had been engineered for aircraft, not for drones that weaponize altitude like a trap door. The dive was not graceful. It was a sudden drop that forced the missiles into steep pursuit through denser air, and the missiles were not happy about it. Designed for higher intercepts, they now had to pull extreme turns, their control surfaces straining as the autopilot demanded maneuvers near the edge of the airframe's tolerance. By the time the Beavers leveled near 20 meters, low enough that street signs would have mattered if there were any, the Seekers were staring into a cluttered world. The missiles had been built to pick clean shapes against empty sky, but now every fence post, roof edge, and puddle offered a competing reflection, and the drones were counting on that confusion like it was armor. Doppler filters tried to separate moving targets from the stationary landscape, but at high speed, the missile's own motion made the math cruel. The returns changed too fast to classify cleanly, like trying to read fine print while sprinting, and the guidance computer began rejecting what it could not confirm. In a few seconds, the Seekers could not validate a track, and onboard logic concluded that continuing was more dangerous than quitting. Roughly a dozen seconds after going active, both missiles initiated self-destruct, ending as two expensive flashes that solved nothing. For the tour crew, it felt like an impossible miss against slow drones. For the attack plan, it was proof that physics, not stealth, could be used as a lever. The Tor crew snapped attention toward the southern pair, because those were the ones that had started behaving wrong, and suddenly they were also the ones that seemed to disappear. The drones had not vanished. They had slipped into a blind corridor created by terrain. The Tor radar sat on a slight rise with strong coverage in most directions. Yet to the southwest, a gentle valley carved a radar shadow beginning a few kilometers out, a place where line of sight breaks and the screen grows quiet. The corridor was narrow at ground level and narrowed further with altitude, which meant it could be used only by an aircraft disciplined enough to fly exactly where the map said and nowhere else, without improvisation. Ukrainian operators had found the usable band by studying elevation maps and satellite photos for weeks, measuring where the radar line would fail and where it would recover. The result was a narrow lane about 400 meters wide in lateral space, usable only between roughly 30 and 50 meters above ground. Fly higher and the Tor sees you. Fly lower and trees and buildings create their own hazards and their own unpredictable masking. The southern pair threaded the lane at about 35 meters, guided by memorized GPS coordinates like a ritual, because a drift of a couple hundred meters could have turned invisibility into a spotlight. The most dangerous part of the corridor was not the enemy, it was precision itself. While the commander hunted the missing southern returns, the middle pair drew fire. 2 more missiles launched, this time shaped for low-altitude intercept, the kind of profile meant to catch cruise missiles skimming flat. The middle beavers responded with a move that no air defense syllabus expects from cheap drones. They turned directly toward the Tor launcher and accelerated, diving to build speed and collapsing distance on purpose. The reason was not bravado, it was minimum engagement range. For the Tor, that boundary sat at roughly 1 kilometer, and inside it, the missiles could not safely arm in time, because safety protocols are designed to protect the launcher, even if it means letting a target slip through. The drones were not dodging the system, they were rushing into its blind handshake. Inside that 1 kilometer bubble, the missile's options narrowed, and the geometry turned hostile. Already programmed to meet targets around 3 kilometers out, the weapons had to recalculate, while the drones closed fast toward the launch point instead of away from it. One missile tried to bend the rules, pulling so hard that its structure failed and it tumbled, a heavy dart losing the control surfaces that make it a weapon. The other missile met a different constraint. Continuing pursuit risked flying over its own battery, and the safety logic refused to let a warhead threaten the launcher that fired it. It initiated self-destruct, roughly 800 meters from the Tor position, close enough that the crew felt the blast wave and understood they had been forced into a no-win corner. The surviving beavers crossed into occupied southern Ukraine at 517 hours, and the character of the fight changed immediately. What had been a localized duel with a single Tor battery expanded into a layered environment built to punish anything that slipped through. Near Novokakhovka, a Buk M3 battery had already been tracking the drones for several minutes, using its 9S36 radar to follow their heat signatures rather than their radar reflections. This was not a surprised unit reacting late. It was a prepared position with crews accustomed to hunting drones, crews who had learned the hard way that waiting politely for a clean radar picture was how you lost targets. The Buk commander did not bother with a visible search phase. Missiles left the rails almost flat, accelerating horizontally at treetop height instead of arcing upward, a profile that looks wrong until you understand the trick. In track via missile mode, the interceptor itself becomes a flying radar relay, pushing the battery's vision forward by tens of kilometers. The missile is not just a weapon, it is a sensor sprinting ahead of its own system, painting the target while racing toward it. For the drone operators watching live feeds, that meant an 18-second clock started ticking the moment the launch warning appeared, and those seconds were not negotiable. One beaver dove hard, spotting a grain elevator rising out of the landscape like a concrete cliff, with a narrow gap between it and its loading structure. The pilot aimed for that gap, trading altitude for speed and trusting that a missile built to kill aircraft would struggle in tight geometry. The Seeker stayed locked, transmitting updates every fraction of a second. But when the missile tried to follow through the gap, it found Earth instead of sky. The explosion punched into the ground, throwing smoke and debris upward. Through that cloud, 5 beavers emerged intact. One did not make it. A slab of metal, torn loose by the blast, clipped a wing and sent the drone cartwheeling into a field, ending in a small fireball that felt unfairly modest given the effort spent to stop it. The Buk commander watched his display with frustration rather than panic. His system could track dozens of targets and engage several at once, and yet the drones were making it look clumsy. The beavers began crossing paths deliberately, not near misses, but actual crossings that merged their returns into a single shape before separating again. Each merge forced the computer to recalculate identity, left versus right, high versus low, and each recalculation introduced a delay measured in just over a second. Electro-optical backups came online, but pre-dawn haze robbed them of clarity. Thermal imaging worked better, yet its effective range was limited, and by the time the drones appeared as pale dots against the cooler ground, they were already pressing the minimum engagement envelope. The Buk crew made the professional decision to go quiet, not because the system was broken or jammed, but because continuing to emit would not change the outcome. The radio report was brief and honest. 5 unmanned aerial vehicles continuing south, unable to engage due to technical limitations. In military language, that phrasing means the opponent found a way around the rules you were taught to trust. At 535 hours, the remaining drones entered the domain of an S-400 battery, positioned near Cepheida, a system built to reach hundreds of kilometers and erase ballistic threats long before they become local problems. Its 92 N6E radar is famous for sensitivity, and its 48 N6DM missiles are built to pull violent turns at extreme speed. Against aircraft and missiles, it is overwhelming. Against slow drones, it carries a quiet flaw, a velocity gate filter written to ignore anything moving below 100 kilometers per hour. A shortcut meant to keep birds and weather from cluttering the screen. The code was hard set years earlier, and no one expected it to matter. At 541 hours, an unexpected variable entered the equation. A Russian military transport flight, carrying 180 troops, began its descent towards Silvastol along the same approach path the beavers needed to follow. Air defense safety protocols forbade engagements within several kilometers of a friendly transponder, rules written to prevent disasters that end careers and start wars. The drones tucked themselves into the aircraft's approach lane, not dangerously close, but close enough that any missile launch would trigger every automated safeguard in the network. For 8 minutes, the beavers flew with a shield made of regulations and liability, while commanders argued over radios and air traffic controllers demanded reasons before diverting a routine flight. By the time voices stopped overlapping and decisions finally aligned, the drones had slipped clear of the S-400's engagement zone and accelerated toward Kyiv. The transport landed without incident, its crew unaware that it had been the most effective countermeasure in the air defense network that morning. Ahead, a Panzer S-1 rolled into position at 546 hours, still unfolding stabilizing jacks as its radar searched. The commander ordered fire from the wheels, accepting reduced accuracy because some chance was better than none. This was not doctrine, it was triage. The Panzer's first missile veered off almost immediately, its guidance confused by the unstabilized platform, and self-destructed after a short, useless flight. The second missile tracked better and caught 2 beavers in quick succession, turning them into falling debris before they could maneuver clear. With the drones now inside the missile envelope, the twin 30mm cannons took over, hurling tracers into the sky in long bursts, meant to create an impenetrable wall. The beavers refused to cooperate. They did not fly through the fire. They slipped around it, changing altitude and vector unpredictably while the vehicle rocked under recoil and the targeting reticle danced like it was alive. 2 minutes of continuous fire burned through roughly 800 rounds without a single confirmed hit. Then, 10 seconds later, one beaver pitched into a terminal dive. From a control room far away, an operator centered crosshairs on a Bereev B-12 sitting defenseless on the apron, its distinctive wings catching the first light of morning. The dive angle tightened to about 40 degrees, speed building past 200 kilometers per hour, and the drone's KZ-6-shaped charge focused its energy into a narrow jet that did not explode outward so much as punch forward, cutting through aluminum skin, fuel tanks, and into nearby maintenance assets that should never have been left in place. The shaped charge did not bloom outward like a movie explosion. It focused inward, collapsing all its force into a molten jet that cut through the BE-12, as if the aircraft were thin foil instead of metal. Fuel flashed instantly, and the blast jumped sideways into nearby ground equipment packed with aviation fuel that no one had bothered to move. The fireball rolled outward across the apron, bright enough to bleach the camera feed white for a fraction of a second. Shockwaves slapped the airbase, and debris began falling before the sound finished arriving. For the Panzer crew, the target they were protecting simply ceased to exist in one violent, irreversible moment. Before the smoke could settle, a second beaver struck. This one came in lower and faster, angling toward an Mi-8 helicopter parked nearby. The impact was less visually dramatic at first, but far more lethal in effect. The shaped charge punched directly into stored ammunition, and within seconds the helicopter became a fountain of secondary detonations. 12.7mm rounds cooked off in all directions, snapping and cracking through the air like a thunderstorm made of metal. Several of those rounds slammed into the Panzer's radar array, shredding sensitive components and blinding the system mid-engagement. The last functioning eye at Kyiv went dark. Then the final dive began. The last beaver pitched forward and accelerated toward the second Bereev B-12, which sat untouched but exposed, its crew long gone and its defenses non-existent. With no radar tracking it and no guns able to follow, the aircraft might as well have been a static target on a range. The drone held its line through light turbulence from rising heat, adjusted slightly to compensate for wind pushed by the fires, and committed. Seconds later, the shaped charge detonated on impact, repeating the same precise, brutal physics. The second aircraft ruptured, collapsed, and burned, sealing the fate of the entire detachment. For Russian air defense crews watching the feeds and hearing reports cascade upward, the sequence felt unreal. Multiple systems had engaged, missiles had flown, guns had fired, and yet inexpensive drones had crossed layer after layer by exploiting geometry, timing, and rules written for another era. No jamming had been used. No stealth coatings had been involved. Every success came from understanding how radar sees, how missiles think, and how humans respond under pressure when confronted with simultaneous problems. The loss of the aircraft was not just material. It was a demonstration that the defensive architecture itself could be bent until it broke. On the Ukrainian side, operators did not celebrate. They watched data streams, checked timestamps, and confirmed that no friendly systems had been compromised by the engagement. The mission logs showed exactly what planners had hoped to prove: that layered defenses behave like layered puzzles, and that solving them does not require overpowering every piece. It requires forcing each layer to answer a question it was never designed to face. From the first electromagnetic decoy to the final terminal dive, every step had been about narrowing options until the defender chose the only response left, even when that response led directly to failure. The destruction at Kyiv rippled outward through command channels within minutes. Aircraft that had been considered low-risk assets were suddenly reclassified as vulnerable. Maintenance procedures were questioned. Air defense commanders demanded explanations from software engineers about filters and safety gates that had seemed harmless on paper. None of those conversations could change what had already happened. The drones had passed through the network in sequence, each engagement shaping the next, until the final layer faced an attacker it could neither see clearly nor safely engage. The base was quiet again, but the silence felt different, heavier, as if something fundamental had shifted. From a tactical perspective, the attack was brief. From a systems perspective, it was exhaustive. Every major defensive component in the region had been touched, forced to reveal its assumptions under stress. The Tor had been dragged into clutter. The book had been overloaded with ambiguity. The S-400 had been undermined by its own filters and safety logic. The Panzer had arrived too late and too unstable to matter. None of these systems failed in isolation. They failed because the fight never allowed them to operate in isolation, chaining their responses together until small limitations compounded into decisive gaps. In a fight defined by advanced systems and massive budgets, outcomes can still hinge on understanding terrain, software defaults, and the human tendency to focus on the loudest threat first. This operation ended when the final beaver disappeared from the feed, its mission complete. Nothing more was required. The objective had never been survival or showmanship. It had been demonstration through action, using real systems under real conditions to expose how layered defenses behave when pressured from multiple directions at once. When the last flames died down on the apron at Kyiv, the message remained intact, written not in words, but in wreckage, timing logs, and radar gaps that could not be unseen. At 10:03 a.m., the sky over occupied Kharkiv Oblast looks empty, quiet enough to fool anyone staring at a radar screen half awake with a coffee going cold. Somewhere above frozen tree lines and snow-dulled fields, a single Ukrainian Sukhoi Su-27 slips into hostile airspace at barely 450 feet, low enough that even birds would struggle to track it. The pilot carries one weapon, one chance, and a flight profile that leaves no room for hesitation. What follows over the next 46 minutes will compress years of planning, instinct, and risk into a window measured in seconds, with more than 100 Russian missiles theoretically capable of ending it before it even begins. The aircraft's route is deliberate, almost surgical, riding terrain, contours like a blade skimming ice. At this altitude, the Su-27 burns fuel inefficiently, but altitude is a luxury it cannot afford yet. Every ridge, tree line, and shallow valley becomes a shield against radar, each meter of elevation traded for invisibility. The target lies deep ahead. A single command building Russia considers untouchable, functioning as the coordination nerve for nearly 40 separate units across the sector. Its defenses are layered, overlapping, and mathematically unforgiving, built around S-300 systems, S-350 Vityaz batteries, and long-range S-400 coverage reaching hundreds of kilometers. Inside the cockpit, the pilot treats fuel like currency. Throttle adjustments are measured in millimeters, not inches, preserving kilograms for the moment that truly matters. On paper, the task is simple. Reach a 72-kilometer release window. Drop a joint direct attack munition, extended range glide bomb, and disappear back into terrain before the enemy understands what just happened. In reality, simplicity dissolves the moment real sensors wake up. Roughly 80 kilometers ahead, in a makeshift Russian command shack, operators scroll through phones and messages, unaware that geometry, physics, and timing are quietly aligning against them. At approximately 82 kilometers from the Su-27's position, the first crack appears in the illusion of safety. A Buk M3 system stirs, its support launcher emitting a brief electronic question rather than a full accusation. A 9M317M, a missile roars off its rail, not fired to kill, but to confirm whether something dangerous is slipping through the gaps. The cockpit warning lights flicker, sharp and unmistakable. The pilot responds instantly, dumping chaff into the air like metallic snow and snapping into a hard descending turn that drops him from 450 feet to just under 220 in less than 4 seconds. The missile loses its certainty, guidance falters, the arc widens, and seconds later it self-destructs above frozen ground, scattering fragments into empty fields. The danger passes, but the cost is real. 35 kilograms of fuel vanish, along with 2 minutes of time the mission cannot spare. More importantly, Russia now knows something is wrong. They do not yet know what is coming, how close it already is, or how little margin remains. The pilot steadies the jet and presses on, aware that strength after contact is never reassurance, only a pause before escalation. By 10:11 a.m. that escalation arrives. Two Russian early warning radars, the 91 N6E and the 96 L6, sweep nearly 300 kilometers of airspace with renewed focus. This time the sky betrays its secret. A low, fast flicker appears where nothing should exist. Inside the cockpit, the threat receiver erupts with amber warnings as X-band radiation spikes, growing stronger by the second. Detection has shifted from curiosity to intent. Somewhere far away, decisions are being made faster than any human heartbeat. From a site roughly 288 kilometers distant, an S-400 battery commits fully. A 40 N6E interceptor launches, an 8-meter spear that accelerates beyond Mach 13 before its booster smoke clears. This is not a probe or a warning. This is a weapon designed to end stories instantly. The pilot reacts by instinct, shoving the throttles forward and driving the jet lower, trusting terrain more than electronics. Fuel burn surges to nearly 270 kilograms per minute, a brutal exchange rate where survival costs distance home. Russia compounds the pressure. Near Lipetsk, an S-350 Vityaz system launches two 96E2 missiles on predictive trajectories, not chasing a lock but betting on patterns. The missiles self-destruct after seconds, but their purpose is achieved. The Su-27 is forced northwest, nudged toward an even denser web of defenses waiting ahead. The pilot does not know it yet, but the next climb he must perform will expose him more completely than anything so far, turning every radar in a 100-kilometer radius into an enemy eye. Time compresses as the mission approaches its most dangerous requirement. At 10:28 a.m., 41 kilometers from the release point, the pilot reaches the moment he has been dreading since takeoff. To give the JetAm extended range its full glide, the aircraft must climb hard and fast, trading invisibility for reach. There is no gradual option. The stick comes back, and the altimeter spins upward, 6,000 feet, 12,000, 19,000, finally stabilizing near 27,400 feet in a single decisive move. That movement is all Russian defenses need. An S-300 PMU-2 battery, roughly 80 kilometers away, snaps onto the Su-27's radar altimeter signal using its grill pan radar, the one emission the pilot cannot shut down. Pencil-thin beams cut through the air with unnerving precision. A ripple fire launch follows as three 9M82M2 missiles race skyward, closing distance at over 2,500 meters per second. The first loses command guidance when the pilot slams into a descending turn, detonating harmlessly behind him. The second missile comes closer, close enough to feel inevitable. Chaff blooms again, forming a dense metallic curtain. For a heartbeat, the missile hesitates, drawn toward the larger false return, then veers off and detonates above a frozen ridge. The third missile refuses the deception. Its operator holds the lock, correcting with perfect inputs. At barely over a kilometer out, the pilot executes a full power brake over the ridgeline, pulling more than 6.5 G as the airframe groans. The missile detonates just beyond the crest, fragments tearing through the upper fuselage. 10 to 12 small holes appear where metal used to be. Engine temperatures spike, hydraulics dip, alarms scream, then stabilize. The Su-27 is wounded but alive. Fuel slips lower, warning tones sharper, yet the objective still lies ahead. At approximately 10:33 a.m., with fuel below 20% and systems stressed, the pilot presses the release. The JDAM extended range drops cleanly, wings snapping open after 3.3 seconds, beginning a silent glide toward the Russian command post that still believes itself unreachable. Behind the falling munition, the sky refuses to rest. Russian radars begin recalculating almost immediately, engagement envelopes shifting like storm fronts. The pilot is no longer thinking about the bomb or the target, only about distance and gravity. The Su-27 rolls inverted and dives back toward the Earth, shedding altitude as fast as the airframe will allow, without tearing itself apart. 320 feet becomes 270, then just under 200 as barns, power lines, and frozen hedgerows streak past in a blur. Terrain clutter becomes his only ally, turning every object into radar noise that blurs his signature into the background. Fuel burn climbs to nearly 290 kilograms per minute, a rate that leaves no margin for mistakes. Structural readouts scroll across the display, each line another quiet warning. 11 pressure leaks along the upper fuselage bleed air. The left engine runs hotter than it should, 14 degrees above normal, while hydraulic pressure sits just inside safe limits. Yet the jet responds, uneven but obedient. Above him, Russian systems reactivate in sequence. A 196L6 radar sweeps wide arcs, while a 192N6 joins the search, both trying to reacquire a target that refuses to behave like an aircraft should. Roughly 88 kilometers to the northeast, another S-300 battery rotates its engagement radar toward the fading spike that marks the Su-27's path. There is no launch yet, only the mechanical patience of identification. The pilot feels the geometry tightening. Engagement windows narrow as angles improve for the defenders. He banks hard west, skimming into a shallow valley choked with winter bare trees. Hills swallow the aircraft just as targeting beams sweep past overhead. For a moment, the cockpit grows unnervingly quiet, the kind of silence that suggests something worse is forming beyond the horizon. That something appears at 10:37 a.m. Two sharp radar spikes bloom at the edge of the threat display, stable, airborne, and closing fast. Su-35S fighters, 150 kilometers out, descending with predatory efficiency. Their Urbis E radars paint the valley from above, unburdened by terrain. Unlike ground systems, these eyes look down into every fold of Earth the Su-27 tries to hide within. The lead fighter commits first. An underwing pylon flashes, and an R-37M missile drops free, accelerating past Mach 6 in seconds. The missile transitions into a fuel-saving glide, covering more than 2 kilometers every second as it descends. The pilot runs the numbers without consciously thinking them. 48 seconds until the seeker goes active at roughly 25 kilometers. After that, escape becomes a matter of meters. He needs altitude, just enough for one last maneuver. The damaged jet shudders as it climbs through 3,000 feet, then 6,000, alarms flaring as the left engine temperature spikes another 19 degrees beyond safe margins. The missile updates constantly through data links from the pursuing fighter. At roughly 7,800 feet, the pilot commits to the maneuver he has been saving. He snaps into a descending spiral, an aggressive energy dump designed to force an overshoot. G-loads surge past 5.8 as the airframe complains under stress. It was never meant to absorb while wounded. The R-37M adjusts, glide cone narrowing, then faltering as the sudden loss of altitude forces it past its optimal lift angle. It swings wide by less than 200 meters and detonates in a distant flash, rippling the thin morning air. The victory is narrow and expensive. Fuel remaining reads 14%. Projected endurance barely 6 minutes at low altitude. There will be no more climbs, no more clever tricks. The only option left is to disappear. The pilot drops back toward the ground, leveling at 120 feet where engines inhale more dust than air. At this height, every rise in terrain threatens catastrophe, but radar fades into clutter. Behind him, Russian sensors scramble to rebuild a coherent picture. The 96L6 sweeps out to 300 kilometers, seeing only broken signatures flickering along power lines and rooftops. An S-300 battery attempts once more to lock onto the Su-27's altimeter spike. It fails. The valley bends westward, folding the aircraft into terrain the radar cannot penetrate. Yet the greatest danger now is not missiles or fighters, it is consumption. At 120 feet, the jet burns nearly 260 kilograms of fuel per minute, an unsustainable rate. The pilot shuts down every non-essential system: countermeasure dispensers, external lighting, diagnostic modules, trading awareness for distance 1 kilogram at a time. By 10:43 a.m., the threat receiver begins to quiet. At 10:44, the radar spikes fade one by one. At 10:45, only the hum of the engines remains. For the first time since entering hostile airspace, no one is actively trying to kill him. Then a different message arrives over encrypted channels. Calm and almost anticlimactic, the JDAM extended range has reached its target. The Russian command post no longer exists. The building has collapsed, communications severed, an entire sector thrown into confusion by a single weapon delivered at the right moment. Survival, however, is still uncertain. Fuel margins are razor thin, calculations measured in seconds rather than minutes. The Su-27 limps onward, patched with holes, systems degraded but functional. The pilot keeps the jet low and straight, choosing the path with the fewest angles, trusting that chaos behind him will buy just enough time. By 10:49 a.m., the aircraft finally crosses back into friendly airspace, barely flying, running on something closer to hope than fuel, yet intact. Behind him, the consequences continue unfolding. Russian units scramble without coordination, radars searching empty skies, fighters chasing ghosts. No ships, no carriers, no naval assets were involved, only land-based defenses, fighters, terrain. And one aircraft willing to press past the point where margins disappeared. The mission does not become legend because it was flawless. It becomes legend because it worked. The confirmation of impact arrives quietly, stripped of drama, a line of data among many, yet its implications ripple outward faster than any explosion. The command post that coordinated nearly 40 Russian units across the sector is gone. Not degraded or damaged, but erased as a functioning node. Orders that once flowed through hardened lines now scatter into fragments, relayed by backups never meant to handle full control. In warfare built on timing and synchronization, the sudden absence of a nerve center creates a vacuum that no amount of firepower can instantly fill, especially when confusion spreads faster than clarity. Inside Russian command structures, the immediate effect is paralysis disguised as motion. Units report, receive no acknowledgement, and report again, clogging secondary channels already saturated by radar chatter and emergency traffic. Air defense crews reset systems that technically worked, yet failed to stop a lone aircraft. Fighter pilots review fuel states and missile inventories, realizing they chased a target already gone. No one wants to be the first to say that a single jet penetrated what was believed to be an impenetrable corridor and survived long enough to deliver its payload with precision. For the pilot, none of this is visible. He focuses on keeping the aircraft flying as systems continue to complain in subtle ways. Temperatures fluctuate, pressure readings drift, and vibrations appear where they should not. Each kilometer crossed inside friendly airspace feels unreal, as if the mission might still be revoked by physics itself. Ground crews wait with vehicles already moving, prepared to tow, rather than taxi if necessary. When the Su-27 finally settles onto the runway, the engines spool down unevenly, the sound of survival rather than victory. Technicians count damage in silence. Holes in the fuselage tell a story more clearly than any after-action report. Shrapnel paths trace near misses measured in centimeters. Hydraulic lines show stress where redundancy barely held. The aircraft is flyable, but only just. No one speaks about how close it came to being another smoking field. That understanding hangs unspoken, shared by everyone who sees the jet up close. The pilot climbs out slowly, legs stiff, eyes still adjusting to a world without threat warnings. Beyond the airfield, intelligence analysts begin assembling the larger picture. Communications intercepts indicate immediate disruption across the affected Russian sector. Units once synchronized now operate independently, some advancing without support, others halting entirely. Reserves hesitate, unsure whose orders to trust. Air defense coverage shifts defensively inward, leaving gaps elsewhere. The destruction of a single building has reshaped an operational map far larger than its physical footprint, demonstrating how modern warfare depends less on mass and more on cohesion. The strike also forces uncomfortable reassessments. Layered defenses designed to counter saturation attacks were bypassed by patience, terrain, and timing. Systems optimized to detect high-altitude threats struggled against an aircraft willing to fly dangerously low. Predictive launches and long-range interceptors imposed cost, but not denial. Fighter interception came close, yet arrived too late. None of these failures are catastrophic alone. Together, they form a pattern that cannot be ignored, especially when repeated across multiple theaters. Within Russian planning circles, adjustments begin immediately. Radar operators receive stricter discipline reminders. Air patrol patterns shift, stretching already thin resources. Missile inventories are reviewed with an eye toward expenditure rates versus results. None of these changes restore what was lost that morning, but they reveal the true cost of the strike. Forcing an adversary to react consumes time, attention, and resources far beyond the value of the weapon used, especially when that weapon was delivered by a single aircraft. For Ukraine, the mission becomes a case study rather than a celebration. Analysts dissect every phase from the initial ingress to the final escape, identifying where luck intervened and where skill prevailed. Fuel calculations are revisited. Radar interactions are mapped. The moment the aircraft was nearly lost is scrutinized not for heroics, but for lessons. The goal is not to repeat the story, but to refine it, reducing risk without losing effectiveness in future operations that may demand similar audacity. The broader message travels quietly but clearly. Precision, when combined with resolve, can outrun density. A defender with more systems does not automatically control the sky if those systems are forced to react instead of anticipate. A single platform, properly employed, can impose disproportionate effects on a far larger force. These truths are not new, but each demonstration reinforces them, shaping decisions long after the echoes fade from the battlefield. As days pass, satellite imagery confirms the absence where the command post once stood. Traffic patterns shift around the void. Temporary structures appear, then disappear, relocated again as uncertainty persists. The sector does not collapse, but it stumbles, and in modern conflict, hesitation is often enough. The strike's success is measured not only in destruction, but in the time it buys elsewhere, time that cannot be replaced or recovered once lost. No official statements dwell on the flight. There are no grand announcements or public ceremonies tied directly to the mission. Its value lies in what it achieved, not how it is remembered. Those who need to know understand exactly what happened and why it matters. Those who do not are left with fragments, speculation, and a lingering sense that something went wrong, despite overwhelming defenses. In the end, the story resolves without fanfare. A damaged aircraft rests under maintenance lights. A collapsed building reshapes a sector's command flow. A pilot returns to readiness after rest and debrief, carrying experience that cannot be taught. The sky over Kharkiv Oblast returns to its usual rhythm, but the balance beneath it has shifted, if only slightly. That shift, earned in minutes and measured in kilometers, is what remains when everything else fades. He laid out a blunt assessment of economic reality, pointing to the deeply integrated nature of industries that cross the border daily: automobiles, steel, aluminum, lumber, aerospace, and advanced manufacturing operate as shared systems rather than isolated national projects. Carney argued that disrupting these flows through tariffs or political pressure would not punish Canada alone, but would destabilize supply chains on both sides of the border. His message to the United States was delivered without hostility but without deference, asserting that allies should not be treated as adversaries, while genuine competitors expand their global influence unchecked. At 3:17 a.m., a fireball rises out of a frozen Siberian forest and turns a guarded military freight train into a burning wreck in a matter of seconds, ripping open steel cars and scattering twisted metal across snow that moments earlier carried only the sound of wind. Authorities initially described the blast as an accident, but the pattern of destruction immediately tells a different story. Multiple cars fail in a tight sequence. The track itself is torn apart rather than merely damaged, and the epicenter sits exactly where a fully loaded convoy would be most vulnerable. Far from the front, distance was supposed to mean safety, yet that isolation becomes the first signal that this event was planned rather than random. As dawn approaches, images posted by residents reveal long rows of scorched wagons and a dead stretch of rail that looks violently peeled open. The flames have raced from car to car instead of remaining localized, and heavy components lie scattered far beyond what a routine derailment would cause. Online channels linked to Ukrainian sources and anti-Kremlin networks quickly point to a coordinated action involving drones and thermite, suggesting the goal was not simply to damage cargo, but to immobilize the train in place and destroy it before any response could intervene. The location deep inside Siberia raises immediate questions because reaching this far into Russia's interior requires access, patience, and timing, rather than brute force alone. What makes the loss so damaging is not the spectacle of the explosion, but what that train represents. Russia relies heavily on rail transport to move artillery shells, rockets, fuel, and spare parts from distant factories to operational areas near the western border. This system allows commanders to sustain high rates of fire without constructing new forward depots that would be vulnerable to attack. The Trans-Siberian network is a backbone of that flow, linking eastern stockpiles to central distribution hubs and quietly carrying ammunition across thousands of kilometers. When a single segment of that system fails, delays cascade outward, slowing deliveries and forcing units closer to the front to adjust their plans. That is why attention quickly shifts from the wreckage itself to the impact near Kursk. Units there consume ammunition at a pace that leaves little margin for disruption, and even short interruptions can force rationing, reduced fire missions, or postponed offensives. Previous acts of sabotage against bridges, locomotives, and signaling points have already exposed how vulnerable rail logistics can be. With partisan groups claiming responsibility for burning engines and creating repair delays Moscow struggled to conceal. Seen in that context, the Siberian strike fits into a broader pattern aimed at breaking the steady rhythm that keeps pressure on contested regions rather than scoring isolated victories. The depth of this operation sets it apart. Hitting a remote branch of the Trans-Siberian line suggests planning measured in weeks rather than hours, and it forces Russia to consider defending routes far from any active combat zone. At the center of the ground phase are 3 Russian volunteers from the Freedom of Russia Legion, a group opposed to the Kremlin and aligned with Ukraine. They hide in deep snow, roughly 80 feet from the track, remaining motionless for nearly 6 hours in freezing conditions. Their position offers a clear view of the approaching convoy, but it also leaves them exposed if patrols sweep the line, turning proximity into risk rather than comfort. Their task is not dramatic in appearance, but unforgiving in execution. They must confirm the identity of the target, report its movement, and trigger the trap at exactly the right moment. Encrypted radios allow constant updates without revealing their presence, giving a drone team time to adjust its approach while the volunteers remain concealed. Any mistake could compromise the entire network supporting operations inside Russia, and the waiting itself becomes part of the danger. Only when the locomotive's headlight cuts through the trees do they prepare to act, illustrating how human patience underpins a strike that later appears sudden and overwhelming. The cargo explains why such risk is taken. The convoy is later identified as a moving arsenal valued at roughly $1.2 billion, a vital link feeding Russian units operating around Kursk. It is not a routine shipment, but a concentration of equipment meant to sustain multiple formations for weeks. Roughly 50 freight cars carry a carefully balanced mix of weapons and support gear, turning the train into a single rolling stockpile whose destruction would echo far beyond the forest where it stops. Several wagons are loaded with 152mm artillery shells, the backbone of Russian battery fire. Others carry Grad multiple launch rocket system munitions used to saturate wide areas during offensive operations. A smaller number hold S-300 air defense missiles intended to shield high-value assets from aerial attack. This combination shows the shipment is designed to support a broad operational effort rather than a single unit, and it also reveals a structural weakness. Concentrating so much material in one place simplifies delivery, but it creates a target whose loss cannot be quickly replaced. The trap relies on physics rather than overwhelming force. Thermite charges are placed on a selected stretch of rail, a compound that burns at temperatures exceeding 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit and can soften steel in seconds. The timing is critical. The damage must take effect just as the fully loaded locomotive reaches the weakened segment. When that happens, the rails bend under the weight, wheels lock, and the long column of cars jams together. What might first appear as a mechanical failure quickly becomes irreversible, preventing guards from pulling sensitive cargo clear and disrupting communications as crews struggle to understand what went wrong. Once the convoy is immobilized in a narrow zone, the next phase unfolds. Unmanned aerial vehicles fly low over the trees, closing in on a target that can no longer maneuver or retreat. The first major strike hits Wagon 34, which is carrying Grad rockets. Heat and shock cause many of the munitions to ignite and launch outward rather than detonating cleanly, spraying burning projectiles into the surrounding forest and across adjacent cars. Fires spread rapidly along the stalled line, multiplying ignition points and overwhelming any immediate response. Seconds later, a second drone dives into Wagon 22 loaded with 152mm shells. A shaped charge triggers a massive fireball that rises more than 150 feet above the trees, sending a pressure wave through nearby cars and igniting additional ammunition. Explosives cook off in sequence, each burst weakening the structure of the next wagon. The roar echoes through the forest for minutes, and by the time it subsides, more than 40 cars are destroyed or burned beyond recovery. The track itself is bent and torn, cutting that branch of the Trans-Siberian route for days and delaying emergency crews until the fires finally settle. By morning, the scale of the loss becomes clear. More than 1,500 tons of ammunition are gone, and traffic along the line is frozen for at least 3 days. That pause forces commanders near Kursk to ration supplies, slow or suspend planned actions, and consider defensive postures until replacements arrive. The damage extends beyond weapons to rails, signaling gear, and support structures that require specialized repairs, compounding the delay. As the fires die down and repair crews remain at a distance, the consequences begin to propagate through the system that fed those cars into motion in the first place. Replacing a shipment of this size is not a matter of loading another train the next day. Each wagon represents weeks of production at multiple factories, synchronized to meet specific delivery windows. When a convoy carrying over $1.2 billion in equipment disappears in minutes, manufacturing rhythms are disrupted, stockpiles meant for other sectors are raided, and planners are forced to reshuffle priorities under pressure. Ammunition that was already scarce now has to be divided across competing fronts, turning a single loss in Siberia into a constraint felt hundreds of kilometers away. The immediate strain falls on units operating near Kursk. where consumption rates leave little room for error. Artillery batteries accustomed to firing thousands of rounds per day must adjust fire plans, stretching shells across longer intervals or holding back entirely. Rocket units dependent on Grad systems lose the ability to saturate targets at will, reducing the shock effect that underpins offensive pushes. Air defense commanders face a different dilemma, because losing S-300 missiles in transit means deciding whether to pull batteries from other sectors or accept gaps in coverage. Every choice made to compensate for this loss creates weakness elsewhere, exposing the delicate balance that keeps large formations moving. The damage to infrastructure compounds the problem. Bent rails, burned signaling equipment, and warped support structures require specialized crews and heavy machinery to repair, and that work cannot begin until temperatures drop and unexploded ordnance is cleared. Each additional hour without traffic increases backlog along parallel routes, forcing rerouting that slows other shipments unrelated to the destroyed convoy. Rail systems thrive on predictability, and once schedules slip, recovery takes days rather than hours. For a network spanning thousands of kilometers, a single severed branch can disrupt flows far beyond its immediate footprint. This pressure highlights a structural weakness in how ammunition is moved. Concentrated shipments maximize efficiency but create single points of failure. Dispersing loads across multiple smaller trains would reduce risk, yet that approach demands more locomotives, more crews, more guards, and more coordination, all of which strain resources already committed elsewhere. Protecting each movement also requires sensors, patrols, and rapid response forces spread across vast distances, a task that becomes exponentially harder the deeper one moves into the interior. The Siberian loss forces planners to weigh efficiency against survivability, knowing that neither option is cost-free. Beyond logistics, the strike exposes limits in internal security. The presence of partisans capable of operating deep inside the country challenges assumptions about control over territory far from the front. Groups opposing the Kremlin have previously targeted fuel depots, disrupted signals, and damaged locomotives. But this operation shows how local knowledge combined with external coordination can reach assets once considered safe by distance alone. Monitoring thousands of kilometers of rail with limited manpower becomes an exercise in prioritization, and every additional guard assigned to a remote line is one less available elsewhere. Information spreads faster than repairs. Images of burned wagons and twisted rails circulate online, making it difficult to frame the incident as a minor mishap. Domestic audiences are confronted with visual evidence that strategic infrastructure can be struck far from combat zones, raising questions about preparedness and accountability. Regional officials face pressure from residents who wonder why critical routes remain exposed, while security services are forced to explain how such an operation unfolded without detection. Even controlled narratives struggle when the scale of destruction is visible from space and shared across networks within hours. Internationally, the strike feeds a different conversation. Observers note that a relatively small group using inexpensive tools managed to inflict losses that would normally require large formations or long-range missiles. This reinforces the perception that modern conflict increasingly favors precision, information, and coordination over sheer mass. For governments watching from Europe and North America, such operations demonstrate how targeted actions can degrade capabilities without escalating into broad offensives, strengthening arguments that support focused assistance rather than sweeping intervention. At the strategic level, the event forces a difficult choice regarding air defense. Protecting rear infrastructure with systems like the S-300 or S-400 reduces coverage near active combat zones. Yet leaving those systems forward exposes logistics hubs and transit routes. Neither option is comfortable, and shifting batteries consumes time and resources, while signaling vulnerability to an adversary already probing for weak points. The dilemma illustrates how a single successful strike can stretch defenses thin, creating gaps that may be exploited later, even if no immediate follow-up occurs. The operation also underscores the value of coordination across domains. Ground volunteers prepare the environment, intelligence networks provide timing and confirmation, and aerial assets deliver precision effects once conditions are set. None of these elements alone would have produced the same outcome. Together, they transform a quiet stretch of track into a decisive choke point. This integration reflects a broader shift toward combining local access with remote strike capability, allowing operations to reach deeper without committing large numbers of personnel. Economically, the imbalance is stark. Low-cost drones assembled from commercial components and simple thermite charges destroy weapons that require heavy industry and long production cycles to replace. The return on investment is measured not just in dollars lost, but in weeks of disrupted operations and forced adjustments across multiple fronts. Such asymmetry forces the defending side to spend more on protection and redundancy than the attacker spends on offense, a dynamic that compounds over time rather than evening out. As planners absorb the implications, attention turns to what comes next. Reinforcing rail lines with additional guards and sensors may reduce risk, but it also slows traffic and ties up personnel. Deploying more electronic warfare teams and radar systems along key corridors offers coverage, yet cannot blanket every junction or remote spur. Each defensive measure carries trade-offs that ripple through the system, and none guarantee immunity against a determined adversary willing to wait for the right moment. The Siberian strike demonstrates that logistics are no longer a background function of war, but a primary battlefield. Disrupting supply chains can influence outcomes without seizing territory, and patience combined with precision can achieve effects once reserved for large-scale assaults. As both sides adjust, the focus shifts increasingly toward rail lines, depots, and transit hubs, where the balance of effort and reward favors those who can see the system as a whole rather than as isolated targets. As attention settles on the direct line, the deeper meaning becomes harder to ignore. What happened in that forest is not defined by geography, but by method. Distance, once a shield, now works against centralized systems that depend on uninterrupted movement. The farther a supply chain stretches, the more seams appear, and every seam offers an opportunity for disruption. The strike demonstrates that protecting territory is no longer enough when the real vulnerability lies in motion, timing, and predictability. Trains move on schedules, rails follow fixed paths, and once those patterns are understood, even remote infrastructure becomes reachable without massed force. This reality forces a reassessment of security that goes beyond adding guards. Patrols can watch tracks, but they cannot see through snowbanks or detect charges placed with patience and precision. Sensors can alert to explosions, but thermite burns without the signatures those systems are tuned to notice. Electronic surveillance may track drones, yet low-altitude flights through forested corridors exploit blind spots that are expensive to close. Each layer of defense adds friction to logistics, slowing the very flow it is meant to protect and turning efficiency into vulnerability under sustained pressure. The presence of internal opposition compounds the challenge. Volunteers willing to endure hours in freezing conditions only meters from critical infrastructure represent a form of access no external strike can replicate. Local familiarity with patrol routines, terrain, and maintenance schedules reduces uncertainty and increases effectiveness. When such knowledge is paired with external coordination, it blurs the line between front and rear, making it harder to define where protection should be concentrated. The result is a constant tension between guarding everything and guarding what matters most, a balance that shifts with every successful disruption. From an operational perspective, the loss of a single convoy reshapes planning horizons. Ammunition once allocated weeks in advance must be reassigned, and replacement timelines stretch as factories adjust output. Transport capacity is finite, so diverting resources to compensate for one loss delays others, creating bottlenecks that propagate through the system. Commanders are forced to think defensively even when no immediate threat appears, because the absence of supplies can be as dissuasive as the presence of enemy fire. The psychological effect mirrors the material one. Crews tasked with moving cargo across long distances now operate under the awareness that distance no longer guarantees safety. Every remote spur and quiet stretch of track becomes a potential risk zone, increasing stress and caution. This slows operations even without direct attacks, as additional checks and delays accumulate. Over time, that friction erodes tempo, reducing the ability to respond quickly to changes along the front and handing initiative to whoever dictates when and where disruptions occur. Strategically, the event highlights how low-cost tools reshape the balance of effort. Drones built from commercial components and charges assembled from readily available materials can be replaced quickly, while the assets they destroy require heavy industry and long lead times. The disparity favors repeated small actions over singular large ones, encouraging a campaign of attrition aimed at systems rather than forces. Each success reinforces the logic of targeting logistics, making repetition more likely and defense more expensive with every iteration. The implications extend beyond this conflict. Military planners elsewhere observe how precision and coordination can substitute for mass, and how infrastructure once considered secure becomes a liability when exposed to patient adversaries. Railways, depots, and transit hubs worldwide share similar characteristics: fixed locations, predictable usage, and high-value concentration. The lesson is not confined to one country or one war, but speaks to a broader shift in how power is applied and contested in modern environments. Politically, the strike complicates messaging. Maintaining confidence requires projecting control, yet visible damage undermines that narrative. Explaining how a critical shipment was destroyed far from any front line invites scrutiny of preparedness and resource allocation. Balancing transparency with reassurance becomes harder when evidence circulates independently of official statements. Over time, repeated incidents can erode trust, not through dramatic defeats, but through a steady accumulation of unanswered questions about security and resilience. For allies and observers, the operation reinforces perceptions of adaptability and innovation. It suggests that even under constraints, effective strategies can emerge by focusing on leverage points rather than direct confrontation. This perception influences diplomatic calculations, shaping expectations about sustainability and long-term trajectories. Support decisions are informed not only by battlefield outcomes, but by demonstrations of how resources are used and multiplied through planning and coordination. As defenses adjust, so do offensive methods.
Ukraine steals Russia's secret Kinjal and a MiG-31 Kyiv, and with minutes, the sky turns against its original owner.
At 6:14 a.m., a MiG-31K Foxhound sits on a rough strip in southern Ukraine with its canopy shut and its engines screaming, while the far end of the runway collapses into flame as Russian Iskander missiles hammer the concrete in staggered impacts that walk closer with each second. Captain Alexei Volkov has no room to taxi, no time to shut down, and no safe direction to run, because the jet under him is not just an aircraft anymore. It is a nuclear-capable delivery platform carrying a Ku-47 M2 Kinjal hypersonic missile. And every sensor in the region is hunting it like a beacon that refuses to dim. The problem is that surviving the ground strike is only the first gate, not the last one, because the moment he lifts off, he will be inside the engagement envelope of an S-400 Triumph battery that already has a track on his departure corridor. If he stays, the runway becomes a furnace, and the jet becomes scrap. If he climbs, the radar lock becomes a countdown with no mercy. And a 48 N6 interceptor can be airborne and accelerating to Mach-class speeds, before he finishes retracting his landing gear. This is the kind of choice that turns pilots into statistics, unless the pilot is willing to do something that sounds like madness, even in a war room. To understand why a Russian captain is gambling his life on Ukrainian soil, the clock has to rewind 4 hours to the Black Sea, where the same MiG-31K was cruising at 40,000 feet on a routine patrol line that looked boring on purpose. The Foxhound is often called a fighter, but the way it is described in this scenario makes it closer to a pair of enormous engines with a cockpit attached, built to climb, point its nose straight, and go very fast. On a clean day, it can push toward nearly 1,900 miles per hour, but today it is dragging a 4.3-ton missile under its belly, and the drag changes everything. With that Kinjal mounted underneath, the jet becomes heavy, stubborn, and thirsty, like a sprinter forced to carry a grand piano while trying to keep up with a pack of racers who are unburdened. The aerodynamic penalty is constant, and the fuel burn is the kind that makes planners stare at maps like they are negotiating with physics. Volkov knows this better than anyone because he can feel it in the controls, in the sluggish response, and in the way the aircraft resists every small correction. But he also knows something else, something the Russian controllers watching their screens do not know yet. The weight under him is not just a weapon, it is leverage. Months earlier, this mission began as encrypted conversations with Ukraine's military intelligence, the kind that never appear in official briefings until long after the people involved have disappeared into new identities. Volkov had been flying patrols as part of a system he no longer believed in, and the scenario frames his decision as a trade between a dictator's reward and a clear conscience. The deal was simple in concept and brutal in execution. Bring the aircraft, bring the missile, and cross a line that cannot be uncrossed. In exchange, Ukraine would build a trap corridor through surveillance, deception, and timing, because a lone jet cannot outrun a nation once the alarms begin. The moment the plan becomes action, it happens without radio chatter or hesitation, because any hesitation would be read as weakness by the same air defense network he is trying to evade. Volkov slams the stick forward, and the Foxhound pitches over into a steep dive, trading altitude for speed as the sea rushes up to meet him. Instead of turning back to base, he drives straight toward Ukraine. And the change is so abrupt that the air defense picture in Crimea lights up like a warning panel. For a brief instant, the Russian controllers wonder if it is a malfunction or a medical emergency, because pilots do not usually do this on purpose. Then he levels out at roughly 50 feet above the water, turns off his transponder, and forces the situation to reveal its true nature. At that altitude, the curvature of the Earth becomes cover, and ground-based radar lines lose clean sight of him. But the margin for error shrinks to nothing. Fly higher and he is visible. Fly lower and a wave can end the story in one violent roll. Salt spray is so close it feels like it is trying to sandblast the canopy, and the jet's stability becomes a constant negotiation between speed, lift, and the drag of the missile, acting like a giant air brake. He is betting that the radar shadow will hold long enough to reach the next layer of the trap. Russia does not treat it as a misunderstanding for long, because the object moving south is not a normal aircraft. It is a strategic system, and the scenario makes clear that the Kremlin realizes its invincible nuclear delivery asset is being stolen. 4 Su-35 flanker fighters scramble from Crimea, and that changes the geometry instantly, because the Su-35 is described as a modern, super-maneuverable dogfighter operating clean, light, and fast. Unlike the Foxhound dragging its belly weight, these jets can accelerate hard without paying the same penalty, and they carry R-77 radar-guided missiles with the reach to strike from far outside visual range. Volkov cannot win a straight race, and he cannot outturn a missile shot if he tries to fight like a conventional fighter pilot. So the script leans into physics as his only weapon. He stays glued to the sea, using surface clutter and Earth curvature to degrade the Russian targeting picture, and he forces the Su-35s to solve a harder problem than they expected. Their radars sweep the ocean surface, looking for a reflection that keeps disappearing into the noise, and the gap closes anyway, because clean jets closing on a dragged aircraft is not a debate. Inside the cockpit, The strain shows up as vibration, heat, and the awareness that his fuel is draining faster than the math wants to admit. The first unmistakable warning arrives as the radar warning receiver screams, and the tone signals an N035 class lock, meaning the lead Su-35 has finally pinned him. There is no negotiation, no demand to return, and no request for surrender. Just a launch as two R-77 missiles fall away and ignite, switching into the kind of active homing hunt that does not care about bravery. Volkov has seconds, and with a 4.3-ton missile hanging under him, he cannot dance. So he chooses a move that is almost suicidal at wave-top height. He chops the throttle, deploys air brakes, and decelerates violently to confuse the Doppler solution. For a heartbeat, the missile's tracking logic loses the clean closure picture it expects, and his radar return blends with the waves below, just long enough for the shots to streak past and detonate in the water ahead. It is a narrow escape that creates an even worse position, because now he is slower, still low, and the remaining Su-35s are closing with anger instead of procedure. The near miss tells them he is deliberate and capable, not panicked, and that makes them dangerous in a different way. As they spread to box him in and push toward gun range, Volkov is running out of airspace, out of fuel margin, and out of time to reach the hidden hand Ukraine promised would appear. The turning point arrives when the MiG-31 reveals that it is not defenseless cargo, but a platform with teeth, because under its wings it still carries R-37M long-range missiles, designed for killing bombers at distances that feel unfair. These missiles are heavy and not elegant, but their warheads are enormous, and their purpose is simple. Volkov overrides low-altitude launch safeties that exist to protect pilots from themselves, because safety is no longer part of the equation. He pulls the nose up just long enough to be seen, deliberately exposing himself to enemy radar as bait, knowing that aggression is predictable when pride is involved. The lead Su-35 takes the invitation exactly as expected, diving in for what looks like a guaranteed kill against a slow, burdened interceptor. Volkov fires one R-37M head-on, and the missile leaves the rail like a thrown telephone pole, accelerating with purpose rather than grace. It does not need a direct hit, because its 132-pound warhead is designed to shred large aircraft. When it detonates roughly 98 feet in front of the Su-35, the result is instantaneous disintegration as shrapnel and overpressure tear through the airframe, sending the wreckage tumbling into the Black Sea below. The victory is real but fleeting, because the explosion is also a beacon that hands the remaining 3 Su-35s his exact location. Their response is not cautious, it is personal. They spread wide, abandon long-range shots, and push throttles to close within visual range, intending to finish the job with cannons rather than missiles. From their perspective, the foxhound is a wounded animal, dragging dead weight, and the border is still minutes away. Inside the cockpit, engine temperatures climb toward red lines, sweat blurs vision, and the vibration never stops. Because pushing the MiG this hard with that payload is like forcing metal to argue with itself. 2 minutes of survival is all the missile kill buys him, and 2 minutes is not enough to cross into safety. The Su-35s begin herding him away from the Ukrainian coast, forcing angles that favor their agility and denying him the straight-line escape he needs. They are not rushing anymore, they are controlling. The 30mm cannons under their noses are designed for exactly this kind of finish, and they are waiting for the cleanest shot. The scenario emphasizes that at this stage, skill alone is not enough. Volkov needs an external disruption that changes the entire picture, not just his own flight path. That disruption appears the moment he crosses an invisible boundary in the sky, because Ukrainian planning has been waiting for this geometry. Without warning, the radar scopes inside the Russian fighters flood eye with contacts, transforming a single target into what looks like an entire squadron materializing out of nowhere. Confusion ripples through their formations as pilots call out multiple returns that do not behave like real aircraft, but are impossible to filter cleanly. This is the deployment of 12 modified AQ-400 Scythe drones, drones, each carrying a Lundberg lens that amplifies radar reflection until a cheap airframe looks like a 20-ton fighter on scope. Mixed into this cloud of false targets are electronic warfare pods, blasting noise across the X-band frequencies the Russian radars depend on, saturating tracking computers that are designed for precision, not chaos. The effect is deliberate overload rather than brute force jamming, and it works because it forces the Su-35s to solve too many problems at once. Locks break, reacquire, and break again. And targeting solutions never stabilize long enough to fire with confidence. To the Russian pilots, the sky has turned into a hall of mirrors where every contact could be real or could be a ghost. Volkov uses the confusion exactly as intended, pushing his throttles past limits that maintenance manuals exist to prevent, because manuals assume you plan to land the aircraft intact. He dives directly into the heart of the drone swarm, merging his signature with theirs so completely that on radar, he becomes just another identical return. A panicked Russian pilot fires his last pair of R-77 missiles at what looks like a heavy fighter, closing head-on, only to destroy a cheap drone built from plywood and foam. $1 million weapons vanish into explosions that achieve nothing, and that waste creates the opening Ukraine calculate. With the Su-35s busy chasing ghosts, the Foxhound slips through and drops its landing gear as a hidden forward operating base in southern Ukraine appears ahead. The runway is short, uneven, and never designed for an interceptor this heavy, especially one still carrying a hypersonic missile. The landing is hard and violent. Tires scream, smoke pours from overheated brakes, and the drag chute snaps open as the jet chews through concrete with meters to spare. When the aircraft finally stops, the silence is disorienting, because after hours of sustained stress, the absence of motion feels unreal. The relief lasts less than half a minute before sirens begin to wail across the airfield and a Ukrainian ground crew chief runs toward the jet, not with congratulations but with urgency. Engines stay running, because shutting down would cost time they do not have. A Russian reconnaissance satellite has already passed overhead, and the landing was visible from space. 200 miles away, an Iskander missile battery has received fresh coordinates and authenticated launch orders. The missiles are airborne before anyone on the ground finishes saying the words time to impact, which is 7 minutes. 7 minutes is barely enough to think, let alone refuel a MiG-31. But the Ukrainian crew swarms the aircraft anyway, performing a hot pit refuel that turns the tarmac into a potential inferno. Fuel hoses connect while engines spin and burn hot, and every spark becomes a threat that nobody has time to fear. In the middle of this controlled chaos, a young officer in a mismatched uniform sprints toward the cockpit carrying a ruggedized laptop, like it is the only thing that matters. This is Lieutenant Dmytro, 24 years old, a specialist whose battlefield is code rather than altitude. He does not waste words explaining rank or protocol. He tells Volkov that the Kinjal is geofenced, locked by Russian software to prevent firing into Russian territory, and that if it is triggered without authorization, it will brick itself and become a 4.3-ton dead weight. The missile, as delivered, is obedient even in betrayal. Dmytro climbs into the rear seat and connects directly to the MiG's mission computer, bypassing anything that resembles a clean procedure, because the solution is not elegance, but deception. Instead of writing new code, which would take time they do not have, he inserts a pre-programmed hardware override chip supplied through Western intelligence channels. The chip carries a spoofing algorithm that lies convincingly to the missile's guidance brain, telling it that its target is a harmless practice range in the Pacific Ocean. While the missile believes this fiction, its inertial coordinates are quietly rewritten to point back toward the Russian radar that will soon try to kill them. The deception does not break the rules of the system. It obeys them in a way the designers never intended. As Dmytro races against the clock, the first Iskander impacts at the far end of the runway, sending a shockwave across the field that rattles teeth and shreds concrete. Another impact follows closer, and the explosions begin to march toward the aircraft. Fuel hoses are ripped free by hand as Volkov slams the canopy shut and pushes throttles to full military power. The MiG lurches forward, heavy with fuel and still carrying the missile, as the runway behind them disappears into fire and debris. The takeoff becomes a race against explosions that are literally chasing the jet down the concrete. The nose lifts just as the section of runway they occupied a second earlier disintegrates, and the Foxhound claws into the air under full afterburner, blue fire erupting from its tailpipes. They are airborne, but the danger only shifts shape because the moment they climb, the Russian S-400 Triumph battery across the border locks on. Its Big Bird radar paints them cleanly, and a 48N6 interceptor erupts from its canister, accelerating to Mach-class speeds as it hunts from behind. Inside the cockpit, Dmytro calls out the radar type and bearing, and Volkov understands that outrunning this missile is not an option. Volkov reacts by pulling the MiG-31 into a steep climb, trading speed for altitude, because altitude is the only currency that can buy him a launch window. The interceptor missile behind them is optimized for targets that run, not for targets that suddenly climb like an elevator. As the Foxhound roars upward, its belly is fully exposed to the enemy radar, but exposure is no longer the threat it was seconds ago. This climb is not an escape. It is preparation, and the aircraft strains under forces it was designed to endure only in short bursts. Inside the cockpit, warning tones overlap as airspeed bleeds off and engine temperatures flirt with limits that engineers assume pilots will respect. Volkov ignores them because the alternative is simpler and worse. He flips the master arm switch, and the aircraft responds with a physical shudder as 4.3 tons of missile detach from its belly. The Kinzhal's solid rocket motor ignites in a flash that briefly outshines the jet itself, and the hypersonic weapon arcs upward before curving back toward the border it was never supposed to face. Two missiles are now racing on intersecting paths, each trying to decide who lives next. The S-400 interceptor continues closing from behind, its guidance fed by the Big Bird radar that has tracked hundreds of targets without mercy. Dmytro watches numbers scroll across his screen, confirming that the spoofing algorithm is holding and that the Kyiv believes it is executing a routine test profile. In reality, its inertial navigation is locked on a radar vehicle that is still transmitting confidently, unaware that its own emissions have just signed its death warrant. The sky over the border becomes a corridor of pure velocity. The interceptor missile is fast, but the Kyiv is faster, screaming down from the stratosphere at speeds measured in thousands of miles per hour. Russian radar operators have no meaningful warning window because hypersonic timelines collapse decision cycles into moments that feel like glitches rather than events. The Kyiv slams directly into the Big Bird radar vehicle, and the impact vaporizes it so completely that the command post disappears in the same instant. The shockwave flattens equipment, vehicles, and any illusion of control that existed seconds earlier. With the radar gone, the interceptor missile chasing Volkov loses its guidance input and goes blind, veering off into empty sky before detonating harmlessly far away. In the cockpit, the radar warning receiver falls silent, and the absence of noise is confirmation enough. The engagement is over, not because the MiG outran its hunter, but because the Archer was removed from the equation entirely. The cost to Russia is immediate and measurable. One Su-35 fighter lies at the bottom of the Black Sea. One hypersonic missile designed to intimidate rivals has been turned back on its own defenses. 400 battery, valued at roughly $500 million, is reduced to wreckage in a matter of seconds. On the Ukrainian side, the gains extend beyond survival. A MiG-31K Foxhound, intact and flyable, now sits in friendly hands, along with the technical knowledge embedded in its systems, procedures, and maintenance realities. The aircraft is no longer a symbol on a poster or a threat in a briefing. It is a machine that can be studied, understood, and neutralized in future planning. The intelligence value alone reshapes how planners think about interception, hypersonic delivery, and the limits of deterrence built on secrecy. Volkov's defection is framed not as a spontaneous act, but as the endpoint of months of quiet preparation, and the narrative emphasizes that no amount of technology can fully compensate for a human decision made under pressure. Electronic warfare, drones, spoofing chips, and hypersonic physics all mattered, but none of them would have activated without a pilot willing to cross a line that cannot be erased. In that sense, the operation becomes less about a single escape and more about the vulnerability of systems that assume loyalty as a constant. The scenario also underlines how modern air combat has shifted away from simple contests of speed or maneuverability into layered struggles involving sensors, software, and deception. Radar range means nothing if the picture is flooded with ghosts. Missile speed means nothing if the guidance chain can be severed. Even satellites, watching patiently from orbit, only compress timelines rather than guaranteeing outcomes. Each layer adds power, but each layer also adds a new surface for exploitation by an adversary willing to think asymmetrically. For Russian planners, the aftermath is not just a tally of losses, but a crisis of trust. Units operating Kinjal systems are reportedly pulled back and rechecked, not because the missile failed, but because someone used it differently than intended. Commanders are forced to consider whether other digital leashes exist and whether those leashes can be cut just as quietly. The fear is not that technology is weak, but that it depends too much on assumptions about who is holding the controls. For Ukraine, the operation becomes a case study in how limited resources can be amplified through timing, preparation, and an understanding of enemy doctrine. 12 inexpensive drones equipped with reflectors and noise were enough to neutralize elite fighters long enough for one jet to pass. A single hardware chip and a prepared algorithm were enough to turn a strategic weapon into a liability. The narrative consistently frames these choices as deliberate rather than lucky, emphasizing planning over improvisation. The human element remains central all the way through. Dmytro's role as a young specialist highlights how modern warfare increasingly relies on people who may never fire a weapon, but whose decisions carry strategic weight. His intervention lasts minutes, but those minutes decide whether the missile is dead weight or decisive leverage. The story avoids romanticizing chaos, instead showing competence under pressure as the true differentiator when seconds matter. As the MiG-31 disappears deeper into Ukrainian airspace, the immediate danger fades, but the implications do not. Air defense networks on both sides will be studied, modified, and hardened. Software assumptions will be questioned. Training scenarios will change. The event does not end a war, but it alters how both sides think about the relationship between technology and loyalty, and about how asymmetric thinking can puncture even the most confident claims of invulnerability. In the end, the scenario closes on a simple but uncomfortable conclusion. Advanced systems can dominate a battlefield, but they cannot decide why a person climbs into a cockpit in the first place. When that reason changes, the most sophisticated weapons in the world can be turned, delayed, confused, or destroyed by choices made far below the level of grand strategy. The MiG-31 survives not because it is the fastest aircraft in the sky, but because someone chose conscience over orders, and others built a plan to make that choice count. There's a moment in every air war when a plan stops being a plan and becomes a physics problem. And this one begins at 2:47 p.m. local time as a Ukrainian MiG-29 sits 90 seconds into Russian airspace with 2 French-designed AASM bombs slung under its wings and one job on the pilot's mind: reach a border guard post that Moscow treated like a safe, unbreakable valve in a supply route feeding Russian positions in Ukraine. Hit it once and vanish back west before the sky can decide he no longer belongs in it. The aircraft is not cruising high like a parade flyover, it is skimming at treetop level where the horizon hides you from radars that cannot bend around terrain, and nothing about the cockpit feels modern or forgiving, The GPS is jammed, the fuel gauge is falling toward empty, and the pilot is navigating with a paper map taped to his knee because electronic confidence is a luxury that disappears first in contested airspace. And because this mission gives him exactly one clean attempt before fuel math turns bravery into a glide. Even the route is built like a thief's blueprint, not a warrior's charge, with the MiG using forests and valleys as cover while the pilot measures distance by landmarks instead of glowing waypoints, knowing that every extra second spent searching for the target is a second spent inside a net of sensors and launchers that do not need to see him long to kill him. And he is counting that truth in minutes because his reserve on paper was never generous. 6 seconds is sometimes the difference between a report and a funeral, and 6 seconds is how long a Russian podlet, K1 radar near Klimovo, will later hold a real lock on the intruder before the contact slips behind a hill again. But none of that matters yet, because the first crisis arrives without malice, without strategy, and without warning, as the pilot watches a dark shape flash across the canopy at low altitude and realizes the mission has just been challenged by a bird. At a closure rate of 180 kilometers per hour, a crow impacts the left engine intake, and the event is over before human thought can catch up, because the compressor blades inside that turbine are spinning at roughly 13,000 revolutions per minute, and they do not tolerate foreign objects, so the strike becomes a shredding, the shredding becomes a stall, and the stall becomes the sound pilots fear at most, a grinding shriek that means thrust has turned into drag. The MiG lurches left and begins to sink toward the forest below, and the pilot's hands move faster than emotion. Right rudder to fight asymmetric thrust, left hand pulling back to arrest the descent, right hand stabbing at the restart switch as the aircraft drops from around 200 meters to 180, then 160, with trees flashing by close enough that the cockpit feels like it has entered the world it was supposed to fly above, not through. A restart sequence takes time that low altitude does not offer, and the pilot is counting seconds against impact, while his oxygen and adrenaline make the cockpit feel smaller. And this is the cruel timing of war. The mistake happens at the exact moment the enemy's radar operator is already halfway convinced the intermittent return is nothing more than birds or terrain clutter, with small contacts appearing over ridgelines and vanishing into valleys like a sensor's bad dream. The podlet, K1's operator, reaches for his radio, then hesitates, because reporting a ghost means paperwork and embarrassment. And for a few human heartbeats, that hesitation becomes the mission's first real shield. The lock lasts 6 seconds. 2 more seconds would have produced a firing control solution, and instead of escalating, the operator chooses coffee, leaving a data point in a log that will not feel important until the aftermath is already burning. The MiG's left engine coughs back to life, around 140 meters, turbines sinking as thrust returns. But the recovery is not a reset, it is a compromise, because the engine is now running rough with compressor efficiency badly degraded, and the pilot knows what that means in the language that matters. Fuel consumption rises while options shrink, and a reserve that once looked like 12 minutes now reads like 3. Then the landscape adds another trap. Power lines that do not exist on the tactical map, appearing in the windscreen like a suspended wall about 60 meters above the valley floor, and at roughly 650 kilometers per hour. He has only a couple of seconds to react, pulling into a brutal climb that slams him with about 5G as the jet clears the top wires by less than 10 meters, and the electromagnetic field makes instruments flicker like frightened animals. Behind him, the radar operator is already walking away, and a replacement is staring at a strange return from minutes ago, wondering if it matters. While ahead, the pilot's hands are shaking from the near miss and from the knowledge that his margin is gone. And yet the route still demands discipline, because the only way this works is if the paper map's promise is true, and the next landmark appears exactly when it should. It does. A distinctive bend in the Desna River that marks a navigation checkpoint about 10 kilometers from the release point. And the sight is not comforting so much as finalizing, because with one engine damaged and fuel set for a single attempt, the pilot is now preparing for what strategists call a suicide profile, a vertical climb through hostile airspace that will trade stealth for geometry, forcing the bombs to fly their best path while the jet becomes visible to everything. At 1441, the MiG reaches the initial point for the attack run, about 50 kilometers from the target, and still low enough to stay below the radar horizon. And for a brief stretch, the aircraft is a rumor rather than a track. But the pilot knows that in less than a minute, his plan will deliberately shatter that invisibility, because the only way to give the weapons their intended energy and angles is to climb like a flare into a sky packed with teeth. He pushes the throttles forward and hauls back on the stick, and the G-forces arrive instantly, crushing him into the seat as his suit inflates to keep blood from draining away. And yet it is still not enough, because at roughly 3,000 meters, his vision starts graying at the edges. At 5,000 meters, it narrows into a tunnel, and near 6,500 meters, consciousness becomes optional while muscle memory keeps the jet climbing. The MiG's nose is nearly vertical now, both engines screaming at maximum thrust, the damaged left engine vibrating like it wants to tear itself apart. And the cockpit's warning receiver begins filling with threats as air defenses across a wide radius suddenly have something to see, and the pilot cannot reduce power because altitude is the last currency he can spend to buy a release window, even as the next failure is waiting in the place nobody wants it: the weapons interface. The French AASM bombs are connected to a Soviet-era aircraft through a jury-rigged solution Ukrainian technicians built in a warehouse, and it worked perfectly on the ground. But under high G and thin air, a voltage regulator fails. The weapons panel floods with connection errors, and the bombs do not know they are supposed to release on time, forcing the pilot to keep climbing with one hand, while the other begins a frantic sequence of switches and overrides that has to work before someone else acts first. The emergency checklist is not a calm thing at 6G, and the pilot's oxygen-starved brain is juggling tasks that do not wait politely. Left hand holding the climb, right hand flipping through armament switches, cycling the master arm, switching to backup power, forcing a manual override that bypasses the digital interface entirely. Because if the bombs do not come off the pylons, there will be no second attempt and no gentle abort. Only a heavy jet carrying dead weight into a sky that is waking up angry. At the same moment, the weapons refuse to listen. A Russian Su-35 far beyond the horizon finishes connecting dots that were never meant to line up so neatly, because the MiG's sudden vertical climb has announced itself to every radar operator within roughly 200 kilometers. And the Russian pilot does not hesitate, locking the climbing target and releasing an R-37M hypersonic missile from about 72 kilometers away, a weapon that turns distance into a brief inconvenience rather than safety. The MiG's radar warning receiver screams missile launch with a bearing and a closure rate that leaves no room for optimism, because at Mach 6, the R-37M will cross the gap in roughly 36 seconds. And the Ukrainian pilot knows he cannot evade yet, not while the bombs are still attached, not while altitude is the only reason this attack might still work, so he keeps the jet steady and fights the cockpit instead of the missile. Manual release switches sit where designers expected them to be used rarely, if ever, individual pickle buttons for each pylon that bypass the failed interface. And at around 8,000 meters, the pilot reaches the release point and smashes the first button, expecting an immediate drop, and instead getting nothing, holding it down through a 1-second count that stretches into panic before the bomb finally falls free and its rocket motor ignites after a heart-stopping delay. The second bomb releases faster as the manual system wakes up, and both AASM weapons pitch upward as their motors drive them higher still, climbing toward an apex, while the MiG finally sheds the last reason to stay predictable, rolling inverted and pulling into a violent split S that trades altitude for speed and reverses direction in a maneuver that exists to break solutions and steal seconds from guidance computers that assume aircraft behave politely. 9G crush. The pilot as the world goes black for a couple of seconds, and when vision returns, he is diving through about 4,000 meters with the missile still tracking. Because hypersonic weapons do not give up easily, and the jet's defenses are not having a good day either. At roughly 10 kilometers and closing, the missile is close enough that survival options collapse into geometry, and the pilot executes the last card in the deck, a notch maneuver that turns the aircraft perpendicular to the missile's path and drives relative motion towards zero, presenting the seeker with something that looks stationary against ground clutter. And for a brief instant, the guidance logic does exactly what it was designed to do and breaks lock. The R-37M flashes past about 100 meters behind the MiG, its proximity fuse failing to trigger as fragments from its self-destruct pepper the fighter's tail and to punch small holes in the rudder. Damage the pilot does not even register because the only thought left is altitude, dirt, and survival, diving back toward the weeds where radars lose patience and missiles lose interest. While the jet fights for its life, the two French bombs are climbing into a quieter problem set, reaching an apex around 8,500 meters before beginning a 4-minute fall toward the border guard post at Bela-Berezovka, flying through empty sky on guidance modes that are already degrading because one rocket motor begins sputtering after ingesting contaminated fuel, water vapor that froze at altitude and then turned to steam in the combustion chamber. Inside the bomb, a processor no larger than a wallet runs numbers without emotion, calculating that current thrust shortfall means an impact roughly 2 kilometers short if nothing else intervenes. Because near Bryansk, a Kursuka-4 electronic warfare vehicle powers up and floods GPS frequencies with precisely tuned noise that instantly erases signals coming from satellites tens of thousands of kilometers away. Both bombs lose satellite navigation at the same time and drop onto inertial systems alone, mechanical gyroscopes spinning in darkness and accumulating error with every passing second, meters stacking quietly until by the time they near the target, they should be hundreds of meters off, which for most weapons would mean failure. Except these bombs were designed with redundancy born from experience. They switch seamlessly to backup logic, inertial navigation for rough guidance, and infrared seekers for the terminal phase. But timing is cruel again. And when the second bomb's infrared sensor activates around 3,000 meters, it locks onto a heat source registering thousands of degrees Kelvin, immediately rejecting it as impossible and breaking lock into a white glare that blinds it for precious seconds. For roughly 15 seconds, that bomb flies blind, covering kilometers with no terminal correction while its processor cycles through filtering algorithms and contrast enhancement routines that were never tested against a sun positioned exactly where a target should be. While the first bomb meets a different enemy at 5,000 meters, where the edge of the jet stream catches its fins and yaws the weapon violently off course. The Russian air defenses finally notice something falling east, and at Klovo, an S-400 battery detects two small radar contacts with a cross-section too small for aircraft and too fast for helicopters. But standing orders remove doubt, and 248 N6 missiles launch anyway in a gesture of doctrine rather than physics, because ballistic freefall does not offer the predictable path those interceptors need. The missiles race upward and pass harmlessly through empty sky as their computers fail to calculate a solution, leaving the bombs to continue downward toward a compound protected by a Panzer S-1 system that has never trained for weapons arriving nearly straight down. The Panzer S-1 guarding the border post finally locks the falling objects at a range that feels absurd to its operator because the radar picture shows targets arriving at an angle close to vertical, about 87 degrees, descending faster than any cruise missile profile he trained against. And the system's computer responds with an answer that makes no tactical sense. Target outside engagement zone. At roughly 900 meters altitude, the operator fires anyway, launching a short salvo of 57 E-6 missiles that leap from their rails and accelerate toward Mach 3, Exactly 1.5 seconds after launch, the missiles arm and self-destruct almost immediately, their fragments falling harmlessly across the compound like steel rain while the operator transitions to guns, swinging the twin 2A38M 30mm cannons upward and unleashing thousands of tungsten-cored rounds in a roaring cone of fire that stops just short of the required elevation. While the first bomb's seeker struggles to hold lock through damaged gyroscopes and offset error, making last-second corrections as exhaust plumes from parked vehicles bloom into clear infrared targets. At 14:51, the first AASM impacts, a 340-kilogram mass punching through the roof of the border post building at over 300 meters per second. And the kinetic energy alone collapses internal structures before the shaped charge detonates, sending a jet of superheated copper sideways through load-bearing walls and turning a vertical strike into a catastrophic lateral failure. Instead of collapsing neatly downward, the building topples like a felled tree, its north side giving way as walls shear and roofs fold. And the effect is worse than a centered hit. The impact ruptures fuel tanks on 3 BTR-82A vehicles simultaneously, and instead of an immediate explosion, the diesel fuel aerosolizes, mixing with air in a nearly perfect ratio that waits for ignition, which arrives instantly from the shaped charge, creating a fuel-air explosion that reaches roughly 4,000 degrees Celsius for just over 1 second. Vehicles do not burn so much as dissolve, metal softening and collapsing as the blast consumes oxygen and leaves behind warped frames and scorched earth. And within moments, the compound is engulfed in secondary fires that defeat any remaining defensive posture, while the last fragments of failed interceptors clatter uselessly onto concrete already splitting from heat. Above it all, the MiG-29 is already gone, diving west on one damaged engine with fuel gauges hovering near empty and the pilot only half aware of the world beyond keeping the jet upright, his body still recovering from sustained G-forces and his mind running through a quiet inventory of what still works and what does not. As the fighter crosses back into Ukrainian airspace, radars lose interest and missiles lose angles, and the sky that felt crowded minutes earlier opens into something like silence, broken only by the vibration of a wounded engine that somehow keeps turning, carrying its pilot away from a mission that was never supposed to be clean. Behind him, smoke rises from Belaberyoska in thick columns visible for kilometers, marking a supply node that will no longer move ammunition or fuel forward. And while analysts will later argue about efficiency and cost, a combination that modern air war often counts as victory even when it looks ugly on paper. The strike leaves behind contradictions that define contemporary conflict: high technology married to paper maps, satellite-guided weapons flying blind on inertial guesses, advanced air defenses defeated by geometry and timing rather than brute force, and human hesitation playing as large a role as any machine. In the end, the border guard post burns, not because everything worked, but because enough things worked at the right moments while others failed in tolerable ways. And that is the uncomfortable lesson this mission offers. Real warfare is not a demonstration of perfection. It is a negotiation with chaos where marginal success is often the only kind available. The fire at Belaberyoska does not stay local for long, because within minutes, Russian sensors and patrols begin reacting to secondary effects rather than the strike itself. A rapid reaction platoon stationed less than 5 kilometers away receives fragmented reports over congested radios. Words like airstrike, drones, and missile all overlapping, and by the time armored vehicles begin moving toward the smoke plume, the road network itself becomes a problem. Above them, Russian air patrols scramble with urgency rather than clarity, fighters lifting off with only partial, situational awareness, because the MiG-29 has already vanished below radar coverage, leaving controllers chasing an absence, while air defense crews cycle systems repeatedly, trying to understand how a target slipped through layers that were supposed to make this impossible. The Podlet, Gwon radar near Klamovo, is queried again, logs reviewed, the 6-second lock, replayed frame by frame, and operators begin to realize that the contact dismissed earlier aligns too well with the damage now burning on their screen, turning a routine shift decision into an unspoken liability that no one wants to claim responsibility for. On the ground at the destroyed post, survivors attempt to establish a perimeter, but heat and smoke reduce visibility to meters, and the melted remains of BTR-82A vehicles block access routes, forcing soldiers to move on foot through debris fields, where secondary explosions continue to detonate unpredictably as fuel pockets find oxygen. A Panzer S-1 reload crew arrives expecting to rearm an intact system and instead finds launch rails scorched and sensor housings warped by falling missile fragments. The system technically functional, but psychologically compromised. Its operators shaken by the realization that their engagement envelope never included what just happened to them. Command centers further east begin issuing contradictory orders, some demanding immediate reinforcement, others calling for dispersal to avoid follow-on strikes. As dusk approaches, engineers are ordered forward to assess structural damage, but thermal readings remain too high for safe entry, delaying repairs by hours that turn into days, while logistics officers quietly reroute supplies hundreds of kilometers out of the way, burning fuel and time to avoid a node that no longer exists. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian pilot is on final approach back home, managing power carefully on the remaining engine. And only now does the adrenaline drain enough for the weight of the flight to settle in, hands aching, vision still pulsing at the edges, and the understanding that a bird, a wire, or a slightly slower restart would have ended this story differently. Maintenance crews receive the MiG in silence, immediately noting the bird strike damage, missile fragments in the tail, and overstressed airframe components. And while the aircraft is declared repairable, it is grounded for inspection, a reminder that even successful missions often remove assets from the board temporarily. Hours later, satellite imagery begins circulating within Russian command channels, showing the scale of destruction in stark contrast to initial reports. And the realization sets in that a supposedly secure rear area has been proven vulnerable by a single jet carrying only 2 weapons. This triggers a defensive overcorrection, with additional air defense assets repositioned to guard similar sites, thinning coverage elsewhere, and stretching crews already operating at exhaustion levels. An adjustment that looks strong on maps, but creates new seams that attentive planners will inevitably notice. For Ukrainian intelligence, the strike provides more than physical damage, because reaction patterns, radar activations, scramble times, and electronic warfare emissions are all recorded and analyzed, each response revealing habits and thresholds that can be exploited later under different conditions. The action does not end with the explosions. It echoes forward through planning rooms and supply tables, influencing decisions on both sides about where to move, where to hide, and where the next risk will be taken, proving that a single violent moment can reshape a much larger operational rhythm. In this way, the mission's final act is not the falling bombs or the burning compound, but the cascading responses they trigger, a chain of hurried movements, delayed logistics, and altered assumptions that continue long after the smoke thins and the sky above Bela Berezovska returns to an uneasy quiet. Ukraine didn't start by blowing up the Crimea Bridge, which you will see later on in this video. It started by going after something far more expensive, a reported strike on a $5 billion Russian tank factory, the industrial heart of Moscow's armored warfare, hit at the exact moment it mattered most. Not when it was idle, not when it was quiet, but when the power was on, the machines were running, and tank production was in full motion. As you'll see, once Ukraine proved it could reach deep into Russia's industrial core, another target suddenly became inevitable. A structure worth hundreds of millions in Crimea, the heartland of Ukraine. You will see the Crimean Bridge burning in fire. We start with the tank factory part, and after that comes the explosions, chaos on the Crimean Bridge. Stay tuned! At 3:17 a.m. on December the 3rd, 2025, the lights inside Uralvagonzavod burned at full intensity as night shift crews in Nizhny Tagil wrestled steel into shape for new T-90 turrets, unaware that Ukrainian planners had spent months waiting for this exact moment. Russia had poured roughly $5 billion into pushing the plant into round-the-clock production, upgrading substations, hydraulic lines, and casting halls so every press stroke and welding arc drew as much power as the grid could deliver. That peak electrical load was not a coincidence to Kyiv. It was the condition for maximum damage, somewhere over the snowbound fields near the Sumy border, far beyond the factory workers' horizon. The opening move of the operation had actually begun 14 hours earlier, when the first of 48 modified long-range drones clawed their way into a blizzard that would hide them from human eyes, but not from mathematics. Those airframes were not standard off-the-shelf models. Ukrainian engineers had stripped them down to bare composites, extended their wing, and bolted on external conformal fuel tanks that turned modest attack drones into cross-border strike assets. With that extra fuel, each machine could cover roughly 1,250 miles, more than enough to loop around Russian radar belts, instead of trying to punch straight through. Flying at barely 40 feet above the frozen ground, their small propellers pulled them through the whiteout at speeds slowly adjusted to match the terrain. Instead of pilots sweating over yokes, guidance computers fused input from CRPA anti-jam antennas and laser altimeters that scanned ahead hundreds of times per second. The antennas listened for satellite signals and threw away anything that looked like electronic interference, while the altimeters painted invisible lines down the slopes and up the ridges, letting the drones hug the contour. The route planners had treated Western Russia not as a flat map, but as a three-dimensional maze of overlapping detection cones. S-300 and S-400 batteries guarded the industrial heartland with overlapping fan shapes of search radar, while shorter-range systems and mobile Panzer S-1 units filled in the gaps. On a two-dimensional chart, that wall looked solid. But the Ukrainians had spent months combing satellite imagery, signals intercepts, and open-source maps to find the seams between coverage lobes. The solution was counterintuitive. Rather than skimming along the edge of the belt, the swarm would dive under it, using mountain valleys and forested lowlands in the Ural region as a kind of radio shadow. The blizzard helped, scattering radar energy with billions of ice crystals, but it was a bonus, not a crutch. The machines were built to survive even on a clear night. The storm simply made their odds better. By 3:10 a.m., the first phase of the plan reached its critical moment above the southern approaches to Nizhny Tagil. 18 Beaver-type decoy drones, stripped of heavy payloads and fitted with Lundberg reflectors, climbed away from the main formation and executed a starburst maneuver over the designated engagement zone. To the naked eye, they were just dim shapes vanishing into cloud. But to the 92 N6E fire control radar of the nearby S-400 battery, each reflector ballooned their radar cross-section into something that looked very much like a Storm Shadow-class cruise missile. 18 separate hostile tracks bloomed on the Russian operator's scope, all closing on what the algorithms considered a strategic industrial asset. The system's logic tree was simple and ruthless. Rank threats by range and apparent size, assign interceptors, and fire without hesitation. 248 N6DM interceptors left their canisters first, followed by more, as the software calculated new trajectories. Each missile was a 4,000-pound weapon, built to swat hypersonic targets at high altitude, now being burned on fiberglass bodies, moving at propeller speed inside a snowstorm. Solid fuel motors drove them to Mach 4 in seconds, as their active radar seekers locked onto the bright reflections from the decoys. Below, Panzer S-1 crews at a site the Ukrainians had labeled Position Alpha watched their local scopes fill with symbols and heard their fire control computers call out target tracks faster than human voices could repeat them, unable to trust their jammed displays. Some operators switched to 30mm autocannons, hosing the blizzard with high explosive shells that traced glowing lines through the storm in frantic arcs. From a purely tactical perspective, the Russians seemed to be winning. By 3:13 a.m., burning fragments of decoy drones were scattered across the snow around the southern perimeter of the plant, and the S-400 site had logged 18 kills. Yet those victories carried an invisible cost. The battery had expended 12 long-range missiles, depleting 3 of its 4 launch tubes. while both Panzer units guarding that sector were completely dry on ready 30mm ammunition and halfway through their short-range missile stocks. Their crews were still wrestling heavy rounds into freezing magazines and reprogramming guidance settings when their scopes finally showed a clear sky. Believing the threat had been neutralized, the sector commander began to compose a report of successful defense, unaware that he had just traded his best ammunition for empty air and opened a gap that Ukrainian planners had designed into the timeline from the start. 3:14 a.m. marked the beginning of the second phase. 12 more Beaver-derived drones, outwardly similar to the decoys but modified for a very different role, slid into a holding pattern at roughly 1,500 feet above the complex. Each carried a 15-pound disposable jamming pod slung under its belly in place of a warhead, powered not by long-life batteries, but by capacitors tuned to dump their entire energy load in roughly 6 minutes. When the Ukrainian controller sent the activation code, the ring lit up in the electromagnetic spectrum. The pods blasted out carefully shaped noise across the L-band and X-band frequencies used by Russian surveillance and engagement radars. To the operators on the ground, the effect was like having a floodlight aimed directly into night vision goggle. The previously clean screens turned into blizzards of static, in which every pixel seemed to flicker with phantom echoes. Standard Russian doctrine called for switching to optical or infrared tracking when radar data became unreliable, and that is exactly what the factory's defenders tried to do. Panzer crews slewed their electro-optical turrets toward the humming they could hear above the storm, and switched through visible and thermal modes in search of silhouettes against the clouds. On any other night, this fallback would have given them at least a fighting chance. But the same blizzard that had helped conceal the inbound swarm now conspired to blind the cameras. Dense snow simply blocked visible light, turning the video feeds into grey curtains of swirling particles, while 20-mile-per-hour winds stripped heat from the slender composite airframe so efficiently that their infrared signature blended into the background sky. In the command van of the S-400 battery, officers tried to reboot radar subsystems and narrow beam widths to cut through the noise, but failed. The final twist of the jamming plan emerged only when Russian crews obeyed an order that technically violated their own safety rules. Faced with the knowledge that their radars were blind and their cameras nearly useless, the sector commander gave a desperate instruction over the net: ignore standard engagement envelopes and fire missiles at the jamming sources overhead as soon as any kind of lock could be achieved. Panzer units obeyed, rippling off 57 E-6 missiles in optical mode at close range, while a neighboring Tunguska battery added quad 30mm cannon fire that stitched orange lines into the low clouds. The jamming drones were not programmed to dodge. Their purpose was to die at the right moment. One after another took direct hits and disintegrated. Yet instead of clearing the air, their destruction triggered the next layer of the trap, because inside each supposedly simple pod lay tightly packed bundles of metallic chaff strips and a small magnesium. At the moment of destruction, each charge blossomed into a cloud of glittering metal fragments that scattered across the sky and burned brightly for several seconds before cooling into reflective debris. Millions of tiny strips drifted downward through the storm, overwhelming the returning radar pulses of every system trying to recover from the jamming. Instead of a handful of drones, Russian computers now saw what appeared to be entire swarms of high-speed objects falling simultaneously across the engagement zone. 2 Panzer systems suffered immediate software crashes as their processors attempted to track thousands of false returns, forcing their turrets to droop into emergency reset. Even the larger S-400 array froze mid-sweep, leaving only manual optical modes available. For the next 60 seconds, what had been advertised for years as an impenetrable aerial shield was reduced to blind metal amid the snowfall. At 3:17 a.m., as the last shards of metallic chaff drifted toward the roofs of maintenance sheds and assembly bays, the third wave arrived. 18 Lutyi-class strike drones, their 14-foot frames built for load-bearing rather than stealth, surged into the undefended perimeter at barely 50 feet above the tree line. Each machine housed a Honeywell-grade laser ring gyroscope that tracked positional drift with deviations measured in mere feet per hour, ensuring reliable guidance even with every form of satellite navigation turned to noise by their own electronic warfare pods. Slung beneath each drone was an 820-kilogram warhead, engineered to open armored structures rather than vehicles. A shaped charge design that turned explosive energy into a focused jet able to pierce steel, concrete, and the layered plates of large industrial presses. The first of the three groups, labeled by Ukrainian planners as the Alpha element, veered hard left toward the 500 kilovolt substation, positioned along the plant's southern edge. That substation funneled enormous electrical loads into the forge halls, powering the 25,000-ton hydraulic presses that had only recently resumed work under upgraded wiring rated for sustained maximum output. As the leading Alpha drone pointed its nose downward, the shape of the transformer complex glowed prominent in the drone's targeting algorithms, which recognized heat gradients and structural outlines even through snow. When the shaped charge warhead struck the ceramic casing of the main transformer, the resulting arc flared blue-white, hotter than the surface of the sun, vaporizing cooling oil and sending an electrical surge cascading across the internal conductors. Inside the cavernous press hall, workers felt the floor tremble a heartbeat before the lights died. 50,000 gallons of high-pressure hydraulic fluid rested inside the lines, feeding two giant presses. And when Team Bravo of the strike drones breached the roof from 500 feet above, those lines became the weakest link. The first Bravo drone knifed through a skylight and buried its warhead into the central cylinder of press number 1. The copper liner inverted upon detonation, producing a jet moving at tens of thousands of feet per second that sliced through steel like fabric. The explosion forced steel doors from their hinges and hurled debris across the production floor. Seconds later, the second and third drones followed, their charges targeting the companion press. Heat built so rapidly inside the hall that structural columns deformed. While those detonations shook the interior of the complex, Team Charlie completed the outer phase of the strike. 10 drones streaked between storage sheds and open yards, where T-90 hulls waited in rows for paint and final assembly. Despite the heavy armor, the drones ignored the thickest plating, instead locking onto engine compartments, access hatches, and fuel inlets. One drone's detonation cascaded across 3 adjacent hulls, when stored lubricants flashed into flame. Within moments, the yard looked like a line of failed suns casting long shadows over the snow as fresh flakes melted mid-air before reaching the ground. The operators in their remote bunkers monitored telemetry until each drone confirmed impact, then shifted to thermal feeds to assess damage patterns spreading across the site. When the final warhead detonated, the blast reverberated across the silent factory grounds. The S-400 battery's radar systems completed their reboot only after the decisive strikes had already occurred, leaving crews staring helplessly at the flare of heat blooms smeared across their displays. By then, the hydraulic presses were irrecoverable, their housings warped, cylinders collapsed, and internal precision surfaces cooled into misaligned forms that could not be machined back to tolerance. Those presses were 2 of only 4 such machines within the Russian Federation, each required for forging single-piece turret rings capable of withstanding impacts better than welded alternatives. Without them, production would revert to 1955 methods, forcing turret assemblies to be cast in smaller sections and welded together. That process tripled production time and reduced armor integrity by roughly 40%, a regression that rippled outward to every contractor. Analysts in Kyiv estimated that the attack brought at least half a year of reduced pressure on Ukrainian frontline units, granting breathing room measured not just in time but in avoided casualties. By 6 a.m., as snow continued falling over the skeletal remains of the press hall, videos recorded by stunned workers began circulating across encrypted channels and then emerging on open networks. Grainy clips showed the factory in total darkness, punctuated only by fires still smoldering among the debris. The myth of the Ural fortress, long held as a symbol of industrial resilience, seemed to unravel in real time. Citizens questioned how a facility considered one of Russia's safest assets had fallen in less than 2 minutes. Defense officials attempted to explain away the failure by citing unprecedented weather and unusual tactics, but the images told a different story. An undefended industrial giant struck with surgical precision despite layers of expensive protection. Somewhere in Moscow, planners faced the sobering arithmetic of $2 million spent against billions in losses, and the realization that the battlefield had expanded deep into territory once thought unreachable. At the same moment, officials drafted internal briefings. Ukrainian analysts pored over telemetry captured throughout the operation. The recordings showed how each phase had aligned with precise timing, from the low-altitude penetration of the first wave to the artificially induced radar blindness that opened the door for the Luty-class drones. Those 820-kilogram warheads, originally tested for penetrating hardened depot, had performed beyond expectations when striking equipment under full operational load. Structural stresses, elevated temperatures, and active hydraulic cycles had all magnified the destructive potential. Engineers reviewing the footage noted that the press hall's failure initiated not only from the shaped charge penetrations, but from thermal gradients tearing metal apart faster than any tool could follow. The attack was more than a strike. It was a controlled industrial collapse executed under cover of snow. Inside Ukrainian command centers, operators watched the aftermath unfold with analytical calm. Each drone's final telemetry suggested how environmental conditions had influenced its guidance, revealing subtle drift patterns that would be corrected in future missions. Engineers noted how the blizzard had masked visible signatures while simultaneously reducing infrared contrast, forcing reliance on inertial platforms and laser ring gyroscopes that never once deviated beyond their narrow error margins. The data confirmed what planners had theorized for months, that coordinated electronic obscuration combined with weather alignment could nullify even layered Russian air defense systems. The decoy wave had not merely absorbed missiles. It had manipulated engagement priorities, convincing automated logic trees to exhaust the very resources needed to stop the main attack. Every second from 3:10 a.m. to 3:17 a.m. had been structured to exploit those tendencies. Russian response teams deployed to the darkened factory with difficulty. Roads leading toward the complex were partially blocked by snowdrifts, and emergency lighting remained offline after the substation failure. Fire crews attempting to approach the wrecked press hall found molten metal cooling in uneven sheets that still radiated heat hours after the detonations. Inside the scorched chamber, columns bowed like softened rails, and fragments of the hydraulic cylinder lay fused into warped plates that had once been precision-machined surfaces. The air held the sharp scent of burned lubricant and vaporized steel, marking the boundary between what had stood and what had collapsed. Technicians arriving at dawn realized quickly that no salvage protocol would restore the presses to function. Even disassembly for transport was impossible. The machines had effectively melted into immovable masses bound to the factory floor. As official assessments trickled upward, Russian industrial planners confronted grim mathematics. Replacing a 25,000-ton hydraulic press was not simply a matter of funding, but of global capability. Only a handful of facilities worldwide could produce equipment of similar scale, and none would risk violating sanctions to ship a replacement. Even if clandestine channels were attempted, fabrication and transport would require years, not months, leaving the tank program without its core machinery. Welding turret rings from segmented components introduced structural weaknesses that ballistics experts had spent decades trying to eliminate. Tanks assembled with such compromises would not survive impacts that their predecessors endured, reducing battlefield survivability at a time when losses were already unsustainable. Supply officers understood the cascade immediately. Delays in the turret production meant idle assembly lines, bottlenecked drivetrain suppliers, and overstocked inventory with no final platform to receive it. Further complications emerged across the broader logistical network. Rail shipments carrying engines toward Nizhny Tagil were halted and redirected, causing congestion at hubs that had not been designed for extended storage. Workers at satellite facilities found themselves processing components for tanks that no longer had completion timelines, creating mismatches between labor, output, and strategic demand. Fuel allocations, once earmarked for transporting finished armor, were reassigned to other sectors, straining distribution patterns already disrupted by earlier strikes. The attack's impact propagated like a shockwave through spreadsheets and procurement systems, leaving officers scrambling to reassign budgets while acknowledging that no short-term solution existed. The shutdown of Uralvagonzavod was not merely a local failure. It represented a structural fracture in a defense ecosystem dependent on synchronized flow.
According to preliminary data, this morning a truck exploded on the road section of the Crimea Bridge from the side of the Taman Peninsula.
Russia's investigative committee says the blast was caused by a truck bomb and has identified the truck's owner as a resident of the city of Krasnodar.
At 4:14 local time on June 24th, 2025, a Russian Pantsir S-1 convoy rolled toward the Azovka Bridge, believing it was entering safe rear territory, not a prepared killing ground. The column carried firepower that normally travels under layered protection, not stretched across a single steel span above a narrow valley. For the crews inside the vehicles, this was a routine pre-dawn redeployment, another movement order on a crowded war map. For Ukrainian planners, however, those coordinates had been highlighted for weeks. They knew that within the hour, a decision taken in Moscow would align metal, explosives, and weak concrete in a way that could not be undone. The story did not begin on the bridge. It began in quiet back rooms where Ukrainian negotiators pushed a civilian-focused proposal that sounded almost boring on paper, a controlled humanitarian corridor across a 1.6-mile inland route that snaked through the hills toward Kherson. Officially, it was about food, medicine, and evacuees. Unofficially, it was a test of Russian intent and a way to measure how much Moscow valued this crossing. When the Kremlin rejected the accord, not gradually, but with an explicit personal refusal from the top, Ukrainian intelligence analysts understood the signal. If Russia would not use Azovka as a pressure valve, it would probably use it as a spearhead. Azovka Bridge itself was never meant to carry the weight of strategy. Built as a quiet inland artery, it stretched over a narrow valley with welded spans and concrete piers that engineers once considered adequate for mixed civilian traffic. Over time, maintenance delays and heavier military loads left scars that only specialists noticed. Span 145, a central segment of the deepest part of the ravine, had developed micro-fractures around an aging support bearing. For Ukraine, that span became an opportunity. Structural reports, satellite imagery, and seismic readings fed simulations that asked a simple question: how much force would it take to turn this crossing from asset into liability? The answer arrived from Moscow in the form of an order signed hours before sunrise. Instead of allowing neutral relief convoys, Russia pushed a 22-vehicle Pantsir S-1 column into the very corridor Ukraine had already marked as fragile. 6 launchers, 4 radar-controlled vehicles, 2 mobile command trucks, and 10 ammunition carriers loaded with roughly 14,057 E-6 missiles were told to move south and prepare the skies for a new thrust toward Kherson. On paper, this looked like a mobile air defense spearhead, worth hundreds of millions of dollars in equipment. In practice, it formed a single line of explosives and electronics, heading straight for the weakest span. Ukrainian planners had already reserved their answer. In a forward operations room, officers from the Air Force and military intelligence studied a digital model of the valley, tracing approach paths that threaded between Russian radar lobes like a needle through cloth. The platform of choice was the F-16 Block 50, a multi-role fighter able to carry precision glide munitions while staying low over terrain. Each jet would lift with a pair of bombs weighing roughly 250 kilograms apiece, weapons that could glide many kilometers before diving onto coordinates with meter-level accuracy. The objective was not only to destroy vehicles, but to drive force directly into the stress lines of span 145. By 4:10 a.m., the first decision that mattered was already fixed. Humanitarian traffic would not cross Azovka. Combat vehicles would. 24 minutes later, at roughly 4:32, the Pantsir column rolled onto the approach road, engines droning at convoy speed while drivers scanned for roadside threats, not for danger from the sky. The crews believed they sat deep enough inside friendly lines to be untouchable. Their radars remained in transit mode, antennas folded or set to passive, conserving power and revealing little. To them, this was a safe inland bridge with no coastline, no obvious enemy firing positions, just layered hills and a steel ribbon arcing across a sleeping valley. That same valley looked very different through Ukrainian eyes. Long before the first vehicle touched the span, surveillance assets had mapped every contour, every heat source, every echo that mattered. When the 22-vehicle line began to stretch across the bridge deck, analysts in Kyiv watched icons slide into a single choke point and marked the moment as irreversible exposure. Around 4:47, clearance moved through encrypted channels to the forward fighter detachment. Minutes later, 2 F-16s left their shelter, climbed just high enough to clear terrain, then dropped back into the folds of the landscape, throttles at military power, radar sets quiet, closing on Azovka under the cover of the hills. At 4:55 a.m., the lead fighter eased upward just enough for its sensors to gain visual confirmation on the target area. Below, the entire Russian formation stretched bumper to bumper across the bridge, each vehicle positioned with mathematical precision for a strike they could not see coming. The pilot watched the geometry stabilize, letting the aircraft's targeting computer convert bridge coordinates, vehicle spacing, and glide angle into a firing solution. When the authorization indicator turned green, the two GBU-39 bombs detached from their pylons, their wings deploying instantly as they dove toward the steel span, with guidance algorithms measuring distance in inches rather than meters. Above the valley, the fighters banked away, engines staying below afterburner to avoid generating signatures that surviving sensors might detect. The first bomb struck the nearest radar control vehicle, its warhead punching through metal plating before igniting the equipment inside. The explosion sprayed fragments outward, shredding antenna arrays and throwing shards over the guardrail. Helmets and panels briefly appeared as heat spots on infrared before vanishing into the rising blast cloud. The second bomb descended toward an ammunition carrier, a truck loaded with thousands of missiles whose propellant mass turned the entire rear of the convoy into a volatile chain waiting for a spark. When the warhead triggered, the delayed reaction lasted only a heartbeat. Then the cargo ignited, sending a white-hot plume along the deck that tore through the formation like a shockwave. Within seconds, canisters ruptured in rapid succession. Fuel tanks ignited as temperatures surged past thresholds that military vehicles were never designed to withstand. Infrared sensors recorded the blast column rising more than 200 feet, bright enough to overload some of the receiving equipment. The shockwave rolled into the hillsides, cracking glass in a village nearly 2 kilometers away. On the bridge, the 22-vehicle formation turned into a burning chain of debris as flames spilled across the asphalt surface. Vehicle frames bent and collapsed as heat exceeded temperatures known to warp structural steel. Around 4:57, the bridge itself began to react. No longer a stable platform, but a structure-absorbing force it could not redistribute. Minutes later, the consequences began reaching Russian command posts. Around 5:02 a.m., fragmented reports indicated a catastrophic loss, with thermal readings near the bridge still above 600 degrees Celsius. Drones dispatched for assessment disappeared from feeds as residual explosions from cooking off missiles destroyed their optics. Attempts to move ground teams closer were delayed by intense heat and continuing detonations every dozen or so seconds. Operators initially suspected sabotage or guided artillery. Only later did satellite data clarify the pattern. 2 precise impact craters marking the signatures of F-16 delivered glide munitions. When analysts calculated the equipment lost, they faced a total write-off of mobile air defense assets valued at well over $230 million. The loss reshaped regional defense planning instantly. With roughly 11% of their mobile interceptors gone in one event, Russian commanders halted preparations for the planned push toward Kherson. Aircraft operating within a 150-kilometer radius were grounded under emergency protocols. Air defense coverage collapsed into temporary blind spots, forcing units to reposition and accept delays. At the same time, Ukrainian pilots completed the second half of their mission, withdrawing along low-altitude corridors, while Russian radar networks attempted to recover from the destruction of multiple mobile units. 3 of the 6 radar trucks had been incinerated outright. 2 were split by the blast. 1 had been thrown several hundred meters downrange and left unrecognizable. Ukrainian signals teams capitalized on the confusion, inserting decoy transmissions and false radar echoes into channels that Russian operators were trying to recover. For several minutes, Russian screens displayed conflicting data streams filled with ghost signatures that drew attention away from the retreating fighters. By 5:06 a.m., both jets crossed back into secure airspace, the mission log showing a total duration of 29 minutes from launch to touchdown. Analysts reviewing the strike later confirmed that the bombs impacted within less than a meter of their designated aim points, a level of accuracy that reflected coordination between intelligence, pilots, and surveillance teams monitoring every variable leading up to the strike. Within hours, Ukrainian forces launched coordinated FP-5 drone attacks that targeted exposed logistics vehicles and secondary command shelters. 9 supply trucks and 2 mobile command sites were destroyed in a series of strikes made possible by the absence of air defense units that had been eliminated on the bridge. Supply routes that once moved east to west now rerouted nearly 85 kilometers to avoid gaps in coverage, adding transit delays that stretched to 14 hours in some cases. Reports from frontline battalions indicated that daily resupply fell to as low as 40% of normal levels, slowing operations and forcing planners to reconsider timetables across the region. At mid-morning, international monitoring stations confirmed what Ukrainian analysts had already concluded. The blast from Azovka Bridge registered across a radius of more than 92 kilometers, placing it among the most significant non-nuclear detonations recorded that year. Satellite sensors captured thermal spikes, airborne particulates, and shock patterns that aligned with a cascading series of munitions ignitions rather than a single detonation. Analysts reviewing the data noted that by concentrating such a large volume of explosives on a structurally vulnerable span, Russian command had unintentionally created the conditions for a catastrophic chain reaction. This concentration amplified the effect of Ukraine's precision strike far beyond the destructive potential of the bombs alone, functioning as an explosive multiplier that no defensive doctrine could offset once ignition occurred. Across Russian channels, the internal reaction followed a predictable rhythm. Early transmissions included speculation about sabotage or the use of an unfamiliar long-range weapon. However, as overhead imagery arrived, the patterns became unmistakable. 2 aligned impact zones on the bridge deck matched the profile of glide munitions launched from low-flying fighters. Damage to the convoy displayed a sequence consistent with a chain reaction beginning at an ammunition carrier. Thermal signatures from the aftermath showed repeated bursts linked to missile propellant cooking off under sustained heat. As these findings spread, the operational consequences grew clearer. An air defense formation designed to shield southern ground forces had been reduced to scorched fragments in seconds. And with it, an entire operational plan collapsed. Russian commanders in the region confronted immediate constraints. Units positioned near the Khersonan axis lacked the air defense coverage that allowed them to move with confidence in areas vulnerable to drones and low-flying aircraft. As a result, formations were ordered to halt or slow their advance until temporary replacements could be arranged. Logistics crews found themselves restricted to daylight movements along altered supply routes, reducing throughput and increasing exposure. Communications teams attempted to re-establish coherent radar coverage but faced the loss of critical nodes, each one requiring specialized equipment and trained operators. In the hours that followed, priority lists shifted from offensive momentum to damage control, a transition that reverberated through planning cells and field commanders alike. For Ukrainian intelligence, the operation provided a wealth of data that extended beyond immediate tactical success. Analysis teams examined the bridge collapse frame by frame, comparing heat maps and deformation patterns to pre-strike models. The correlation between explosive force and structural failure confirmed assessments that Span 145 represented a critical weakness. The manner in which the deck folded and separated exposed long-standing maintenance deficiencies. Even without the chain reaction, the span might have failed under a smaller blast if precisely placed. This validation informed future planning discussions that focused on identifying similar vulnerabilities along key military routes across occupied territory, marking them for potential interdiction should opportunities arise. The effects on Russian logistics manifested rapidly. Units relying on Azovka Bridge as part of their supply chain faced delays that rippled through their schedules. Fuel deliveries arrived late, ammunition movement slowed. Rerouted convoys traveled longer distances on roads that were not designed for heavy traffic, creating bottlenecks that forced some groups to wait for hours before passing through narrow choke points. Reports from the field described shortages of spare parts for armored vehicles, reduced availability of medical supplies, and the need for improvised fuel distribution using smaller trucks that took additional trips to meet demand. Although no single shortage threatened collapse on its own, Together, they increased pressure on units already balancing complex operational requirements. In Moscow, briefings presented an unwelcome picture. The loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in air defense equipment, the destruction of a critical bridge, and the subsequent disruptions placed planners in a difficult position. Rebuilding Azovka would require specialized engineering brigades, protected work zones, and a sustained flow of materials that could themselves become targets. Until reconstruction progressed, forces in the sector operated with reduced flexibility. Decision-makers faced a reality in which a single strike delivered by 2 aircraft had undone months of logistical preparation and forced revisions to timetables that had previously appeared stable. The incident served as an example of how precision, timing, and intelligence could offset numerical and material advantages. Even as reconstruction planning began, Ukrainian analysts continued reviewing communications intercepts and movement data to assess the longer-term consequences of the strike. Shifts in Russian redeployment patterns suggested that commanders sought to compensate for their reduced air defense presence by dispersing assets more widely than before. This dispersion lowered the effectiveness of integrated coverage that previously allowed layered protection. In addition, the need to pull units from secondary sectors to reinforce vulnerable points introduced imbalances that Ukrainian planners watched closely. Each change in the defensive grid created openings or increased stress on adjacent sectors. These adjustments carried risks that could influence future operations across the southern theater. In the days following the incident, the psychological effects became evident in intercepted conversations and field reports. Some Russian soldiers expressed concern about traveling across inland bridges previously assumed to be secure. Drivers questioned why such a large convoy had been directed onto a single span without active radar scanning. Others worried about the possibility of additional strikes targeting similar bottlenecks. For Ukrainian forces, the operation demonstrated that careful surveillance and precise timing could produce disproportionate results, even against heavily equipped formations. It reinforced the value of integrating intelligence, engineering assessments, and air power into a unified operation aimed at specific vulnerabilities, rather than broad frontline engagements. As assessments continued, the broader implications became clear. The strike at Azovka Bridge highlighted a shift in the conflict where infrastructure once considered safe could become decisive points of failure. The vulnerability of logistics corridors, combined with the reach of precision munitions, created an environment in which concentrating high-value assets in narrow spaces carried unacceptable risk. The incident underscored how modern warfare increasingly favored forces that could analyze, anticipate, and exploit structural or operational weaknesses. For Ukraine, it served as proof that careful coordination enabled them to shape events far beyond the immediate battlefield. For Russia, it exposed how quickly a single oversight could unravel an entire operational design. The sailors on the Turkish cargo ship first thought they were watching a distant storm. A low buzzing grew louder above the port of Novorossiysk. Then the sky fractured into streaks of light as Ukrainian drones skimmed the waterline and climbed almost vertically toward the shore. Cameras shook on mobile phones, curses were muttered in Turkish, and someone laughed nervously as an explosion lit up a fuel tank on the pier. What made these images unforgettable was not only the violence unfolding a few hundred meters away, but the attitude of the crew. They leaned on railings, smoking and joking, while Russian air defense tracers tore uselessly into the wrong patch of sky, as if the war now belonged to someone else, and Russia was only a background actor. Those minutes recorded from a stranded merchant vessel captured the essence of a new phase in the Black Sea War. While Ukrainian sea-launched and air-launched drones hunted targets for hours, the Russian Black Sea Fleet remained at anchor, searchlights sweeping, but guns largely silent. Sirens echoed from the shoreline, flashes marked impact points at depots and warehouses. Yet the Turkish sailors filmed with the detached calm of tourists documenting a fireworks show. For decades, Russian warships in this harbor had symbolized regional dominance. Now, those same ships looked like static scenery, pinned to the pier, while smaller, cheaper machines rewrote the balance of power above and around them in real time. This night was not an isolated spectacle. It formed one of many blows in a 3-week offensive that began on the 14th of November and continued until the 5th of December, stretching from Novorossiysk to waters approaching the Turkish coast. In that period, Ukrainian forces executed a continuous sequence of drone and missile strikes against ports, tank farms, and maritime traffic that together amounted to an undeclared blockade. The aim was not to fight a classic naval battle, ship against ship, but to strangle the logistical bloodstream that kept Russian guns firing and Russian refineries connected to global markets, while proving that distance and heavy armor no longer guaranteed safety. At the center of this strategy stood the decision to treat Russia's Black Sea ports as a single connected system, rather than separate targets. Novorossiysk supplied fuel, ammunition, and commercial cargo. Terminals on the Taman Peninsula acted as gateways to the Sea of Azov. Smaller facilities along the coast handled everything from grain to coal. Ukrainian planners mapped this network as one continuous chain and then set out to break as many links as possible in rapid succession. Each successful hit on a depot or loading pier forced ships to divert, and every diversion pushed them closer to danger, compressing traffic into narrower corridors where drones and missiles could find them more easily. The opening blows focused on demonstrating that Russian air defenses, long advertised as among the most advanced in the world, were in practice disoriented and vulnerable. On several nights, including the one recorded by the Turkish crew, Russian batteries concentrated fire in the opposite direction from incoming drones, chasing decoys, while real weapons slid in low over the sea. Radar operators seemed to expect threats from predictable vectors, while Ukrainian engineers deliberately chose unorthodox approach paths, masking drones among civilian traffic or sea clutter. The result was a pattern of explosions along fuel lines and dockside equipment that suggested not random luck but careful exploitation of psychological and technical blind spots. Behind the spectacle lay a new Ukrainian destruction package that blended domestic innovation with Western assistance. The best-known component was the R-360 Neptune missile, originally a coastal defense weapon and now adapted for deep strike roles. New versions of this missile were reported to reach roughly 1,000 kilometers, carrying warheads weighing more than 250 kilograms, enough to break through hardened structures inside port complexes. Fired from concealed launchers on shore, these Neptunes hunted strategic assets such as S-400 air defense batteries positioned to shield naval bases, turning the supposed guardians of the coast into high-value targets in their own right. The second pillar of the campaign consisted of jet-powered long-range drones, often referred to in Ukrainian sources as Bur-type systems. Unlike earlier propeller-driven models, these craft accelerated to around 800 kilometers per hour and flew at varying altitudes, complicating interception. Their thermobaric warheads, estimated between 50 and 100 kilograms, were not designed to sink large warships outright, but to shred exposed infrastructure, ignite fuel reservoirs, and render harbor facilities temporarily unusable. Speed, low radar signature, and flexible routing forced Russian defenders to track multiple fast-moving echoes, eroding reaction time to well under a single second in many engagements. Port infrastructure itself was assigned to specialized unmanned platforms, labeled in open sources as FP-1 and FP-2 series drones. These machines carried heavier payloads, often between 100 and 120 kilograms, and were programmed to dive directly into cranes, loading arms, and pier heads. Where a missile might crater a yard, an FP series strike could sever the mechanical arms that actually moved cargo between ship and shore, turning a functional terminal into a pile of twisted metal. By pairing these drones with real-time reconnaissance, Ukrainian operators could aim not just at large storage tanks, but at specific choke points whose loss would immobilize entire facilities for weeks. The most symbolically significant land-based strike came on the 5th of December at the port complex on the Taman Peninsula, widely described by analysts as the main gateway to the Sea of Azov. This area served not only as a fuel hub for Crimean-bound traffic, but also as a redistribution point for grain and coal previously seized from occupied cities like Mariupol and Berdyansk. By tearing through storage facilities and loading equipment there, Ukrainian forces undermined both the military logistics chain and a lucrative shadow economy that had helped finance the invasion. Flames rising from Taman meant that the cost of occupation would now include direct attacks on the profit centers that made that occupation sustainable. From the 14th of November onward, data from shipping trackers and regional observers began to reveal the cumulative impact of this pressure. Vessels that had once treated Novorossiysk as a secure anchor point hesitated offshore or diverted to more distant ports. Insurance premiums for any routes skirting the northeastern Black Sea climbed sharply as underwriters recalculated the probability of drone strikes against tankers and cargo ships. Captains weighed the risk of entering a harbor where videos of burning terminals circulated daily on social networks, knowing that even a minor incident could strand their vessel for weeks, ruin reputations, and trigger expensive legal disputes over damaged cargo and environmental contamination. By the time the first week of December ended, Russia's Black Sea port network resembled less a disciplined naval bastion and more a series of embattled islands linked by fragile commercial threads. Novorossiysk, once promoted as a safe alternative to Crimean bases threatened by long-range Ukrainian weapons, now sat squarely inside the danger zone. Every tanker docking there became a potential symbol of vulnerability rather than strength. Ukrainian strategists understood that the true value of these strikes lay not only in destroyed infrastructure, but also in the message sent to every shipowner and insurer watching the region. The message was simple and brutal. That proximity to Russia's main ports no longer guaranteed protection. It invited risk. For weeks prior, maritime intelligence groups had observed irregular drone signatures slipping across commercial traffic lanes that mirrored shipping routes. The strikes on the Chiros and the Virat confirmed what many analysts suspected, that Ukraine had extended its surveillance and engagement reach far beyond the immediate zones surrounding Russian ports. The fact that both tankers were empty underscored the primary purpose of the attacks, not to trigger catastrophic oil spills, but to compromise Russia's economic throughput by destroying the vessels it relied on to move energy products. Damaged hulls, evacuated crews, and days lost to inspections created economic losses disproportionate to the actual physical damage inflicted. Russian commentators pointed to the location of these incidents as evidence of a widening confrontation. Kandera sits along one of the busiest maritime arteries connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, with thousands of vessels passing annually under the monitoring of the Turkish Coast Guard. The strikes occurred despite this oversight, suggesting that surveillance assets had difficulty distinguishing combat drones from the clutter of civilian movement. Meanwhile, Turkish authorities maintained measured silence, a posture that echoed their response to the earlier Russian strike on a Turkish civilian ship in Izmail on the 17th of November, 2025. This symmetry of silence signaled a subtle shift in regional sentiment, where Ankara appeared unwilling to shield Moscow from the consequences of its own escalation. The pattern continued on the 2nd of December 2025 when another tanker, the Mid-Volga II, flying a Russian flag, was hit approximately 80 miles off Turkey's northern coastline while transporting sunflower oil to Georgia. This was the third tanker struck within a span of 1 week, reinforcing the perception that the Black Sea had transformed from a stable trade route into a contested arena where even routine commercial voyages carried heightened danger. The cumulative psychological impact on the maritime community became evident as seasoned captains refused assignments to Russian-bound ports, citing unacceptable exposure for their crews. As commercial uncertainty grew, logistical systems that relied on predictable vessel rotation began to strain. The Turkish shipping operator Besiktas Denizcilik, one of the most experienced carriers in the region, announced a suspension of its operations involving Russian oil transport, describing risk levels as unsustainable. When such a major player withdrew, the message to the industry was unmistakable that the Black Sea's commercial environment had effectively shut its doors to Russian energy exports. With fewer ships willing to load cargo, Russia's seaborne oil shipments fell sharply in November 2025 to roughly 1.7 million barrels per day, marking a decline of approximately 31% from October. This contraction rippled through Russia's broader economic architecture. With maritime routes constrained, domestic storage filled rapidly, forcing refineries to reduce output. Inland transportation networks struggled to compensate, as road and rail options lacked the capacity to absorb volumes formerly pushed through Novorossiysk and Taman. Russian analysts warned privately that a prolonged eruption could reduce annual oil revenues by tens of billions of dollars, with the figure of $25 billion often cited as a threshold for significant budgetary strain. Each delayed shipment, each vessel idling offshore, and each cancelled contract translated into shrinking revenue streams that Moscow had counted on to sustain its military operations. On the battlefield, the loss of stable port access had immediate consequences. Novorossiysk had served as a pivotal alternative supply chain to the Crimean Bridge, whose vulnerability had been exposed by repeated Ukrainian strikes. Military convoys depended on fuel and munitions arriving through the port, moving onward to the fronts in Zaporizhia and Donetsk. When port activity stalled, deliveries slowed and armored units faced shortages that limited operational tempo. Videos circulated online of Russian tank brigades rationing fuel, a stark contrast to earlier claims of abundant reserves. The strategic cost of losing Novorossiysk as a reliable supply node extended far beyond maritime inconvenience. It imposed a creeping paralysis on frontline operations. Ukraine's success in undermining Russia's naval logistics did not stem from possessing a large navy. On the contrary, Ukraine entered the conflict without cruisers or submarines, relying instead on an array of asymmetric tools. The true advantage lay in integrating intelligence, sabotage, long-range drones, and precision missiles across a single operational picture. This approach targeted the vulnerabilities of a conventional navy that relied on predictable deployments and cumbersome protection systems. With carefully timed strikes, Ukraine compelled the Russian Black Sea Fleet to pull back from exposed positions, hiding vessels not only in Sevastopol, but also deeper inside Crimean and mainland harbors. As Ukrainian pressure intensified throughout November and December, long-trusted Crimean naval bases became untenable. Facilities in Sevastopol and Feodosia were repeatedly hit, leaving dry docks, fuel depots, and repair shops damaged or unusable. The elite Ukrainian intelligence formation known as the Ghosts Unit dedicated weeks to weakening Russia's defensive umbrella by eliminating Podlet K1 radar installations that fed data to S-400 batteries. Breaking these radar links blinded systems that were supposed to detect and intercept incoming threats, opening corridors for subsequent strikes. Reports from early December indicated that a MiG-29 fighter jet and its associated radar node were destroyed on the 4th of December, further eroding Russia's ability to defend critical infrastructure. The collapse of Crimean defenses forced Russian commanders to implement a contingency plan, relocating a significant portion of the fleet to Novorossiysk. This move was intended to place ships out of reach of Ukrainian drones, yet the strikes documented by Turkish sailors proved that assumption obsolete. Vessels anchored at Novorossiysk found themselves within range of evolving Ukrainian capabilities, leaving no safe harbor. As losses mounted, Russian strategists floated the idea of shifting assets even farther east to Abkhazia, using the port of Oshimchira as a defensive refuge. But this so-called plan faced the same structural problem. Ukraine's long-range unmanned systems could reach targets far beyond traditional expectations, rendering geographic relocation ineffective. This erosion of defensive options created a psychological dilemma inside Russia. For centuries, Russian rulers had pursued access to warm water seas as a cornerstone of strategic identity, viewing maritime presence as proof of great power status. Crimea's annexation in 2014 was framed domestically as the fulfillment of this historic ambition. Yet the events of late 2025 showed the opposite reality, that Russia's naval assets were now confined, its freedom of movement curtailed, and its ability to deter adversaries weakened. Instead of projecting power across the Black Sea, the fleet found itself sheltering in increasingly vulnerable harbors, unable to influence the war as intended. Russian civilians in regions near affected ports experienced the psychological dimension firsthand. Residents of Novorossiysk, accustomed to thinking of warfare as distant, awoke to the sound of detonations, saw smoke rising from facilities they once considered secure, and heard contradictory statements from officials. The gap between official reassurances and visible destruction widened, undermining public confidence in the state's ability to protect critical areas. This erosion of trust extended beyond port cities, echoing through regions reliant on energy revenues and transport networks, now entangled in a conflict that felt both closer and more unpredictable. By early December, the strategic landscape of the Black Sea had shifted in ways that few observers anticipated at the start of the year. Ukraine had not only disrupted maritime routes, but also challenged long-held assumptions about naval power. By turning the Black Sea into an environment where large ships became liabilities rather than assets, Ukraine forced Russia to confront the limits of its conventional strength. What emerged was a contest defined not by traditional fleets or large-scale naval battles, but by intelligence-driven precision operations that eroded Russia's maritime relevance step by step. As winter deepened, the cumulative disruption across the maritime corridor began to reshape global trade flows. Freight companies searching for alternatives attempted to reroute shipments through the eastern Mediterranean, the Caucasus, or the Danube. But each substitute route introduced delays and additional cost layers. Cargo that once crossed the Black Sea in predictable cycles now faced uncertainty at every stage, from port entry approvals to insurance verification. For Russia, the more immediate problem was that every diverted shipment reduced revenue in a fiscal year already strained by sanctions and wartime expenditures. Budget planners in Moscow quietly acknowledged mounting pressure as reserves, earmarked for strategic programs, were redirected to stabilize fuel distribution and replace damaged infrastructure. Within intelligence circles, the conversation shifted toward understanding how a country without a traditional navy had overturned assumptions held for decades. Ukraine's operational model relied on agile teams analyzing satellite feeds, open-source intelligence, intercepted communications, and real-time data streams from reconnaissance units. These analysts constructed dynamic threat maps that guided drone operators and missile crews to strike during windows of maximal effect. A harbor that appeared calm at dusk could be flooded with unmanned systems by nightfall, leaving defenders scrambling to identify targets amid a swarm of overlapping signals. This level of coordination suggested long-term planning rather than improvisation, a recognition that conventional fleets struggle when the nature of confrontation evolves faster than their structures permit. Russian military planners debated how to counter these asymmetric tools, but the structural challenges ran deep. Large surface vessels required extensive refueling, maintenance, and berthing capacity, all of which were vulnerable to aerial and maritime drones. Relocating ships farther east bought time but did not reduce exposure, as Ukraine's long-range systems extended their reach steadily. Installing more air defenses proved difficult because batteries were already stretched across multiple fronts, forced to choose between protecting cities, military bases, and industrial facilities. Each attack that bypassed these defenses illustrated the widening gap between Russia's theoretical capabilities and the practical realities of its overstressed logistics network. At 2:13 a.m. on December 2nd, 2025, the frozen silence of Mordovia broke in a way that never shows up on weather maps, with brief stabs of light and the hard, metallic cough of 30mm fire. Far outside Saransk, Russian operators were still treating their night shift like routine monitoring, the kind where the biggest threat is falling asleep at the console, when a formation of 11 Ukrainian drones began its final approach. For the next few minutes, nothing would matter except time, heat, and whether a machine could be taught the one instinct it was never meant to have. The trigger for this strike was not a single battlefield loss, but a decision made 48 hours earlier when Vladimir Putin rejected a peace deal and signaled that the war's tempo would not slow. In Kyiv, planners took that rejection as a forecast, not a statement, and their response focused on a quieter front than trenches and artillery. Russia had been building a monopoly on fiber-optic drone warfare, a method that turns the electromagnetic battlefield into background noise. If the factory survived, Russia would keep producing drones that ignore jammers like they are static on a dead radio channel. The target sat inside Mordovia's industrial footprint, like a plain rectangle of buildings that could pass for civilian manufacturing to an untrained eye. But intelligence mapped it as a strategic organ, an optic fiber systems plant feeding Russia's jam-resistant drone fleet, and more importantly, preserving the blueprint for scaling that fleet. Destroying warehouses would be a nuisance. Destroying the draw towers and the supporting power and cooling would be a multi-year wound. That is why this strike did not aim for spectacle. It aimed for blindness first, and then irreversibility. High above the frozen plains, One of the key tools looked more like a drifting shadow than an aircraft. The FP-1 mother drone weighed 155 pounds and skimmed roughly 800 feet above the ground, low enough to exploit terrain and weather, high enough to keep stable in thin winter air. Its electric motors ran at roughly 17% capacity, not for efficiency, but because the next increment, just 1% higher, pushed its thermal signature into a range Russian sensors could classify as intent rather than background. On Colonel Oleksiy's tactical display in Kyiv, the danger was drawn in concentric ring, bright and unforgiving. The outer red overlay marked the kill zone of the Nebo-M radar, described as capable of tracking hundreds of targets and sorting them from clutter that looks identical to harmless weather. Inside it sat the smaller, deadlier circle of a Panzer S2 engagement envelope, designed to chew up low-flying threats with short reaction time. And at the center, like a dot on a target board, sat the factory complex that made Russia's fiber optic advantage real. For roughly 400 miles, the mission leaned on stealth that was more physics than luck. The drones rode a low-level jet stream that acted like a moving conveyor belt, a tailwind that masked their ground speed and helped their composite bodies blend into the radar story of the night. To operators in Saransk, the cluster looked like a drifting snowstorm, a soft smear of returns that Doppler filters usually label as weather and ignore. That misclassification was the first hinge in the plan, and it would only hold as long as the drones stayed disciplined. The air temperature hovered around 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and that cold was both ally and trap. It helped cool motors and electronics, keeping heat contrast low against the landscape. But the final phase required acceleration and maneuvering. Hot lithium batteries against a freezing background do not look like clouds. They look like flares. Every throttle increase raised the risk that the Nebo-M would stop seeing weather and start seeing intent. The strike timeline allowed almost no margin, because the moment the drones broke classification, the Russian network could begin passing orders through hardened routines. At the moment, the wind slackened and the drones had to push harder to stay on schedule. The deception cracked. Their ground speed exceeded the wind vector by the small difference Doppler systems are built to notice, and the storm on Russian screens turned from gray to threat. Anomaly flagged, bearing called, speed increasing, the label stripped away. Now the race was not drone versus cannon, but drone versus message, with Russian command signals traveling through old copper lines toward defenders who could still wake up and fight if given enough seconds. 7 miles from the target, the Ukrainian formation committed. 5 FP-1 mother drones pitched up to roughly 2,000 feet, belly hatches opening as if the airframe exhaled, and released 20 Wild Hornet drones into the slipstream. These were cheap, aggressive, and intended to die loudly because their job was to collide with the air defense system's attention. A 6th FP-1 lagged behind with a different payload, dropping 4 Calibri drones carrying laser link terminals meant to survive the jamming that would soon blanket the area. With their cargo gone, the mother drones banked away, turning the battlefield over to what they had birthed. Below them, the Panzer S2 came alive, a compact fortress of sensors and guns on a vehicle chassis, designed for exactly this kind of intrusion. Its radar relied on Doppler prediction, calculating where a target would be seconds from now, based on where it is in this instant. The Wild Hornets attacked that math directly, sprinting, hovering, and darting sideways in patterns that collapsed radial velocity to zero, briefly blending into the static of trees and frozen ground. But the moment the Russian crew abandoned radar certainty and switched to heat, the calculus changed from invisible ghosts to bright targets. The Panzer's 10 ES-1 thermal system opened like an eye, scanning a spectrum where winter becomes black and engines become white. The landscape at roughly minus 12 degrees Celsius was dead cold, and the drones' frantic maneuvering heated batteries into a range that made them glow. The Russian gunner selected guns, and the twin 2A38M 30mm cannons spun up into a mechanical roar that did not sound like single shots so much as a continuous tearing. High-explosive tungsten poured into the sky at a rate measured in thousands of rounds per minute, turning the first hovering drones into carbon dust and burning lithium. In the first burst of violence, the Wild Hornets paid the price they were built to pay. Yet the plan did not collapse, because sacrifice was the bait, not the failure. As the gunner focused on the easiest glowing targets, the remaining drones stopped dancing and synchronized, shifting from evasion to execution. They did not aim for armored hull, but for the glass jaw on top of the turret. the unarmored optics module guiding the guns. Shaped charges struck that sensor suite with surgical brutality, shattering lasers and melting circuits, and inside the Panzer, the screens went black, leaving a loud metal box firing blindly into winter air. Silence after gunfire is not peace. It is uncertainty, and that uncertainty is exactly what the Ukrainian plan needed. With the Panzer blinded, its turrets slewed uselessly, firing into empty sky, while surviving Wild Hornets flattened their profiles and disappeared into tree lines, rooftops, and blind angles the radar could no longer paint. 5 drones had died to buy that blindness, and 6 remain, enough to reopen the airspace like a door kicked inward. In Kyiv, Colonel Alexei did not celebrate. He waited because the second phase depended on proof, not hope. High above the smoke, the 4 Calibri drones stabilized and separated, their movements deliberate and calm compared to the chaos below. Each deployed a compact pod that resembled a camera lens, but instead of capturing images, it emitted tightly focused light. When the laser link activated, invisible beams at 1550 nanometers reached back toward a relay, drifting under a parachute miles away. Free space optical communication does not behave like radio. It does not spread. It does not leak. Unless you physically block the beam, you cannot touch it. Far off, a Russian Krasuka 4 jamming station poured noise into the spectrum, flooding the air with enough energy to drown civilian radios and military links alike. It made no difference. The laser cut through electronic chaos like a needle through fabric. On Alexei's screen, a red warning flickered, hesitated, and turned green. Link established. Bandwidth measured in gigabits, latency measured in milliseconds. The image resolved into clean 4K clarity. The factory roof sharp enough to count seams. Control was not partial. It was absolute. The brilliance of the Calibri drones lay not in their explosives, but in their networking. They were not just bombers. They were routers, restoring a swarm that had been deliberately fragmented under fire. Short-range encrypted signals rippled downward to the 6 surviving Wild Hornets. 10 drones, 10 warheads, and 10 independent camera feeds filled the command center in Kyiv. The battlefield became a grid of choices instead of a blur of guesswork. The target beneath them sprawled across roughly 4 acres, a geometry of buildings that looked unremarkable until intelligence overlays lit up the critical nodes. Offices were irrelevant. Warehouses were expendable. The heart of the plant sat inside 3 silica draw towers, each 3 stories tall, each operating like a controlled volcano. Inside, pure glass preforms melted at roughly 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit and were pulled into strands thinner than human hair. Delicate, expensive, and impossible to replace quickly, they were the reason this site mattered. Supporting those towers was a web of power and cooling that had to function continuously. Lose electricity, and pumps die. Lose cooling, and molten glass stops flowing. Ukrainian planners understood that explosives alone were not enough. They needed to turn the plan's own physics against it. That is why the first commands were not aimed at the towers, but at the arteries feeding them. Team Alpha received its assignment without ceremony. 3 Wild Hornets detached and descended toward a 110 kilovolt substation on the edge of the complex. Their approach was fast and low, shaped charges aligned from metal and ceramic rather than concrete. Impact was immediate and violent. Transformers ruptured, spraying boiling oil and fragments, while a massive blue arc snapped through the air before the lights across the facility died all at once. Darkness fell, and with it, the cooling systems went silent. Inside the production halls, alarms screamed on battery power as temperatures began to spike. Molten glass, no longer drawn into perfect strands, thickened and stalled. Pressure rising inside channels never meant to hold it still. This was the moment the strike had been designed around. The Calibri drones and the remaining Wild Hornets aligned above the main hall, but one obstacle remained between them and permanent damage. The roof, reinforced corrugated steel, built to shrug off heavy snow and casual impacts. The final Wild Hornets became a breach team. They accelerated to roughly 120 miles per hour, carrying shaped charges with copper cones designed to focus energy into narrow jets. They did not aim randomly, they struck directly above Draw Tower 1 and Draw Tower 2, punching neat molten holes through steel decking with flashes that lasted less than a blink. No fragmentation, no wasted force, just clean entry points carved by physics doing exactly what it was told. As smoke curled upward, the 4 Calibri drones descended through the openings, threading narrow paths into the dark interior. Their cameras adjusted to the red glow of failing ovens and emergency lights. Targets resolved quickly. Hydrogen tanks, structural bases, and the lower sections of the towers. These drones carried thermobaric warheads, weapons that use oxygen itself as part of the explosion. When they detonated, the fireball consumed air, pressure, and heat in a single violent equation. The Russian defenders were not entirely passive. A commander climbed from the disabled Panzer, ignoring cold and debris, and raised a shoulder, fired Igla missile. It was a desperate act. More hope than plan. Without a proper lock, he fired anyway, the missile screaming upward and detonating close enough to disrupt one trailing Wild Hornet, which tumbled into the parking lot and exploded harmlessly against concrete. It changed nothing. The main formation was already inside. 4 detonations bloomed almost simultaneously within the hall. Temperatures spiked beyond 4,000 degrees as hydrogen ruptured, and the thermobaric effect ripped oxygen from the space. The roof lifted and collapsed in sections, and the camera feeds dissolved into static as each drone fulfilled its purpose. At approximately 2:20 a.m., sound faded, leaving Mordovia quiet again. Inside the ruined halls, the silica draw towers were no longer machines, but fused masses of glass and steel, their internal geometries warped beyond recognition. These were not components that could be swapped out of storage or repaired with overtime shifts. Each tower had been custom built, calibrated over months, and tied directly to proprietary processes that could not simply be copied from a manual. In Kyiv, analysts began translating visual confirmation into timelines. Replacing a single draw tower under ideal conditions could take close to a year, assuming uninterrupted access to specialized materials, foreign components, and skilled technicians. Replacing all of them under sanctions and wartime constraints stretched that estimate further. Conservative projections placed a recovery somewhere between 14 and 18 months, and that assumed no further disruptions. In a conflict measured in production cycles, that delay was not a setback, it was a chokehold. The financial asymmetry sharpened the assessment. Ukraine's planners tallied expenditures across the entire operation, from airframes to warheads to launch logistics, arriving at a figure hovering around $400,000. Russian losses, by contrast, were not limited to the physical plant. The facility itself was valued at roughly $1.2 billion, but its true cost lay in lost momentum. Fiber optic drone production was not paused. It was effectively erased from the calendar until at least 2027. That erasure hit at a doctrine Russia had been quietly building. Fiber-guided drones represented a way to bypass the escalating electronic warfare duel that defined the front lines. They promised reliability where radio links failed, and control where jamming dominated. Without the Mordovia plant, Russia's ability to scale that concept collapsed. Existing stocks became precious and finite, and future deployments reverted to systems vulnerable to the same countermeasures Ukraine had been refining for years. For the Russian air defense crews involved, the night ended in reports that would never circulate publicly. A Panzer S-2 rendered operationally blind without catastrophic hull damage posed uncomfortable questions about doctrine and protection priorities. The system had performed as designed against visible threats, but its vulnerability lay in the unarmored complexity that made it effective. Protecting sensors against high-angle attacks meant trade-offs in weight and cost that planners had long deferred. Those questions extended upward. Defending frontline troops required air defenses close to the fight. Defending strategic industry required pulling those same systems deeper into the rear. The strike in Mordovia forced a binary choice that could not be solved with rhetoric. Leave defenses forward and risk losing irreplaceable factories, or pull them back and expose forces at the front. To the very drones this industry was meant to sustain. Either option carried consequences that rippled beyond a single night. Intelligence services on both sides quietly adjusted their models. For Ukraine, the operation validated an approach that treated industrial nodes as battlefields governed by physics, not politics. For Russia, It exposed how deeply production and protection had intertwined and how brittle that relationship could be when confronted by coordinated autonomy, networking, and sacrifice. The absence of follow-on strikes in the immediate hours did not signal restraint. It signaled that the objective had been fully met. In the days that followed, the region returned to routine rhythms, but the silence carried weight. Rail lines ran, offices reopened, and reports framed the incident as an isolated attack. Yet inside procurement offices and planning rooms, the absence of fiber shipments became a persistent problem with no quick fix. Workarounds appeared on paper and died in feasibility reviews. Imports were blocked, domestic substitutes failed qualification. Time, once an ally, turned adversarial. For Ukraine, the success reinforced a principle that had guided much of its asymmetric strategy. Winning did not require matching Russia platform for platform. It required identifying the small number of nodes where disruption produced cascading effects. The drones over Mordovia did not need to survive. They needed to arrive in the correct sequence, at the correct moment, with the correct understanding of what mattered most inside those walls. The final data packets from the operation were archived, analyzed, and stripped of sentiment. What remained was a clean case study in modern warfare, where control of information, control of heat, and control of timing mattered more than mass. No parade would ever feature these machines, and no monument would mark their path, but their absence would be felt every time a planned deployment slipped quietly off a schedule. When the clocks rolled past dawns on December 2nd, 2025, Mordovia looked unchanged from above. Snow-covered roofs, roads stretched empty, and factories stood where they always had. Yet one of them no longer produced the thin strands that carried light and commands through glass. In a war increasingly defined by what could and could not be jammed, that absence reshaped the field long after the smoke dispersed. At 3:11 a.m. on December 8, 2025, Moscow, the night over Sheremetyevo Airport, turned into a moving grid of blinking threats, the kind of picture that forces every defender to choose between firing now or waiting 1 second too long. 68 drones arrived in a coordinated swarm that did not attempt to smash Russia's layered defenses by sheer mass. It aimed at the soft tissue inside the steel, the people operating the radars and launchers. The swarm's leverage was timing, coordination, and the ability to arrive precisely when human focus cracked, turning a high-tech shield into a tired guessing game. This strike did not begin with engines warming on a Ukrainian field. It began 9 days earlier with Operation Advent Calendar, framed as a masterclass in desensitization warfare. Night after night, Ukrainian planners sent contacts that looked real enough to demand action, then proved worthless after Russia had already paid the cost in attention and ammunition. Each cycle forced crews to wake, classify, engage, report, and reset in the same exhausting rhythm. The objective was simple and cruel: train operators to doubt their own screens until the safest move felt like doing nothing. The preparation relied on beaver decoys, cheap wooden drones that barely flew, but carried a small radar reflector called a Lundberg lens. That lens bounced radio waves back with unusually intense clarity, so a sheet of plywood could register like a clean, high-value aircraft return, even comparable to an F-16 on a stressed screen. During the first nights, the Russian response was immediate and hysterical. Panzer S-1 batteries fired as if every blip was life or death, and long-range S-400s woke up to join the pattern. The decoy itself was cheap. The reaction it provoked was the real payload. Those early nights created dramatic video and loud confidence, but the numbers inside the system showed bleeding. Missiles left tubes in heavy bursts, magazines emptied quickly, and reload trucks ran continuous loops just to keep launchers full. Twin 30mm autocannons fired so often that barrel heat became a real constraint, not a technical footnote. The deeper damage was cognitive. Operators began to see every target as a gamble: fire and waste a valuable missile on a decoy, or wait and risk letting something real through. Every reload and every overheated barrel narrowed tomorrow's options. Across 9 straight nights, the crews were described as staring at their screens for roughly 216 consecutive hours, trapped in an alert cycle that broke sleep and attention into fragments. Equipment ran hot, nerves ran hotter, and the script claims reaction time degraded by about 4 seconds. In air defense, 4 seconds is not a delay. It is a gap wide enough for a low target to cross a firing line. The coming swarm did not need to defeat every radar mathematically. It only needed to widen that 4-second gap into a practical blind spot. That widened gap was the corridor the real drones intended to travel. Rewind 58 minutes from the craters and the burning fuel. At 2:13 a.m., a frozen field near Konotop, Ukraine, lay under snow and silence, about 298 miles from the Kremlin's walls. A black shape lifted and slid forward like a shadow over white terrain. This was the Luki, a crude-looking propeller drone powered by a 50-horsepower engine, similar to what high-end snowmobiles use, yet carrying a 75-pound warhead. Around it moved 44 Rebecca one-way attack drones, lighter and louder, forming a loose V that pointed toward the most defended airspace in the region. In a heated control bunker in Kyiv, Ukrainian operators watched their displays as Sheremetyevo appeared like a bright holiday beacon. The target was not passengers, it was logistics. The airport was described as the main artery for Russia's holiday flow of cargo, and intelligence indicated a fresh shipment of S-400 missile components had arrived from Kursk. Reaching that cargo should have been impossible on paper. Between the launch point and the airport stood 9 separate Russian air defense batteries, and the tactical map was painted as a corridor of overlapping threat rings. A propeller drone flying into that net should have been erased long before it reached runway concrete. The strike package challenged that map by living where radars struggle most, close to the ground. The swarm moved at terrifyingly low altitude, first around 120 feet, skimming treetops through the Bryansk forest and hugging the curvature of the earth to stay under the radar horizon. Then the environment joined the plan. Heavy snow fell across the Moscow region, and to radar crews, snow is not just weather. It is countless frozen reflectors creating backscatter. On a scope, it becomes static that hides small moving objects inside a storm of returns. It was like trying to count insects in a headlight storm. As the clock moved toward 2:40 a.m., the Russian defenders had equipment built to punish exactly this kind of incursion. The Panzer S-1 was portrayed as a $15 million system with X-band radar that can track many targets at once and carry 12 ready-to-fire missiles, backed by autocannons meant to shred low-altitude threats. Supporting it was the Krasuka-4 electronic warfare system, a truck-mounted jammer described as able to create a dead zone for radio signals across roughly 186 miles. When Russian commanders realized this was not another decoy run, they turned those systems up, expecting raw power to restore certainty. The Rubika drones became the first layer of sacrifice. They pushed forward deliberately into the snow clutter, mixing their signatures with weather and chaos to overwhelm prioritization. Fire control computers that had spent 9 days classifying ghosts now faced a sudden pileup of dots, returns, and noise. The system could track many objects, but it still needed humans to decide which were lethal, which were decoys, and which were simply snow. That decision process had been weakened by doubt. In this moment, the defense was not losing because it lacked tools, but because its tools depended on judgment that had been worn thin. At 2:48 a.m., Russia played its strongest card. The Krasuka-4 unleashed broadband jamming, and in the Kyiv bunker, control screens flashed white as satellite links were severed. GPS signals were spoofed, telling drones they were suddenly somewhere absurd, like over the Atlantic Ocean. An electronic lie meant to make the swarm drift and crash. By conventional logic, that should have ended the attack. The script describes the opposite. The moment GPS died, the drones blinked and executed a protocol change, shifting from satellite navigation to optical terrain matching, using onboard cameras to compare roads, tree lines, and buildings against a preloaded map stored locally. Then the drones did something that made the defenders' remaining time even smaller. They dropped lower, from roughly 120 feet down to around 50 feet, flying nap of the earth and physically weaving between trees. At that height, carbon fiber bodies could merge into the forest background on radar, while snow clutter continued to smear the display. The closer they hugged the terrain, the less space Russian operators had to detect, classify, lock, and fire. The jamming that was meant to cut control links only pushed the drones into a mode that needed no radio guidance at all, and the forest became cover that no expensive radar could cleanly subtract. At 2:56 a.m., the Russian command loop fractured under pressure that no simulation had prepared them for. With radars struggling to separate drones from trees and snow, Panzer crews abandoned automated tracking and switched to manual optical engagement. 9 Panzer batteries responded almost simultaneously, unleashing missiles and gunfire into the night over the Moscow suburbs. 57 E-6 missiles streaked upward to Mach 3 within seconds, while twin 30mm autocannons poured high-explosive incendiary rounds into the darkness in sustained rivers of light. This was the pivot the Ukrainians had calculated for days. The 44 Rubica drones were never meant to survive. Their programming had them fly slightly higher and broadcast louder acoustic signatures, deliberately presenting themselves as the most urgent threats. They were pawns by design, matadors waving red cloth in front of exhausted bulls. The first volleys were devastating, turning drones into fragments and confetti, but every hit came with a cost paid by the defender. Missile tubes emptied one by one. Autocannon barrels crept toward warping temperatures. Ammunition counters ticked downward with no time to pause. The Rubica drones did not scatter under fire. They accelerated into it. Proximity fuses clipped some. 30mm shells shredded others. With every drone destroyed, a Russian launcher moved closer to empty, and with every second of sustained firing, reload times grew more critical. By roughly 3:05 a.m., the last Rubica spiraled into a snowbank and exploded. The sky went quiet. On Russian screens, the tally looked perfect. 44 targets engaged, 44 destroyed. Operators exchanged glances and congratulations, convinced they had beaten back the night. What they had actually done was purchase silence at the price of readiness. During that silence, the 24 Luchi drones made their decisive move. While defenders focused on the vanished pawns, the heavier drones banked hard to the left, using the heat and chaos of burning debris as a shield. They descended to suicidal heights, some skimming just 10 feet above power lines, threading a path through terrain that radars could not isolate. The Rubica sacrifice bought roughly 4 minutes, the time it took for Panzer crews to reload under stress. The Luchi needed only 3 minutes to reach the final approach. For the first time all night, the corridor ahead was effectively open. As the clock edged forward, the defenders' physiology became part of the battlefield. Adrenaline faded, hands shook, and attention narrowed. Crews waited for reload trucks and fresh missiles, believing the sky was empty. Then, 50 feet above the tree line, the Luchi drones pitched up together. The drones climbed to around 400 feet, exposing themselves to radar for the first time in nearly an hour. Screens lit up with 24 new contacts appearing almost on top of the airfield. The surprise was total and immediate. The nearest Panzer battery tried to respond, but the gunner's display told the truth before he could. Missile tubes read empty. He mashed the firing pedal and heard only the dead click of a system with nothing left to give. Another battery farther north still had 2 missiles remaining. Its operator fired both without waiting for a clean lock. One missile chased a false heat source and missed. The second clipped the wing of Luchi number 07, sending it spinning into a snowbank short of the fuel farm. On the ground, airfield security joined the fight with AK-12 rifles, filling the air with lead more out of fear than effect. Small arms fire proved chaotic, but not irrelevant. 2 drones flew into the storm of bullets. One disintegrated mid-air. Another lost its guidance computer and careened into an empty baggage cart, exploding without effect. Those losses reduced the strike force, but they did not stop it. 21 Luchi drones remained, and that number mattered. Inside each drone's logic board, the final phase activated. Optical sensors ignored jamming and snow, searching instead for simple geometry. High-contrast straight lines stood out against dark ground. The main runways, 07 right and 25 left, shone like deliberate targets. At 3:11 a.m., the lead drone rolled inverted and dove. It struck the center of runway 07, right at roughly 180 miles per hour. Its 75-pound warhead used a delayed action fuse, punching through asphalt before detonating deep in the subgrade. Concrete heaved upward in a violent excavation, forming a crater about 25 feet wide and 8 feet deep. Seconds later, 3 more drones slammed into runway 25 left, delivering a deliberate double tap. With both main arteries cut, Sheremetyevo's ability to function vanished in under a minute. Nothing could land. Nothing could depart. The remaining drones shifted targets. 4 veered toward the fuel farm on the north side of the airport. They struck Jet A-1 storage tanks, igniting roughly 40,000 gallons of aviation fuel in an instant. A fireball rose 200 feet into the air, turning night into daylight. The spectacle was not just dramatic, it was tactical. Thick black smoke drifted across the airfield, forming a thermal wall that blinded remaining infrared sensors. In that artificial fog, the last wave moved with cover that no jammer or radar could clear. 13 drones used the smokescreen to find the cargo terminal. They dove into loading bays where crates marked for export waited. Explosions were muffled by structure but devastating inside. 3 drones were lost in the final approach, but the majority reached their marks. Inside those crates were guidance chips for 12 new S-400 batteries bound for the Kursk front. When the fire settled, those chips were dust. The effect was invisible on the runway, but immediate on the strategic calendar. 3 entire air defense regiments would sit idle for at least 11 days. Within the first hour after impact, 212 flights were cancelled. 8 civilian airliners suffered shrapnel damage and were grounded indefinitely. Financial losses were estimated at roughly $110 million in a single morning. For an economy already squeezed by sanctions, that blow landed hard, yes. Yet the deeper cost lay beyond balance sheets. The strike forced a choice that Russian leadership could not avoid. To prevent a repeat, defenses would have to be pulled back to harden Moscow. Every battery moved north left the front lines thinner. That trade was the real objective. 42 hours later, the consequence became visible far from the airport. While Moscow scrambled to redeploy air defenses and reassure itself, Ukrainian jets launched precision strikes against vital bridges in the south. They faced no resistance. The skies were empty because the guards had been recalled to protect the capital. The operation demonstrated that modern air defense is not invincible when patience, weather, autonomy, and psychology are combined deliberately. Snow became an ally, artificial intelligence became eyes, and exhaustion became a weapon that no fortress could fully withstand. In the weeks that followed, analysts inside and outside Russia began quietly reframing what had happened, not as a failure of individual crews or specific systems, but as a failure of assumption. The assumption had been that saturation attacks required saturation force, that defeating layered air defense meant overwhelming it with numbers or speed. What this operation demonstrated instead was that predictability and endurance were vulnerabilities. By shaping expectations over time, Ukraine turned the defenders' own discipline into a liability, forcing Russian crews to operate inside a loop that steadily eroded confidence without ever crossing a clear threshold that demanded escalation. Another uncomfortable lesson emerged around cost symmetry. The drones involved were described as relying on engines comparable to civilian machines and airframes made with materials that could be sourced cheaply and assembled quickly. Against them stood interceptors costing hundreds of thousands of dollars each and systems valued in the millions. The exchange ratio favored the attacker long before the first runway crater appeared. This imbalance meant that even successful interceptions carried strategic cost, because every win drained inventories that could not be replenished at the same pace. Over time, that math alone forced hard choices. Russian electronic warfare doctrine also faced scrutiny. Jamming and spoofing had been expected to neutralize low-cost unmanned systems by severing their dependence on satellite navigation and radio control. Instead, those actions triggered autonomous behaviors that removed the drones from the electronic battlefield entirely. Optical terrain matching and onboard processing shifted the fight from spectrum dominance to environmental dominance. Once that shift occurred, traditional counters lost relevance. The implication was clear. Future defenses would need to account for systems that treat jamming not as a threat, but as a cue to operate independently. From a strategic communication standpoint, the strike altered perception far beyond Moscow. Airports symbolized normalcy, predictability, and control. Disrupting one during a holiday period sent a message that even carefully managed spaces were not immune to precision disruption. The cancellation of hundreds of flights and the grounding of civilian aircraft created visible disruption that no military briefing could fully contain. Even without targeting civilians directly, the operation blurred the line between military logistics and public infrastructure, amplifying its psychological reach well beyond the immediate tactical gains. For Ukraine, the operation reinforced a broader approach that had been developing throughout the conflict, favoring depth over spectacle. Rather than chasing dramatic single-night outcomes, planners invested in shaping the battle space gradually, allowing small actions to accumulate into decisive moments. The airport strike was the visible peak of that curve, not its beginning. Its success depended less on the final minutes over Moscow and more on the patience shown during the preceding days, when nothing appeared to happen except harmless decoys drifting into defended airspace. Ultimately, the Sheremetyevo strike entered military discussion as a case study in how modern warfare rewards those who understand systems as ecosystems rather than machines. Radars, missiles, operators, weather, logistics, and expectations formed a single interconnected organism. By applying pressure at its weakest points over time, Ukraine demonstrated that control does not collapse all at once. It frays, then bends, then briefly opens. And in that opening, even the most guarded runway can become just another piece of exposed concrete under a winter sky. Vladimir Putin's Great Ocean Plan did not fail with a single explosion or a televised summit. It failed the way maritime gambits fail, when a narrow corridor turns from a highway into a choke point. For years, the North Atlantic carried a quiet contest in which Russian nuclear submarines slipped through the gap between Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom, the Gyuk Gap, and turned distance into leverage. What mattered was not only steel underwater, but the promise behind it. A hidden second strike posture that could reach Western capitals without warning. In this telling, deterrence is measured by unseen routes and the fear they create. The submarines in this narrative carry two messages at once. The first is kinetic, hypersonic Zircon missiles and nuclear-tipped Bulava missiles, described as combining speed, range, and survivability in a second strike posture. The second is systemic, the ability to blind the West in crisis by threatening the source lines of modern life, especially undersea cables and energy pipelines that carry internet traffic, communications, and power. In that framing, the Atlantic is not a buffer, but a circuit board, and a quiet fleet can threaten to cut the West at the joints rather than fight it ship to ship. The script treats this mix as a single package where missiles and cables belong to the same plan for coercion. That is why the cat and mouse game is presented as turning into a hunt. The shift is not described as gradual, it is described as a decision point, a moment when patience ends and containment begins. The United Kingdom and Norway are said to have joined forces and signed their most comprehensive and aggressive naval defense pact under an operational codename, Luna House. The pact is framed not as diplomatic courtesy, but as an encirclement that traps Russia's northern fleet in icy waters and cancels its access to the Atlantic before it can become a crisis tool. It is portrayed as a gateway locked, so the northern fleet's path to the Atlantic is cancelled before it starts. The script signals that Luna House is intended to be physical, not symbolic, by immediately listing the tools that make escape harder than entry. Artificial intelligence-powered sensors are placed on the ocean floor so that the seabed becomes an array of microphones rather than empty space. RIFP-8, Poseidon Aircraft Patrol above, as persistent surveillance, linking wide search to rapid response. New Generation Type 26 frigates patrol the surface as dedicated submarine hunters, built to loiter where submarines must pass. The core claims that the North Sea has stopped being an open operating area for Russia and has become a monitored cell. By combining these layers, the pact turns detection into routine and uncertainty into a liability. But the story does not allow that transformation to feel abstract, and it ties the timing to a specific incident off Scotland, described as rewriting the rules of engagement. Last month, the Russian Navy ship Yantar tracked British elements in international waters off the coast of Scotland, then remained close to United Kingdom waters north of Scotland over the following weeks. On paper, the vessel is described as an ocean research platform, yet in the script, it is portrayed as an intelligence system designed to map underwater infrastructure and serve Russia's main directorate for deep-sea research. The point is not that it was present, but that it was collecting, measuring, and setting conditions for pressure below the surface. This time, the Yantar is said to have crossed from observation into interference. According to the narrative, the vessel directed high-powered military laser systems at RAF P-8 Poseidon aircraft that were following it, allegedly attempting to blind pilots and endanger flight safety. The significance is framed as more than harassment. It is treated as a physical intervention attempt against a NATO aircraft operating around international waters, a proof point that the gray zone has become a direct threat. The incident is described as forcing a reassessment of what is tolerable at sea when tools intended for intimidation can produce real harm. With lasers, the boundary between signaling and harm is presented as breached. The narrative then flips the meaning of that laser act, describing it as a symptom of Russian vulnerability rather than dominance. The aggressive reaction is framed as a cornered reflex from assets that cannot escape surveillance and have been exposed within a tightening detection network. That interpretation sets up the next escalation beat, the political signal that the era of polite condemnation is ending. In mid-November, United Kingdom Defence Secretary John Healey is described as issuing a historic warning that the United Kingdom sees what is happening and is ready to respond, treating visibility as leverage and response as policy. The story uses that moment to mark a shift from watching to preventing. The sharp edge of that bastion is described as the Yasan M-class, NATO-coded Severodvinsk nuclear attack submarines, with examples named Kazan, Nova, and Kranok. Their defining feature is presented as shilants, low acoustic signatures that make them extremely difficult to detect once they are in deep water. Even United States Navy officials are referenced in the script as acknowledging how hard these submarines are to find, implying parity with Western technology. Their mission is described as entering the Atlantic undetected and targeting critical objectives using 3M54 caliber and 3M22 Zircon missiles, turning stealth into reach. Once such platforms disperse, the script argues, the ocean becomes too large to police reactively. That is the hinge that justifies the strategy change described in the script. Instead of searching for submarines across the vast Atlantic after they vanish, the goal is to stop them before they even leave port and before they cross the Guyuk line. An ordinary patrol is framed as insufficient because it reacts after infiltration has already succeeded. What is required, the story argues, is an integrated wall of steel and data that begins at the exits from the Barents Sea and stretches outward into the routes submarines must take, so that detection happens early and pressure can be applied immediately. The logic is simple. Deny access at the door, and the roaming strike force collapses into containment. Part 1 ends here. The mechanism designed to enforce this denial is described as the most integrated maritime defense structure Northern Europe has ever assembled, and Luna House is presented as its institutional backbone. The agreement signed by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Norwegian leader Jonas Gahr is framed not as coordination, but as operational merger, lifting boundaries in the North Sea and placing assets under a single integrated chain of command. The name itself carries symbolic weight, recalling Luna House on the Shetland Islands that served as a hub for Norwegian resistance during World War II. The message embedded in that reference is continuity, joint defense against a common threat in northern waters, then and now, with geography again dictating solidarity rather than distance. The Type 26 itself is treated as a system rather than a ship. Its defining trait is acoustic stealth, with engine and machinery noise minimized so that the vessel can listen without being heard. This matters because in undersea warfare, detection is a two-way contest, and silence preserves initiative. The onboard BAE Systems Artisan 3D radar is paired with the Type 2087 towed sonar, which is described as sensitive enough to detect even small anomalies in the water column. The emphasis is not on maximum range numbers, but on fidelity, the ability to distinguish a submarine from background noise. In the narrative, this makes the frigate less a combatant and more an extension of the sensor network. Norway's geographic position gives it a central role in this structure. The Barents Sea is described as the gateway for Russia's northern fleet, and Norway's coastline becomes the hinge on which access turns. With Luna House, that hinge is reinforced from both sea and land. British Royal Marines intensify sub-zero combat training in Norway's terrain, reinforcing the northern flank and signaling that deterrence is layered across domains. This land component is not about invasion, but about denying Russia the assumption that northern geography limits NATO's readiness. The script frames cold weather training as part of maritime denial, because ports, bases, and coastal approaches are all part of the same system. Yet the script insists that ships are only the hammer, not the revolution. The decisive change is attributed to scient and autonomous technologies that erode the stealth advantage of Russian submarines. If the Type 26 frigates are described as muscle, the Atlantic Bastion program is described as the brain. Announced by the United Kingdom as a new technological doctrine, Atlantic Bastion is framed as an attempt to turn the ocean into a transparent space where hiding becomes harder than operating openly. This reframes the contest from platform versus platform to network versus platform, where the side that connects sensors fastest gains the edge. The ambition is not perfect visibility, but enough awareness to break the opponent's confidence. At the center of this concept is the C-1 Fathom, a submarine glider described as a joint product of German and British engineering. It resembles a winged torpedo but lacks an engine, gliding silently for months by exploiting ocean currents and buoyancy. Its defining feature is absence, leaving no acoustic trace and emitting nothing, only listening. This is framed as technological symmetry, a massive nuclear-powered submarine on one side and thousands of tiny passive sensors on the other, hidden between thermal layers where sound bends and spreads unpredictably. The script emphasizes patience and persistence over speed, because months of listening change the probability of surprise. When an SG-1 Fathom detects an anomaly, it does not act alone. It transmits coordinates to the surface via satellite, becoming a node in a larger system rather than a weapon. This is where the narrative shifts from detection to response. The seabed sentry concept adds another layer by deploying an extra-large unmanned submarine called Excalibur, described as 12 meters long and weighing 19 tons. Its mission is constant protection of undersea cables, standing watch where sabotage would otherwise go unnoticed. The implication is deterrence by presence without crews, because autonomous systems remove fatigue and hesitation from the equation. The script then walks through the prevention chain to show how technology and firepower combine into action. When a Russian submarine dives into the Barents Sea from under the ice, sensors on the ocean floor or SG-1 Fathom gliders detect acoustic anomalies. Artificial intelligence filters these signals from ocean noise such as whales or seismic activity, producing an unidentified contact rather than a guess. This contact is transmitted within seconds to the RAF Lossiemouth Command Centre in Scotland, compressing distance into time. The emphasis is on speed of awareness, because early detection shapes every choice that follows. From Lossiemouth, RAF P-8, Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft are launched toward the contact area. These aircraft are described not as attackers, but as refiners of information, dropping sonobuoys into the water to localize and track the contact precisely. Once the position is clarified, the nearest Type 26 frigate moves into the area under silent running, closing the loop between detection and presence. The frigate locks on using its own active sonar only after passive tracking has reduced uncertainty. At the same time, Norway's shore-based naval strike missile batteries and Stingray torpedoes on ships are placed on standby, turning awareness into credible threat. At this point, the script argues the battle is already decided without a shot fired. A submarine whose secrecy has been compromised loses its strategic value because its survival no longer guarantees surprise. The goal of the Northern Wall is deterrence by inevitability, making infiltration attempts futile before they begin. By the time a submarine realizes it has been detected, its options narrow to retreat or risk escalation under unfavorable conditions. This is framed as prevention rather than provocation, because the system is designed to signal exposure rather than force engagement. Part 2 ends here. The conclusion of this narrative widens the lens from tactics to consequences, arguing that what is unfolding in the North Atlantic is not a naval maneuver, but a restructuring of Europe's security architecture. After the Baltic Sea was effectively brought under tighter strategic control, the North Sea is portrayed as undergoing the same transformation, shifting from a permeable region into a high-security shield. Luna House is framed as the mechanism that locks this shield in place, integrating sensors, ships, aircraft, and autonomous systems into a single posture. The message is that geography no longer offers Russia ambiguity, because the routes that once enabled surprise are now mapped, monitored, and rehearsed against every day. Within this framework, the neutralization of Putin's Great Ocean Plan is described as a serious strategic loss for Moscow, rather than a temporary setback. Russia's hybrid warfare doctrine relied on threatening Europe's energy and communication lifelines during moments of crisis to extract political concessions without open conflict. Undersea cables and pipelines were the quiet leverage points in that doctrine. With the Kyiv Gap effectively closed and the routes into the Atlantic sealed, that leverage is presented as broken. Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom are no longer a corridor to exploit, but a barrier to overcome. And overcoming it now requires escalation rather than stealth. The script underscores the scale of what is being protected to explain why this matters beyond naval circles. The undersea infrastructure connecting the United Kingdom and Norway is valued at roughly £350 billion and carries more than 30% of Europe's energy. These cables and pipelines are not abstract assets, but the physical basis of power grids, data centers, and financial systems. By placing them behind what is described as an Atlantic bastion shield, the narrative claims that Putin's energy card and communication disruption threats have been rendered ineffective. In this view, the ocean floor has become a defended space rather than an exposed seam. This shift also reframes Russia's options. Pushed into restricted access to open seas, Moscow is portrayed as facing fewer strategic pathways and higher costs for each attempt to test the perimeter. The gray zone period, during which ambiguity and deniability allowed probing without response, is described as ending when it collided with Europe's unified will and technological integration. Provocative maneuvers and aging auxiliary vessels are no longer sufficient to create leverage because detection now leads to exposure rather than uncertainty. Integrated defense systems replace symbolic shows of presence, and the margin for miscalculation narrows accordingly. The laser incident involving the Yantar is revisited in this context as a marker of that narrowing margin. What once might have been dismissed as harassment is treated as a line crossing precisely because the strategic environment has changed. When surveillance is constant and response chains are rehearsed, actions intended to intimidate instead reveal vulnerability. The script frames the laser use as a sign that Russia's assets are being watched so closely that their operators feel compelled to push back in unsafe ways. In this reading, the incident did not shock NATO because of its novelty, but because it confirmed that the gray zone was fraying into direct confrontation. That is why the response is described as instant and brutal in strategic terms, even without missiles fired. The brutality lies in denial rather than destruction, in locking doors rather than breaking ships. By sealing the routes, merging command structures, and deploying autonomous guardians, the United Kingdom and Norway are said to have removed the conditions that made Russia's ocean plan viable. The Atlantic becomes less a theater of maneuver and more a managed environment where deviation is noticed and recorded. For a strategy built on invisibility, visibility itself becomes punishment. The script also hints at broader implications for alliance behavior. Luna House is presented as a model rather than an exception, suggesting that other regions may adopt similar integration where infrastructure and security overlap. The emphasis on autonomy, artificial intelligence filtering, and persistent sensors reflects a shift away from episodic patrols toward constant presence. This challenges traditional notions of escalation because response does not require mobilization. It is always on. In such a system, deterrence is continuous rather than declaratory, and credibility is maintained through routine operations rather than crisis signaling. From Moscow's perspective, this environment complicates both planning and messaging. Claims of freedom of navigation lose resonance when every movement is tracked, and denial loses plausibility when data accumulates quietly over time. The narrative implies that Russia must now choose between accepting constrained access or escalating openly, a choice it has historically tried to avoid by operating in the shadows. By shrinking that shadow, Luna House forces clarity, and clarity favors the side with more integrated systems and allies. The balance shifts not through a single clash, but through persistent disadvantage. The human dimension returns briefly at the end of the story, not through battlefield casualties, but through the stakes of infrastructure security. Power outages, communication blackouts, and energy disruptions are framed as the silent weapons that would have shaped civilian life in a crisis. By preventing those scenarios, the narrative claims a defensive victory that is invisible precisely because it works. Nothing explodes, nothing burns, and that absence is the point. Security is measured by normality, preserved rather than drama produced, even if the path to that normality involves intense preparation beneath the surface. In closing, the script frames the North Atlantic as the place where an old contest reached its conclusion and a new one began. The era of testing thresholds through ambiguity is said to have ended, replaced by an era of monitored seas and integrated defense. Initiative in this telling has shifted decisively toward NATO, not because of overwhelming force, but because of cohesion, technology, and the willingness to act before a crisis becomes visible. The ocean remains vast and cold, but it is no longer empty, and that change is presented as decisive. At 6:10 a.m. on December 5th, 2025, the shoreline near the Taman or Temryuk Energy Terminal on the Sea of Azov looked like any other industrial morning until $650 million in gas and steel did not merely burn, but ceased to exist in a chain of detonations that unfolded in roughly 140 seconds. The visual signature was impossible to mistake. A towering fireball described as 2.5 miles high, visible from Crimea, followed by tank ruptures that turned the harbor into a bright white void on every surviving camera feed. The important part is what came before that flash, because the strike was engineered to feel like an accident right up until physics forced the truth into the open. 48 hours earlier, a separate action set the table without touching the terminal itself. A Ukrainian F-16 strike disrupted a rail line, and more importantly, the rhythm of Russian command and control in the region. In the hours that followed, S-400 batteries began scanning for jets with the urgency of crews expecting a second wave, while patrol boats were pulled toward the Kerch Bridge and underwater sensor nets were left damaged or degraded. Nothing about that shift looked catastrophic on paper, but it created a familiar problem in modern defense. The same radar that watches the sky cannot also watch the water with equal attention, and the same crews cannot be everywhere at once. At 4:20 a.m., the Sea of Azov was a flat black surface with no moonlit drama, just the quiet background of shipping routes and sleepy operators. On a Russian scope near Temryuk, a contact labeled as the Star of Monrovia slid along at about 12 knots, a Liberian-flagged grain ship presenting the kind of profile that rarely triggers alarms. 15,000 tons of steel, supposedly hauling winter wheat to Turkey, is the sort of story that fits neatly into a radar screen's limited imagination. The deception did not rely on invisibility, it relied on normalcy, because radar can tell you where something is, not what it truly intends to do once it arrives. At 4:25 a.m., when the ship was roughly 22 meters from the intended release point, the plan stopped being shipping and became choreography. Cargo doors on the Star of Monrovia opened just above the waterline, and gravity did the quiet work that engines did not need to announce. 6 Magura or Mura 5. 5 unmanned surface vessels splashed into freezing water in a sequence that looked like discarded equipment rather than an attack. They were not the familiar single-purpose suicide boats that defenders had learned to anticipate. They were motherships, built to carry something else, and the difference mattered more than speed or stealth. Each Mura carried a custom-built flight deck on its top surface, holding 4 13-inch FPV quadcopters with folded rotors and shaped charges intended for tank-killing effects. Alongside those airborne munitions, each mothership also carried its own main warhead, turning 6 boats into a package of roughly 30 separate munitions once launched. That arithmetic was the first unpleasant surprise for any defender thinking in terms of one threat at a time. A strike team can be stopped by a single good gun. A swarm changes the question from accuracy to endurance, because the defender must be perfect repeatedly, while the attacker only needs one opening. The second surprise was not explosive, but electrical. Bolted to the stern of the motherships was a spool of fiber optic cable, about 7.5 miles of glass wire thinner than a human hair, feeding live video back to Odessa. Russian Murmansk BN jammers can saturate radio spectrum with noise, but fiber optics do not listen to radio waves. In the simplest terms, it is difficult to shout through a window and expect the light inside to flicker. For the first phase, the control link was effectively shunted to the electromagnetic battlefield, and that silence delayed detection longer than any coating or low-profile hull could have. For the first hour, the 6 Mura motherships ghosted through the water at about 20 knots, their fiber optic connection steady as it carried video and control signals without advertising itself. Then, about 12 miles out, the physics of the plan imposed a hard limit. Spools ran empty, and as the last length of cable snapped free, the system automatically switched to a backup link, a localized encrypted mesh network carried by radio waves. That shift kept the swarm alive, but it also made it audible. Glass becomes air, and air becomes detectable, and detection turns a carefully staged ambush into a race. The first wave leveled off the low, described as about 200 feet, racing toward the patrol ships at high speed with a simple mission: blind the ships by killing radars and gun directors. The Kotov opened fire with the AK-630, a system that can throw thousands of rounds per minute, and the sky filled with tracers and shredded air. The lead drone vaporized before it could correct its line. Another tried to break away and lost its rotors in the shrapnel field. For a few seconds, the exchange looked one-sided, as if a disciplined crew with a reliable gun could erase the swarm through volume alone. But swarms do not require elegance. They require pressure. While the Kotov kept its bow pointed toward the most obvious approach, maximizing radar coverage and gun arcs, 2 drones dropped lower to wave top height, slipping under the radar's depression angle where the geometry of the sensor creates a blind band close to the surface. The gunners did not see them until it was too late to matter. One drone slammed into a bridge wing and punched through steel plating with its shaped charge, not sinking the ship, but killing the fire control director. The effect was immediate. The main gun fell silent, not from damage to barrels, but from blindness. With the director gone, another drone ignored the hull and drove straight at the rear deck, where a Panzer module was bolted in place. The drone struck the missile tubes, and the secondary explosion turned a high-value air defense component into a violent, bright failure. The narrative value of that moment is not the dollar figure attached to the hardware, though it is described as roughly $15 million. The value is that it demonstrates a method. Remove the eyes, then remove the shield, and the rest of the formation becomes vulnerable, regardless of armor. Out of 8 drones, only a few survived the approach, but the patrol ship was now drifting, burning, and crucially unable to control the fight. The second wave of 8 FPV drones crossed the coastline with a mission that was more strategic than dramatic. Hit foam pumping stations and specialized fire trucks. Because without foam, an LNG fire becomes difficult to control. But the defenders were ready. And readiness changes the geometry of survival. 23mm high explosive shells created a curtain that forced drones into evasive paths through industrial pipes and metal structures. Wind tunnels around massive storage tanks shoved lightweight frames offline at the worst possible moments, turning precision into near misses. Shotgun buckshot shredded delicate rotors, and an Igla airburst used the heat of battery packs as enough of a target to knock multiple drones from the sky. And Odessa had to decide whether to accept failure or force a final move that would depend on seconds rather than minutes. In Odessa, the command room did not erupt in panic, but the atmosphere tightened into something colder. The failure of the second wave did not invalidate the plan. It simply revealed which assumptions were wrong. The foam system was damaged but alive. The guns were still firing, and the shoreline defenders were now locked into a rhythm of detection and response. That rhythm was the vulnerability. Static defenses work best when threats behave predictably, and the swarm had not yet done the one thing the defenders expected most, which was to arrive one by one and politely. The order that followed was brief and heavy with intent. Send the final wave. A hive, do not miss. At around 6 a.m., the visual feed from the coast looked like a furnace viewed through glass. Zu-23 two guns poured continuous streams of 23mm high explosive shells into the water, creating a splash zone that no small craft could survive for long. The instinctive response would have been to scatter and hunt targets individually, but that instinct belonged to the earlier layers. This phase required something else. The FPV drones were switched to what operators described as breacher protocol, a mode that accepted loss as function. The goal was not to destroy guns directly, but to force human crews to flinch, duck, and lose seconds. The final wave of 8 FPV drones launched from the backs of the charging Mura motherships and formed a tight wedge in front of them, a configuration that looked wasteful until you understood the math. Small warheads detonated in airbursts several meters ahead of gun pits, not to block bullets, which physics does not allow, but to create shockwaves and blinding flashes that interrupt muscle memory. On the shore, a gunner depressed his pedal and sent fire toward the lead boat, only to recoil instinctively as a drone burst in front of his position. For about 5 heartbeats, the wall of lead stopped. 5 seconds is nothing in planning, but everything in motion. 2 drones broke formation and dove straight down the barrels of the guns. Their charges were small, not designed to shatter steel mounts, but steel does not need to be destroyed to be abandoned. Shrapnel rattled shields, crews ducked again, and another brief pause opened in the fire. This pattern repeated across positions, buying not safety, but timing. While the surface fight consumed attention, a quieter disaster was unfolding inside the facility itself, seeded by the earlier damage that seemed inconsequential. Diesel from the damaged fuel truck had leaked into cable trenches beneath the main control room, and fumes accumulated where they were not expected. As firing resumed outside, a stray tracer round found its way into that invisible hazard. The ignition did not announce itself with a dramatic explosion. It crept through confined space and did the kind of damage that alarms cannot reverse. Hydraulic control lines for emergency shutdown valves were severed by heat, and inside the control room, boards flipped from green to red in an instant. Valve failure. Pressure critical. The station commander shouted for manual override, but the decision had already moved from human hands to material limits. Valves overhead were stuck open, and what flowed through them could not be persuaded to stop. FPV drones exploited the opening with a precision that did not require awareness of the internal failure. Their targets were the loading arms, massive articulated steel pipes connecting storage tanks to the pier, carrying liquefied natural gas at minus 62 degrees Celsius. One drone was clipped by small arms fire and spun uselessly into the sea, but another struck cleanly. Its shaped charge punched a precise hole through the cryogenic steel, and the result was not fire but transformation. Liquid gas met humid air and boiled instantly, expanding hundreds of times in volume into a dense white cloud that rolled outward and downward like fog with intent. That cloud was not yet burning, and that was the danger. Heavier than air, it spread across the tarmac and into low spaces, a fuel air bomb waiting for a spark. At approximately 6:05 a.m., the remaining Mura motherships surged forward at roughly 48 miles per hour, their pilots flying by GPS and instinct, because cameras could no longer see through the vapor. On the shore, defenders fired blindly into whiteness, more afraid of what they could not see than what they could. An RPG found one boat by chance, detonating it 200 yards from shore in a blast that cracked windows but did not yet touch the terminal. Another boat struck a submerged concrete block and tore itself open, sinking before it could contribute. 4 boats remained, and with them, the core of the plan. 2 aimed not at tanks, but at the concrete pier supports beneath manifold pipes. Their 300-pound class warheads detonated almost simultaneously, collapsing the pier and shearing the pipes above. Thousands of tons of liquefied gas poured directly into the harbor, turning water into a boiling field of explosive vapor. The geometry of the site now worked against itself because containment depends on structure, and structure was gone. The final Mura did not target pipes at all. Its pilot aimed for ignition. At full throttle, the boat drove onto the rocky embankment and launched into the air, a brief, impossible arc that ended inside the electrical substation powering the pumps. The 660-pound warhead vaporized the substation on impact, and arcing electricity met the rolling gas cloud. What followed was described as a thermal event rather than an explosion because it involved the atmosphere itself catching fire. A fireball rose into the dawn, 2.5 miles high, and an overpressure flattened trucks and crews without warning. The heat exceeded 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, enough to melt steel skins on the main storage tanks. Inside, liquefied gas boiled violently, pressure climbed past design limits, and the sequence became inevitable. A BLEV, a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion, ruptured one tank, then another, a chain reaction that sliced through the facility like a plasma cutter. Infrastructure valued at $650 million did not burn so much as change state, leaving nothing solid where there had been steel moments before. In Odessa, screens went white. Signals died not because of jamming, but because the drones, the boats, the cameras, and the harbor itself no longer existed in a form that could transmit data. Silence followed, broken only by the understanding that the operation had moved beyond observation. When the sun rose over the Sea of Azov, the Temryuk terminal was not damaged. It was erased. Fires burned for 3 days and 3 nights, visible from Crimea, fed by the absence of foam and the presence of fuel. When the smoke thinned enough for satellites to see through it, the scale of loss became measurable rather than theoretical. Roughly 70% of the region's export capacity had been reduced to molten steel and fractured concrete, not because of a single massive weapon, but because dozens of small systems were sequenced to force failure at the worst possible moments. The fires did not rage because fuel was abundant alone, but because response was surgically delayed. Fire trucks that should have formed foam blankets were disabled or forced back, and pumping systems that should have isolated tanks were rendered useless by severed control lines. What burned for 3 days was not just gas, but time. The official response from Moscow arrived quickly and sounded carefully narrow. The event was described as an electrical short circuit, an industrial accident amplified by stored energy. That explanation worked on paper, but not on screens. Civilian videos flooded messaging channels, showing dozens of distinct flashes and sequential detonations that did not resemble a single cascading failure. People who live near industrial plants understand what accidents look like, and this did not fit the pattern. Reliability is a currency in energy markets, and when explanations collapse under amateur analysis, that currency devalues faster than infrastructure can be rebuilt. Direct damage was estimated at $650 million, a figure that captured tanks, pipes, and terminals, but not absence. Each day the terminal remained offline represented roughly $3 million in lost revenue, a bleed that compounds quietly. Energy buyers care less about intent than delivery, and a supplier who cannot guarantee shipments becomes a risk regardless of price. The strike did not just remove capacity, it injected doubt into contracts that depend on predictability. In that sense, the economic effect extended far beyond the blast radius, reaching boardrooms and insurance tables that never appear on maps. From a military perspective, the operation forced an uncomfortable accounting. Ukraine demonstrated that it could project force at sea without a traditional navy by turning unmanned surface vessels into launch platforms for airborne munitions. The phrase miniature aircraft carrier sounds dramatic, but the concept is simpler and more troubling. By decoupling air power from runways and ships from pilots, the attack collapsed categories defenders rely on. Coastal waters that had been treated as buffers became approach lanes, and assets once considered safe because they were not on the front line suddenly required protection. That requirement creates a dilemma that cannot be solved by addition alone. Air defense systems are finite, Crews are finite and attention is finite. Protecting economic assets along the coast demands resources that would otherwise reinforce frontline units. Choosing not to protect them invites further economic damage. The choice is not between offense and defense, but between different kinds of loss. Every Zu-23-2 truck or missile battery repositioned to guard a terminal is one less system covering troops elsewhere, and the attacker does not need to announce which pressure point will be touched next. The return on investment underscored the imbalance. Approximately $4.5 million in drones, boats, and munitions destroyed assets valued at $650 million without counting downstream effects. That ratio matters because it shapes behavior. When low-cost systems can impose high-cost outcomes, deterrence based on expense loses credibility. It becomes less about who can afford more, and more about who can think in layers. The operation rewarded integration, patience, and an understanding that physics and economics enforce their own rules regardless of doctrine. There is also a human lesson buried beneath the strategic language. Crews on patrol ships did what they were trained to do, firing accurately and aggressively until their sensors failed. Shore defenders adapted with shotguns and missiles, using whatever tools fit the moment. Control room operators tried to respond to alarms as systems went red. None of those actions were irrational. The failure was not courage or competence, but mismatch. Systems designed to stop single threats were overwhelmed by many small ones arriving in sequence, each forcing a different response until responses conflicted. The timing of the strike amplified that effect. By waiting until defenses were already strained by earlier actions, the attackers did not need to defeat every layer. They needed only to exploit the seams between them. Rail disruption forced air defenses to look up. Patrol redeployments pulled sensors away from water. Jamming focused on radio, while fiber optics carried commands silently. When fiber ended and radio began, the detection that followed arrived seconds too late to restore equilibrium. Modern defense often assumes warnings arrive early enough to matter. This time, they did not. Another overlooked aspect is visibility. The fireball rising 2.5 miles into the sky was not just a physical phenomenon, but a signal. It told observers across the region that distance does not guarantee safety. It told shipping insurers that proximity matters less than predictability. It told planners that industrial geography can become a liability when it concentrates value. Visibility is a form of messaging that does not require translation, and in this case, it spoke louder than any statement released afterward. The operation also highlighted how quickly narratives form in the absence of clarity. Within hours, competing explanations circulated, some technical, some conspiratorial, some dismissive. The abundance of amateur footage made consensus harder to control. In earlier eras, a single official briefing might have shaped understanding for days. Here, analysis began before statements were written, and the gap between what people saw and what they were told widened. For a state that relies on centralized messaging, that gap is itself a vulnerability. None of this suggests the end of traditional naval or air power. Large ships and jets still matter in many contexts. What changed is the baseline. Defenders must now assume that small, cheap, networked systems can coordinate across domains with surprising effectiveness. Attackers do not need to win outright. They need to complicate defense until one overlooked interaction cascades. In that environment, resilience depends as much on redundancy and dispersion as on firepower. The strike near Temryuk is best understood not as a single event, but as a prototype. It combined surface, air, electronic, and informational elements into a sequence that punished rigid assumptions. It showed how unmanned systems can act as both weapons and decoys, how control links can shift modes mid-mission, and how secondary effects like bow pressure and human reaction can be as decisive as explosives. Prototypes invite iteration, and iteration rarely favors the side that assumes the first example was unique. Looking forward, the implications extend beyond liquefied natural gas terminals. Oil tankers, ports, and other high-value maritime assets share similar characteristics: concentrated energy, complex safety systems, and dependence on timely response. A 120,000-ton tanker in open water presents different challenges, but the underlying logic remains. If control, sensing, and response can be desynchronized, scale becomes less protective than expected. The question is not whether such methods will be attempted again, but where and how defenses will adapt. The morning of December 5th, 2025 will likely be remembered less for the exact number of drones or the height of the fireball, and more for the way it reframed cost, risk, and access. It demonstrated that waiting can be as powerful as striking, and that patience paired with integration can turn industrial strength against itself. When the harbor disappeared from screens, it marked the end of one facility and the beginning of a new set of assumptions about what modern conflict looks like at the edge of land and sea. At 4:30 a.m. on September 24th, 2025, the port of Novorossiysk is operating under the comforting fiction of routine, with the remnants of Russia's Black Sea Fleet tucked against the piers, as if concrete and distance can substitute for defense. And in that quiet, the most dangerous thing is not what the sailors can see, but what their screens think they see, because the entire operation is built on a single premise that turns modern air defense into a guessing game. Force the defender to look everywhere at once, and the defender becomes blind in every direction at the same time. From the west, 6 AQ-400 Scythe drones are already committed to their approach, skimming so low that their flight path is defined by wave tops and shoreline curvature, roughly 90 miles per hour, with only about 50 feet of clearance, a profile chosen not for speed, but for absence, because long-range radar is strongest when it can see over the horizon. And these drones are not trying to outrun detection. They are trying to never appear as a coherent object until it is too late to build a firing solution. From the south, 3 Magura 5 unmanned boats cut through the swells toward the harbor, the kind of surface threat that makes defensive doctrine feel reassuring right up until the moment it becomes a choice between bad options, with 2 boats carrying 700-pound warheads meant for catastrophic impact, and the third broadcasting a deliberately loud identity, electronically declaring itself a friendly patrol craft. A performance designed to be noticed because a decoy that is ignored is not bait, and bait only works when the predator lunges. 200 miles away, a Ukrainian operator watches the geometry tighten through the thermal feed of a Bayraktar TB2, loitering at roughly 27,000 feet, high enough to treat fog as a thin layer and low enough to keep persistent eyes on the harbor, with targeting data moving through a Starlink connection that turns distance into a minor inconvenience, and his crosshairs are not wandering across the waterfront, but settled on the center of gravity of the entire narrative. The Admiral Makarov, described as a $500 million frigate carrying 8-caliber cruise missiles. The intent is not simply to score a hit. It is to convert the Russian defensive network into an overworked switchboard, where every contact demands attention and every classification choice carries risk. Because the drones in the air and the boats on the sea are timed to arrive as a single problem with multiple answers. And the moment the defenders commit to one answer, the other becomes decisive. This is why the operation is framed as a hybrid ghost strike, not because the weapons are invisible, but because the decision process becomes haunted by uncertainty. At 4:38 a.m. local time, 7 minutes after the attack begins, the first alarm tears across the command post when the Podsolnuk coastal radar reports a contact that looks satisfyingly obvious. A thick signal roughly 50 miles out, closing fast with a radar cross-section described as around 110 square feet. The kind of return that resembles a patrol boat and invites a clean response. And the Panzer S-1 battery responds the way systems are built to respond, by trusting the clarity of the picture it has been given. In the next few seconds, 857 E-6E missiles are launched toward that signal at roughly Mach 3, and the decoy Magura boat obliges by dying loudly, vaporizing in an orange flash and throwing a tall plume of salt water into the air. The kind of satisfying kill that makes operators feel in control, except the satisfaction is part of the trap, because the whole point of the decoy was to consume missiles, attention and confidence, while the real threats continued closing under a different set of rules. At that exact moment, a secondary Casta 2E2 radar, tuned for low-altitude targets, begins to register faint returns from the west. 6 small anomalies at about 50 feet. But in the fog and sea clutter, those returns resemble the kind of noise that well-designed filters are meant to dismiss. And this is where sophistication becomes a liability, because the Panzer is optimized to track fighter aircraft and cruise missiles, tiny drones with cross-sections described as around 1 square foot, flickering in and out of certainty like birds. Russian gunners take the larger picture at face value, choosing the targets that look most dangerous on their screens. And another salvo of 4 missiles is fired into the inflated chaff clouds, which obligingly vanish in paired fireballs. But the exchange rate is already turning, because the defenders have burned through a significant portion of their ready-to-fire missiles while destroying almost nothing of real value, and the story emphasizes the arithmetic of depletion as much as the drama of explosions. The cost to Ukraine is not erased. One scythe flying low is caught by shrapnel and disintegrates, proving the defenses are still lethal when geometry aligns. Yet the broader pattern remains. Expensive interceptors are being spent to erase ghosts, and the radar net is being bent into misclassification, which creates the opening for the next phase that is not about metal at all, but about signals. As a Krasuka 4 electronic warfare system powers up with the intention of turning every smart, reaching roughly 186 miles across. And the immediate effect is sensory and brutal. The video feeds from the surviving scythes collapse into static, warning indicators flash signal loss, and one drone, now flying blind, lurches toward a wave as if the air itself has become unreliable, while the Russians attempt GPS spoofing, feeding false satellite data meant to convince the drones they are nowhere near Novorossiysk at all. The script frames this counter as a race in milliseconds, with the Krasuka's analysis and response lag described at around 100 milliseconds, while Ukrainian onboard decision cycles are described at roughly 50 milliseconds. A timing gap that matters only because the drones can switch modes, and the operator uses that opening to push them into inertial navigation and autonomous control, relying on internal gyroscopes and preloaded terrain maps, a shift that turns the drones from remotely flown tools into guided objects that can keep moving even when the sky becomes electronically hostile. The shift works because the drones were never meant to be flown like model aircraft once inside the harbor defense bubble. And as the electronic storm rages below, the Bayraktar alone remains unaffected enough to function as the conductor, its sensors slicing through the interference to identify the source of the jamming itself. A single truck-mounted antenna array, whose emissions are now visible as a kind of negative space against the background noise. And the operator is forced into a choice that defines the entire middle act of the operation. One scythe drone is peeled away from the formation and reassigned as a weapon against the jammer rather than the fleet, an exchange rate that looks unfavorable in isolation but makes sense when measured against the value of restoring command and control. And that drone becomes a 154-pound guided projectile aimed not at steel hulls, but at the nervous system of the defense, streaking toward the Krasuka antenna with purpose rather than finesse. The impact is described without sentimentality. A flash of light where the truck had been, millions of dollars of electronic warfare hardware erased by something that costs a fraction of that amount. And with the jammer gone, the remaining scythes regain clarity, their feeds snapping back into focus. But the reprieve is brief, because the Russian defensive architecture is layered, and the next layer is already waking up in response to the sudden silence. As the Krezuka goes dark, its larger counterpart, the Murmansk BN system, activates with a broader, cruder reach, projecting a massive spoofing field that succeeds where finesse failed. And one of the remaining scythes drifts 2 miles off course, lost to the mission, not through destruction but through confusion, leaving 3 operational drones to carry the burden forward, and narrowing the margin for error with every second that passes. At 4:41 a.m. local time, the Russians abandon subtlety and turn to pursuit, launching 3 Orion reconnaissance and strike drones from a nearby coastal airfield, aircraft designed specifically to hunt smaller systems, and the narrative slows just enough to establish their credibility, flying faster than the scythes and equipped with thermal sensors meant to dominate low-visibility conditions, turning the fog into a hunting ground rather than a shield. The first success comes quickly when an Orion's thermal camera catches a brief bloom from one of the Magura V5 boats as it adjusts course, the warm exhaust momentarily painting itself against cold water, and that is all the targeting solution needs, as a KAB-20 guided missile drops from the Orion's wing and strikes the unmanned boat dead center, detonating its 700-pound warhead in a violent column of fire and spray that removes half of Ukraine's surface strike component in an instant. The script emphasizes the psychology of that moment, because from the Russian perspective, it looks like momentum has shifted. One hunter scoring a clean kill against a supposedly clever swarm, yet the environment still refuses to cooperate. As thick fog limits visibility and forces the Orions into a wide-area search they are ill-equipped to conduct, with only 3 aircraft responsible for an entire sector, and the asymmetry reasserts itself quietly rather than explosively. The Ukrainian operator responds by doing something counterintuitive, ordering the last remaining Magura V5 to slow to roughly 20 miles per hour, trading speed for invisibility as it slips into the troughs of 6-foot waves, while the scythes switch to cold mode, rerouting what little exhaust they produce upward and hugging terrain so closely that the cliffs themselves begin to break up their heat signatures, transforming the hunted into shapes that no longer behave like prey. High above, the Bayraktar's perspective remains unchanged, the fog below appearing as nothing more than a thin blanket, and through that clarity, the operator spots the lead Orion circling in search patterns that betray uncertainty, its coordinates calculated and transmitted downward through Starlink, not as a suggestion, but as an order. And one scythe receives a new mission that has nothing to do with the harbor and everything to do with removing eyes from the sky. The drone breaks from its path along the cliff line, climbing just enough to align with the Orion's blind rear arc, and the narration leans into the imbalance of the moment. A low-cost plywood airframe, armed with a modest warhead, rising unnoticed toward a multi-million-dollar hunter whose pilot is focused downward, scanning waves for a boat that is deliberately refusing to be found. A geometry that only works once, and therefore must work perfectly. The collision is described as inevitable rather than dramatic, the scythe slamming into the Orion and reducing it to fragments of composite and flame that tumble into the fog. And with that impact, the Russian aerial response loses cohesion, the remaining 2 Orions withdrawing, not because they are damaged, but because they no longer have a clear picture of what they are facing. A retreat driven by uncertainty rather than force. By 4:43 a.m. local time, the operation compresses into its final corridor, with 1 scythe and 1 Magura V5 crossing into the harbor's innermost defensive ring, where the scale of the threat finally triggers shipboard systems, and the Admiral Makarov answers with the mechanical roar of its AK-630 close-in weapon system, a sound defined as 10,000 rounds per minute of 30mm shells, a literal wall of steel thrown into the night. The first burst is devastating, erasing one of the remaining scythes in a spray of fragments and tracers. And for a moment, the ship's defenses appear overwhelming, but the script immediately undercuts that impression by introducing the limitations that brochures omit. The finite ammunition drum that empties in seconds, the aging MR-123 radar designed for larger targets, and the simple physics of firing accurately from a $500 million platform rocking several degrees in heavy swell. Small arms fire joins the chaos as sailors fire rifles into the sky, and someone launches a shoulder-fired Verba missile that cannot find a heat source through the fog, while the last scythe begins a series of violent, computer-assisted jinx, each maneuver calculated to update faster than the CIWS targeting solution can adapt, turning prediction into guesswork at precisely the moment when guesswork is most dangerous for the defender. At the same time, the Magura 5-5, now roughly 10 miles out, releases its final payload of chaff, creating a false radar target that briefly confuses the ship's sensors. And above it all, the Bayraktar designates the final objectives with its laser. Not the bridge or the hull, but the pier-side fuel depot, and the 8-caliber missile launch tubes adjacent to it, reframing success away from sinking a ship and toward disabling what makes it strategically relevant. The last scythe punches through the fading wall of the tracers and closes the remaining distance, the script counting down yards rather than seconds as the CIWS ammunition counter races towards zero, and at 4:44 a.m. local time, the drone's camera locks onto its aim point, the fuel depot filling the frame with unsettling clarity, and the narrative pauses on the idea that the next 50 milliseconds will decide whether the entire operation was a gamble or a lesson. The final correction takes place faster than conscious thought, as the drone's onboard system adjusts its course in roughly 50 milliseconds, committing not to the ship itself, but to the infrastructure that keeps it dangerous. And when the scythe impacts the pier-side fuel depot, the collision is almost understated compared to what follows, because the warhead is not designed to impress on camera, but to obey physics, focusing its energy inward rather than outward. The 154-pound shaped charge forms a molten copper jet traveling at roughly 8,000 feet per second, a narrow spear of metal that does not blossom into a fireball, but drills forward with precision, punching through a steel wall described as about 1 inch thick, as if resistance were theoretical. And for a brief instant, the damage is invisible, hidden inside the structure where pressure and heat are about to do the real work. What matters happens a little over 1 second later, when ignited fuel begins to spread laterally along the pier and vertically toward the Admiral Makarov, carrying flame and radiant heat rather than fragmentation. And the distinction is crucial because the ship is not being torn apart. It is being cooked, its missile launch systems exposed to temperatures and stress. They were never meant to endure while still loaded and integrated. The script stresses that the ship does not sink, and that this is not a failure but a feature, because sinking would be dramatic but temporary, while disabling the launch mechanisms and guidance systems of 8-caliber cruise missiles achieves something more durable, turning weapons intended for long-range strikes into inert steel tubes that cannot be safely fired or quickly repaired, a transformation far more damaging than a clean hull breach. Around the harbor, the effects compound as burning fuel turns the port of Novorossiysk into a chaotic landscape of smoke, flame, and secondary fires, with piers illuminated by reflections that flicker across warped metal and blackened surfaces. And within that environment, damage control becomes guesswork, because the threat is no longer a single incoming object, but an expanding zone of heat that respects no compartment lines. The Admiral Makarov emerges from the immediate chaos intact enough to remain afloat, yet compromised enough to be operationally irrelevant. Its port side scorched and systems offline, unable to maneuver or project power. And the narrative frames this as a strategic immobilization rather than a tactical hit, because a ship that cannot fire or sail is functionally absent from the order of battle, regardless of whether it remains above water. The timing reinforces the lesson. because the entire sequence from first contact to decisive impact unfolds in roughly 14 minutes, compressing what used to be days of planning and waves of aircraft into a narrow window where decisions are made faster than human intuition can comfortably follow, and where autonomy and preloaded intent matter more than radio control. From the Ukrainian perspective, the material cost is deliberately contrasted with the outcome, described as roughly $1 to $2 million in hardware expended to neutralize a platform valued at roughly $500 million. But the comparison goes beyond price tags, extending to doctrine, because the attack demonstrates that layered defenses optimized for traditional threats can be dismantled by forcing them to fight on too many cognitive fronts at once. The script returns briefly to the human element, not to dwell on individual loss, but to underline how systems shape behavior, with Russian operators reacting logically to the information presented to them, firing at the clearest targets and escalating through their defensive stack, only to find that clarity itself had been engineered as a weakness, and that every correct response fed the next stage of the trap. Equally important is what does not happen afterward, because the port does not immediately return to normal operations, and the Black Sea Fleet does not simply shift its headquarters again with confidence, as the implication is that safety can no longer be assumed anywhere within reach of low-cost systems guided by integrated intelligence, and that relocation alone cannot fix a conceptual vulnerability. The Bayraktar, still circling high above, fades back into the background of the story, its role complete not through firepower, but through persistence and perspective, having served as the quiet backbone that allowed disparate elements to act as a single organism. And the narrative treats this not as a special case, but as a preview of how future engagements are likely to unfold. Attention is given to the psychological dimension as well, because the attack does not rely on surprise alone, but on forcing defenders into a state of perpetual doubt, where every radar contact might be bait, and every silence might hide intent. A condition that erodes confidence over time and makes even heavily defended locations feel provisional rather than secure. The broader implication is framed carefully, avoiding grand declarations while still drawing a clear line between this event and a shift in modern warfare, where inexpensive components, autonomous decision loops, and layered deception can achieve outcomes once reserved for large formations and sustained bombardment, compressing strategic effect into moments rather than campaigns. In that sense, the destruction is almost secondary to the demonstration, because what is proven cannot easily be unproven, and every future defense plan must now account for adversaries willing to trade individual platforms to dismantle entire systems, accepting losses as inputs rather than failures, and designing operations around inevitability rather than attrition. The night at Novorossiysk ends not with a single explosion echoing into silence, but with an altered equation, one where ports, fleets, and fortifications are judged less by their visible strength and more by their ability to cope with uncertainty, and where the absence of invincibility becomes the defining feature of modern naval power. In the minutes immediately following the strike, secondary alarms ripple outward from the harbor as automated safety systems misinterpret cascading sensor failures as fresh attacks, causing bulkheads to seal, pumps to cycle, and fire suppression systems to flood compartments that are no longer burning. A mechanical panic that mirrors the human one unfolding on deck, where crews scramble to interpret conflicting readouts while smoke and heat distort every visual cue, turning standard damage control drills into improvisation under conditions no checklist ever anticipated. Along the pier, the burning fuel continues to behave like a living thing, creeping through drainage channels and pooling in low points before igniting again, sending fresh tongues of flame toward auxiliary power lines and support vehicles. Each flare forcing defenders to pull back further from the ship they are trying to save. And in that forced distance, the irony sharpens, because the very infrastructure meant to support the fleet is now actively denying access to it, transforming the harbor itself into a hostile environment. Inside the Admiral Makarov, engineers isolate the missile compartments only to discover that isolation no longer guarantees safety, as residual heat seeps through structural members and cable runs, warping alignment rails and degrading electronics at a pace that outstrips cooling efforts. And the realization sets in that even if the fires are extinguished, the ship's most valuable systems will require months of depot-level repair, assuming replacement components can even be sourced under wartime constraints. Further out, patrol craft and harbor defense units hold their positions rather than pursue, constrained by the lingering possibility that additional drones or unmanned boats may still be present. A hesitation that underscores the lasting impact of the attack, because the uncertainty outlives the hardware, freezing movement and initiative long after the last explosion fades and turning what should be a moment of counteraction into one of enforced caution. By the time dawn approaches, the scene has settled into an uneasy stillness, broken only by the crackle of cooling metal and the distant thrum of generators. And while no new strikes arrive, the absence itself feels deliberate, as if the attackers have already achieved their objectives simply by leaving the defenders alone with the consequences. A final reminder that in modern conflict, the most decisive action sometimes ends not with pursuit, but with silence. At 2:41 ante meridienne on December 4th, 2025, the runway lights at Kyiv Air Base in northwestern Crimea washed the apron in pale amber as a Russian MiG-29, tail number Red 24, rolled to a stop after a sortie lasting more than 3 hours. The jet's engines still breathed heat into the cold air, and the crew moved with the calm rhythm of a mission that had gone exactly as planned. What they did not know was that their landing was the final marker in a Ukrainian timeline that had been counting down long before the wheels touched. The aircraft had returned from a strike described as hitting Ukrainian civilians near Novozern, north of Kherson, in a region repeatedly targeted by air raids. That detail mattered because it shaped the target list, the political permission, and the emotional fuel behind what came next. On the apron, ground personnel treated the MiG as a routine asset cycling through readiness, not as a priority object in someone else's kill chain. The airframe radiated like a beacon in infrared, a bright outline waiting for a sensor to lock and a warhead to follow. Out over the Black Sea, more than 37 miles from the western Crimean coast, 4 Ukrainian UJ-25 Skyline drones skimmed just above the water, fast enough to make sea spray their only camouflage and low enough to hide under the radar geometry that guarded the peninsula. They were single-use jet UAVs built for one job, and their flight profile reflected that brutal simplicity. No chatter, no course corrections by voice, no radio signatures to triangulate, only pre-built logic and silent discipline pushing them toward Crimea, like a coordinated shadow. The mission package was split into 2 targets that were separated by roughly 37 miles, but linked by one assumption. Russia believed both locations sat inside a safe zone. The first target was the MiG-29, worth more than 30 million United States dollars. The base's quick-reaction interceptor kept in a near-standby posture. The second target was a low-altitude radar near Simferopol, described as a system built to track UAVs, helicopters, strike aircraft, and cruise missiles. Taking both would not just destroy hardware, it would fracture the choreography of detection, intercept, and response. For more than 370 miles before the final run, the formation flew in radio silence, hugging coastline contours, sliding beneath civilian air corridors, and exploiting tiny holes in Russia's radar network. Those holes were not guessed. They were charted by HUR analysts after months of data collection, building an operational map of where coverage thinned, where operators tended to relax, and where surveillance stations cycled their behavior in ways that created brief windows. In a war of sensors, the strike was framed as a geometry problem solved in advance. At 2:50 anti-meridiem, the 4 drones reached their split point, and the navigation algorithm divided them into 2 independent strike groups without hesitation. K1 and K2 turned southwest toward Kyiv, while I1 and I2 banked southeast toward Simferopol, descending toward the radar site near a joint military-civilian airfield. The paths were not smooth arcs. They were sharp, jagged zigzags drawn from terrain profiles, earth curvature, and known blind spots, designed to look like noise until the last minutes when noise became impact. Inside a bunker near Kyiv, a young officer performed a final check against the deviation table and saw an error from the optimal path, measured in feet, not yards. That detail was the quiet heartbeat of the entire plan, because in low-altitude flight, small drift becomes early detection, and early detection becomes layered defenses waking up on time. The mission had been rehearsed through hundreds of simulations, not to make it cinematic, but to ensure the drones would behave predictably under predictable physics. If the plan worked, the only surprise would be the speed at which Russia realized it had lost control of the night. The first crack in the shield came when Russia's coastal podlet K1 radar finally detected faint returns, while the drones were still tens of miles out. On the operator's screen, weak blips appeared and vanished, with estimated speed between 340 and 370 miles per hour, an altitude so low the sea itself tried to claim them as clutter. If the returns had looked like a Su-30 or a MiG-31, the phone call would have happened instantly. Instead, the blips looked jittery and thin, and the operator's mind did what tired minds do at night. It filed them under harmless. At roughly 12 miles to target, Russian Air Defense Command finally accepted that the incoming objects were not seabirds and not wave clutter. The complication was timing. The drones appeared from 2 different directions at the same time, forcing a rapid shift away from comfortable ground radar locks toward a method where the missile seeker itself must acquire and chase. That is an admission that classification has failed. It is also a gamble, because it hands the hardest part of the engagement to a seeker that must work with weak reflections and short time. Ukraine's plan assumed the missiles would launch, and it treated that assumption as a trigger for scripted evasion. The instant seekers began to detect faint reflections from carbon fiber bodies, the drones reacted in 2 different patterns tied to terrain and missile limits. On the Kyiv axis, K1 and K2 dropped altitude and forced extreme negative engagement angles where dense, turbulent airflow can destabilize control. On the Simferopol axis, I1 and I2 executed hard lateral turns, bending their tracks until interception logic had to keep rewriting itself. At Kyiv, a Western Pantsir unit picked up a weak signal from K1 and launched a 57 E6 missile, despite unstable tracking, relying on predicted vectors more than a solid lock. The drones answered with a wagon wheel maneuver, spiraling while still advancing, changing approach angles so fast the seekers struggled to compute a clean intersection. The missile overshot and detonated off target, leaving only a brief flare above the sea. That failure forced an immediate switch to guns, because when math collapses, volume becomes the last language left. The 30mm autocannons opened up at nearly 5,000 rounds per minute, not to pick off a pinpoint, but to lay a dense block of ballistic fire along the approach axis. K2 was struck, its wing torn apart, and it crashed near the runway, which looked like a defensive success for a heartbeat. Then the hidden cost appeared. Shattered carbon fragments, reflected radar waves as hundreds of separate points, turning the screen into a cloud of noise. In that confusion, K1 broke sharply left and pushed closer, using debris as its shield. A1's break left carried it into the last seconds of the engagement window before the guns could be walked onto a stable solution, and that timing mattered more than speed. The gunner's display was already saturated with false returns, each fragment of carbon fiber masquerading as a target, and reacquiring the real UAV meant choosing which ghost mattered most. By the time the fire corrected, K1 had crossed into a zone where the geometry favored the attacker, not the defender, and the base itself became the brightest object in the infrared picture. At the same time, on the Simferopol axis, I-1 and I-2 experienced a similar collapse of defensive coherence. Panzer missiles detonated against hillsides, and 30mm fire stitched empty air, as both drones dropped to less than 165 feet, hugging treetops and terrain that radar operators trusted more than they should have. The system Russia relied on to monitor the entire low-altitude band around Simferopol had always been positioned as the predator. That night, it became prey, framed by its own emissions and the confidence built on previous success. Inside the Kyiv bunker, the infrared feed from K1 sharpened as the drone entered its final attack phase. On the screen, the MiG-29 sat motionless on the apron, its airframe glowing intensely after the recent sortie. The contours of the nose, wings and tail stood out with almost surgical clarity, and the automated system did what it had been trained to do. It marked the fighter as priority target number 1 and confirmed infrared signature acquisition without hesitation or drama. K1 stabilized at an altitude of 138 feet and a speed of 382 miles per hour, switching from navigation logic to terminal attack mode. In that state, there were no more choices to be made by human hands. The drone's path was now a function of math and momentum, measured in seconds rather than miles. 3.5 seconds later, it struck the MiG-29's left flank at hardpoint number 3, precisely where fuel, structure, and vulnerability intersected. The impact was followed by a flash that looked brief on camera, but carried enormous consequence. The thermite core burned at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit, melting through alloy almost instantly and triggering a violent reaction inside the left wing fuel tank. Flames shot outward in a fan, and the outer skin tore apart as if it had been unzipped. A fighter valued at more than 30 million United States dollars was erased by a drone that represented only a fraction of that cost, and the balance sheet of the night tilted hard. Kyiv Air Base was engulfed in fire as thick smoke rolled across the apron and emergency crews rushed toward the wreckage. Their approach stopped abruptly when an auxiliary fuel tank detonated again, forcing them back dozens of meters and confirming that the danger was far from over. The airfield commander ordered the runway shut down immediately, not just because of debris, but because no one could say with confidence that more UAVs were not already inbound toward technical areas or fuel depots. Within minutes, nearly every defensive system at Kyiv descended into a state best described as organized confusion. Radios overlapped with contradictory reports, sensors argued with each other, and the absence of the base's only quick reaction interceptor became a strategic hole rather than a tactical inconvenience. That MiG had been kept in a standby posture for a reason, ready to roll and climb on short notice. Its destruction meant Kyiv lost not just an aircraft, but an entire response concept. While Kyiv burned, I-1 and I-2 closed on their own target near Simferopol. On I-1's infrared feed, the radar installation appeared clearly as a nearly 40-foot metal antenna rotating slowly, its thermal signature distinct against the surrounding terrain. Behind it sat the control cabin, its door open and silhouettes moving inside, reacting to distant explosions without understanding their cause. The system had been trusted absolutely, and that trust was visible in how exposed it remained. The targeting interface marked primary and secondary nodes with clinical clarity. At 300 meters, IA-1 began its dive and accelerated to approximately 388 miles per hour. The camera shook slightly as the angle steepened, and in the final fractions of a second, the frame filled with the antenna structure, enlarged until it dominated every pixel. The impact burned through the antenna's base, destroyed the rotation assembly, and sent the entire structure collapsing toward the control cabin. Inside the facility, radar screens went dark instantly. Moments later, I-2 struck from a supplementary angle and smashed into the signal processing block behind the antenna. The second explosion tore through power systems and data links, severing the radar site at its core. Lights flickered and then went out completely as the grid failed. In seconds, the Irtish SQ, Russia's low-altitude eye over Crimea, ceased to exist as a functional system. The immediate orbital effect was a low-altitude surveillance gap. Estimated between 37 and 50 miles around Simferopol, Panzer and Tor batteries in the region lost the targeting data they relied on, forcing them to depend on more distant radar stations with greater delay and worse viewing angles. Civil aviation at Sevastopol was temporarily halted, coastal surveillance systems shifted into degraded modes, and electronic warfare units expanded jamming coverage in ways that only deepened the confusion. What worried Russian planners most was not the material loss alone, but the message embedded in the sequence. Ukraine had demonstrated the ability to pierce every air defense layer, select targets deep inside Crimea, and strike them accurately with low-cost UAVs, while a billion-dollar defensive network struggled to respond in time. The supposed safe zone was revealed as conditional, fragile, and penetrable, with patience and planning rather than mass. The destruction of the MiG-29 forced Russia to consider redeployments from other bases such as Belbek and Saki, triggering a chain reaction across alert cycles and patrol schedules. Restoring Katcha's normal readiness would take weeks, not because parts were unavailable, but because confidence had been damaged. Every assumption about where the next drone might appear had to be reconsidered, and every plan that relied on Crimea as a secure rear area lost a layer of certainty. The loss of the Irtish SQ radar did more than blind a sector. It forced a reconfiguration of how information flowed across the entire Crimean air defense network. With the low-altitude layer fractured, commanders had to rely on sensors positioned farther away, introducing delays measured not in seconds, but in missed opportunities. Those delays compounded as data traveled through longer paths, arrived with less precision, and demanded more interpretation from operators already overloaded by false positives and electronic noise. Electronic warfare units were ordered to widen their jamming umbrellas to compensate, but that response carried its own penalty. Broader jamming made it harder for friendly radars to distinguish between interference they created themselves and real targets exploiting the chaos. The electromagnetic environment became saturated, and saturation is the enemy of clarity. Instead of restoring control, the added noise made every contact suspect and every silence ominous, turning a defensive strength into an amplifier of uncertainty. For Russian planners, the timing of the strike amplified its impact. It happened in a single night against two high-value targets that were assumed to be mutually supporting. The MiG-29 was meant to respond to incursions detected by systems like the Irtish SQ, while the radar depended on fighters and missile batteries to act on its warnings. By removing both ends of that relationship at once, the strike exposed how interdependent and brittle the architecture had become. The economic dimension added another layer to the message. Replacing the destroyed MiG-29 was not simply a matter of 30 to 35 million United States dollars for an airframe. Weapons integration, trained crews, and the operational tempo that aircraft supported. The drones that destroyed it cost only tens of thousands by comparison. A disparity that turned traditional cost calculations upside down and forced uncomfortable conversations about sustainability. At the strategic level, Crimea had long been treated as a sanctuary where assets could cycle, refuel, and rearm with relative safety. That belief shaped basing decisions, patrol patterns, and political messaging. The strike punctured that narrative. If low-cost UAVs could penetrate layered defenses, evade interceptors, and hit critical nodes with precision, then the peninsula's role as a secure rear area became questionable rather than assumed. The psychological effect on crews and operators mattered as much as the physical damage. Air defense teams who had trusted their systems to detect and classify threats were confronted with the reality that the first warning might be impact itself. Fighter crews who relied on ground sensors to cue scrambles had to reconsider how much warning they would actually receive. Confidence, once lost, is not quickly rebuilt, and its absence slows decision-making at every level. For Ukraine, the operation demonstrated a mature integration of intelligence, planning, and execution. Months of data collection fed into a single night where geometry, timing, and restraint mattered more than volume. The drones did not rush. They waited for the MiG to land, for engines to stay hot, and for defenses to cycle into patterns that could be predicted. The patience itself was part of the weapon. The strike also underscored a shift in how air power could be contested. Instead of meeting fighters with fighters, the operation treated the base and its sensors as the true center of gravity. By attacking the infrastructure that enabled sorties and interceptions, it achieved effects that would have required far more resources if attempted through conventional air combat. The lesson was not about a single aircraft lost, but about how air superiority could be eroded indirectly. In the hours after the attack, traffic patterns over Crimea changed subtly but noticeably. Aircraft avoided certain corridors, patrol intervals stretched, and gaps appeared where coverage had once overlapped comfortably. Each adjustment was rational on its own, but together they revealed a system reacting rather than controlling. Reaction consumes attention, and attention is finite, especially in a contested environment where every alert might be real. The message sent beyond Crimea was equally deliberate. It signaled that distance from the front line no longer guaranteed safety, and that assumptions about reach needed revision. Low-cost UAVs, when paired with accurate intelligence and disciplined execution, could achieve effects once reserved for cruise missiles or manned strikes. That recalibration extended beyond one theater, forcing observers to reconsider how modern air defense should be evaluated. For the pilots who had stepped off the MiG-29 only minutes before it was destroyed, the night illustrated the narrowing margin between routine and catastrophe. Bases that felt familiar and secure could become targets without warning, and the line between returning from a sortie and never flying again was thinner than doctrine suggested. That human reality lingered long after the fires were extinguished. As emergency crews worked under floodlights and commanders rewrote schedules, the broader implications settled in. This was not an isolated raid, but a proof of concept executed under combat conditions. It showed that layered defenses could be mapped, timed, and penetrated methodically, not through brute force, but through understanding and exploitation. The fact that it happened once meant it could happen again. From that moment forward, every Russian plan that relied on Crimea as an uncontested platform had to account for the possibility of similar strikes. Resources would need to be redistributed, assets dispersed, and assumptions revisited. Each of those adjustments carried cost, friction, and risk, reshaping the operational landscape in ways that extended far beyond a single night. The strike did not end the war or decide the theater on its own, but it altered the calculus of safety and reach. It demonstrated that control of the air is not only about what flies, but about what enables flight and how quickly that enabling structure can be dismantled. In that sense, the destruction of two assets resonated far beyond their immediate footprints. What remained after the smoke cleared was a quieter but more persistent effect: doubt. Doubt in systems once trusted, doubt in zones once considered secure, and doubt in timelines once taken for granted. That doubt forced adaptation on one side and validated a strategy of precision and patience on the other, marking the night as a reference point rather than an anomaly. At 2 a.m. on September 21st, 2025, the Black Sea looks calm from a satellite map, but near Kyiv Air Base in Crimea, it is an operating environment that punishes every mistake. Ukraine has already burned through roughly 1/3 of Russia's Black Sea fleet, and Moscow has responded by pushing forward a final protective layer. B-12 amphibious maritime patrol aircraft, configured as specialized anti-submarine hunters. In Russian planning, these airframes are the eyes that find sea drones before they strike, the scalpel meant to stop the bleeding. In the next few minutes, those eyes are about to be tested at their weakest moment, on a dark runway at the edge of water and wind. 125 miles away, a 10-drone swarm is already in motion. Launched under a plan Ukrainian defense intelligence calls the Rybaka Shadow Swarm. The objective is not a generalized raid or a symbolic hit. It is a strategic assassination aimed at removing the specific hunter platform Russia believes can reset the balance at sea. If the B-12 aircraft survive, Russian patrol coverage tightens and Ukrainian maritime drones become targets. If the B-12s die, Ukraine's small unmanned systems regain freedom of movement and the Black Sea becomes contested on Ukrainian terms again. That is why the flight profile is built for patience, not speed, and why every meter of altitude is chosen like a lockpick choice. The drones sprint low from the start, skimming the sea so tightly that they use Earth's curvature like a stealth cloak. This is not invisibility in the cinematic sense. It is geometry and radar physics, forcing Russian sensors to look through sea clutter and surface reflections while the drones remain below the most comfortable tracking angles. The formation holds near 165 feet above the waves, where 10-foot swells can erase a drone behind a ridge of water and then throw it back into view a second later. Each airframe is small, cheap, and fast enough, but the real weapon is coordination. 10 bodies moving as one intent, with one failure mode that matters most: loss of guidance. The first defender is a Russian Su-30 fighter jet sweeping at roughly 500 feet, with a Bars-M radar built to hunt larger signatures. In a clean environment, the Su-30 would be the gatekeeper that forces drones to climb, exposing them to air defenses. Tonight, it sees nothing that looks like an aircraft. The swarm is too low, and the sea is too loud in radar terms, making the drones resemble the kind of clutter algorithms are designed to ignore. The fighter's pilot does what trained pilots do when their instruments do not validate their expectations. He keeps searching. That delay becomes the opening that the entire operation needs. Then the electromagnetic environment shifts, and the first real danger is not a missile, but Sinets. A Krasuka 4 electronic warfare system reaches out and strikes the lead drone's sensors with a flood of junk data, a digital poison that makes reliable navigation collapse. The GPS link dies first, and the drone's flight computer has to choose between crashing into the sea or gambling on inertial navigation, dead reckoning by gyros and accelerometers. It chooses survival, but that choice is expensive. Flying blind over moving water forces constant correction, and constant correction turns into power draw. The swarm is now chained to a leader that is bleeding battery life second by second. On the operator display inside a Ukrainian control van, the number drops until it becomes a warning rather than a status. The lead drone's battery falls toward 30%, and the operators understand what that means in this specific flight regime. The drone is not just moving forward, it is fighting crosswind, wave-induced turbulence, and the instability of low-altitude flow. A 25-mile-per-hour crosswind pushes the formation laterally, requiring guidance fins to make hundreds of micro-adjustments each second. This is a battle of physics, and physics invoices in energy. For a lead drone forced into inertial navigation, every correction is paid in battery life, and there is no refueling station over open water. The plan accepts that cost because the alternative is worse. If the drones climb, radar sees them. If they slow, time becomes the enemy. The swarm holds its line and continues toward Kyiv, moving from the relative safety of distance into the most defended coastline in the region. The operators can still influence the mission at this stage, but influence is shrinking. Every kilometer is another chance for Russian sensors to catch a corner reflection, another chance for jamming to escalate, and another chance for a drone to misjudge a wave crest and kiss salt water at speed. The drones keep going anyway, because the target is not abstract. It is sitting on concrete with fuel and ordnance. At around 2:25 a.m., the drones are roughly 15 miles from Kyiv Air Base and entering an engagement envelope designed as a layered killing field. The architecture is doctrinal. Force attackers into a low approach, then crush them with short-range systems optimized for small, fast targets. The first layer is the S-400 system, owning airspace above 1,000 feet and making the high sky toxic to anything without stealth and speed. That pressure pushes threats down where terrain and sea clutter complicate tracking, and that is exactly the point. By forcing low flight, the defense funnels attackers into the second layer's jaws. The second layer is Panzer S-1, a short-range system that does not care about prestige targets. It is built to swat small, fast objects inside a radius of roughly 12 miles, and it exists for moments like this. Guided missiles, rapid tracking, and automated acquisition are its strengths, and drones are its intended prey. The swarm has survived the Su-30's radar and the Krasuka 4's jamming only to fly toward a weapon designed from day one to erase them. Even a single lock can ruin the operation, because a drone destroyed early can create gaps, expose the formation, and force altitude changes that cascade into more detections. Behind that, the final defiance is desperate and mobile. May 8 helicopters acting as airborne guard dogs. Their President S system is not described as a missile in this scenario, but as a blinding infrared pulse meant to scramble heat seeking guidance and distort thermal tracking. A helicopter is also a platform that can move to intercept, changing geometry in a way ground radars cannot. The swarm's survival depends on getting through this stack without presenting a clean target. That is why the plan is not to punch through with brute force, but to use misdirection, filtering errors, and electronic sabotage that turns Russian strengths into blind spots. At around 2:31 a.m., the deception begins with a move that looks almost careless until you see its purpose. 3 drones climb slightly above the wave tops and activate a special transponder designed to scream a false radar signature. Instead of appearing as tiny objects, they mimic the 9 GHz return of Ukrainian Su-27 fighters. On a Russian scope, 3 drones inflate into a fighter element, the kind of contact a Su-30 pilot is trained to treat as immediate priority. The decoys do not need to win a dogfight. They only need to drag the Su-30 away from the true approach vector and buy the swarm a corridor of time. The bait works because humans, not machines, still decide where attention goes. The Su-30 pilot banks hard to intercept what he believes is a threat, pulling a turn so violent it drives him into his seat with roughly 9 times normal gravitational force. He accelerates toward the decoys and away from the sea-level tracks the real drones are following. This is not a defeat of the fighter. It is a redirection of its presence, turning a sophisticated asset into a spectator chasing ghosts. Meanwhile, the primary drones continue hugging the waves, aiming for the gulf created by the fighter's repositioning, with the understanding that the most dangerous moment is still ahead. For the S-400 and Pantsir S-1 network, the problem is not a lack of power. It is too much power and too much filtering. The Rubica drones in this narrative are described as having an extremely small radar cross-section, roughly 0.05 square meters, about the area of a dinner plate. A multi-billion-dollar defense network tuned to find bombers and missiles must filter out countless small returns to remain functional. Birds, sea spray, and atmospheric effects can overwhelm displays if every speck becomes a track. That filtering creates a blind spot, and the swarm tries to live inside it, not by being invisible, but by being judged unimportant. The last preparatory move targets the Mi-8's advantage before the helicopter can even fully exploit it. One drone carries a specialized French electronic warfare pod, described as a gift from a Mirage 2000, and its job is not to jam radar beams, but to attack the President's thermal camera. The effect is framed like shining a harsh military flashlight into a security camera at night. The system is not physically destroyed, but it is rendered functionally blind for the moment that matters. The defense network's layers are still present, but their coordination is degraded. The fortress is not breached by force. It is unlocked by taking away the guard's eyes and changing what the alarms can recognize. At approximately 2:37 a.m., with the defenses dulled but not defeated, the Ukrainians force the issue. One of the decoy drones executes a pre-planned maneuver and releases a cloud of chaff roughly 1,000 meters from the base perimeter. Aluminum fragments bloom in the air, creating a radar echo meant to probe Pantsir S-1 reaction time and targeting logic. On automated systems, the chaff confuses tracking algorithms just long enough to extract data. On human observers, it has an unintended effect. A brief flash appears on the horizon, and on the tarmac, the crew of a Mi-8 helicopter, already operating at heightened alert, notices it immediately. That missile launch propagates information faster than radar ever could. In the cockpit of the Su-30, sensors register the event, and the pilot instantly understands he has been chasing false targets. The realization is not subtle. He has been pulled away from his base while an attack unfolds behind him. Enraged, he yanks the fighter around and accelerates back toward Kyiv. He is still too far for precision missiles designed for high-altitude engagements, so he chooses a weapon of opportunity: unguided S-8 rockets. It is not a surgical strike. It is a wall of steel and overpressure meant to disrupt predictions. The rockets rip through the air where the swarm is expected to be, creating shockwaves that slam into the tiny drones like physical blows. Several airframes are thrown off course by nearly 100 meters, their tightly optimized formation shattered in an instant. This is exactly the chaos the defense wants, because disruption creates altitude deviations, and altitude deviations create radar solutions. In that narrow window, Pantsir S-1 finally wakes fully. With the swarm momentarily lifted from the wave tops by shock and turbulence, the radar finds clean locks. Green targeting symbols appear on screens, and missiles cue. From the Russian perspective, this is success. The drones are scattered, Electronic noise is heavy from the Krasuka 4, and now they are bracketed by a fighter above and a purpose-built anti-drone system below. This is the moment the entire defense architecture is meant to deliver, the convergence where attackers die. What Russian operators cannot see is that the drones are no longer listening to commands from humans 125 miles away. In response to jamming and fragmentation, the swarm shifts modes and begins talking to itself. A low-power encrypted data link flickers between the remaining drones, creating an internal communications network independent of external control. The logic is simple but powerful. If the enemy can cut the line between humans and machines, then the machines will coordinate without humans. It is like cutting the main power to a concert only to discover the band is running on battery-powered amplifiers. The swarm's artificial intelligence assesses the battlefield in microseconds, reweighing threats, vectors, and remaining energy. The Su-30 becomes background noise. The Panzer Lock becomes a timing problem. The airborne Mi-8 becomes a target. The formation dissolves into purpose-built elements. 4 drones accelerate toward the highest value targets on the ground. The B-12 aircraft parked and vulnerable. 2 drones peel off to hunt the Mi-8 helicopter, no longer as decoys, but as predators. The last remaining decoy commits to a suicidal path, continuing to draw panzer fire and keep tracking attention split. This is not improvisation in the human sense. It is a recomputation, an answer to new constraints using the same objective function. Eliminate the hunters at all cost. Inside the Kachcha command bunker, the picture degrades rapidly. Radar screens fill with chaff remnants, a single decoy track, and then empty space where the main swarm should be. The low-flying drones have dropped back to the wave tops and vanished from reliable detection. The commander demands status updates that cannot arrive because sensors cannot agree. In the Su-30 cockpit, the pilot stares at an empty radar display and shouts into his radio, asking where the drones are. The question assumes the drones are somewhere visible. The reality is that they are below the threshold of relevance, seconds away from impact. At around 2:40 a.m., the swarm transitions from evasion to attack. The remaining 7 drones pitch upward briefly to gain angle, then dive at roughly 45 degrees, accelerating toward terminal velocity near 125 miles per hour. They are no longer trying to be ignored. They are trying to arrive. The Panzer S-1 operator is suddenly faced with an impossible targeting problem. His system is designed to methodically track and kill 1 or 2 threats at a time. Now 7 appear from multiple vectors simultaneously, each with minimal warning. The computer begins firing solutions faster than the operator can process them. One missile launches, then another, but the geometry collapses under its own complexity. It is like attempting to stop a swarm of hornets with a sniper rifle, precise but overwhelmed. In the air, the Mi-8 pilot does not fight. He flees, pitching hard in an attempt to escape the kill box. But 2 drones have already locked his heat signature. They are no longer committed to the base. They are committed to him, and the distance is closing faster than a helicopter can maneuver. The Su-30 arrives back over the base just in time to witness the final act. Through optical sensors, the pilot sees shapes arising from the sea and diving toward the runway, but he is powerless to intervene. His missiles are built to kill high-altitude fighters, not plywood-sized drones flying below 100 feet. He circles as a spectator with a billion-dollar aircraft. Watching a fight his tools are not designed to enter. On the ground, defenders shout orders that arrive too late to matter. Through the thermal lens of the lead attack drone, the target resolves with brutal clarity. The distinctive gull-wing shape of a B-12 sits helpless on the tarmac. The range counter ticks down in a way no human can stop. The drone carries a 110-pound shaped charge heat warhead, optimized not for blast, but for penetration. The aim point is selected where structure, fuel and stored ordnance converge. The swarm does not hesitate, because hesitation would only allow the defense one more second to exist. At 2:41 a.m. and 12 seconds, the first drone strikes the B-12's wing. A jet of molten copper forms and accelerates at approximately 25,000 feet per second, punching through the 2-inch aluminum skin as if it were the thin foil. In the microsecond it takes that superheated metal to breach the fuselage, it ignites a 2,000-pound fuel tank. The resulting detonation sends a shockwave ripping outward at thousands of feet per second, tearing through an unarmored airframe never meant to absorb internal fire. Before the first fireball reaches its peak, a second drone impacts the aircraft's belly, precisely where anti-submarine torpedoes are stored. 500 pounds of high explosives detonate sympathetically, ripping the B-12 in half. Almost simultaneously, another pair of drones repeats the same sequence on the second aircraft. The choreography is merciless and efficient, not because of rage, but because the algorithm has determined that this is the fastest way to remove the threat completely. Simultaneously, the two drones assigned to the Mi-8 close distance with ruthless focus. The helicopter pilot throws his aircraft into evasive maneuvers, banking and pitching hard. But a transport helicopter was never designed to outrun purpose-built interceptors at close range. The first drone impacts the tail boom with surgical precision, severing it completely and instantly destroying directional control. As the helicopter begins to tumble, its own mass and momentum become liabilities rather than protection, turning the airframe into an uncontrolled object, falling through space rather than a flying machine. Before gravity can finish the job, the second drone strikes the fuselage. This impact is not random. It is aimed directly at the internal weapons rack carrying Attacker anti-tank missiles. The shaped charge penetrates, igniting the missile propellant in a violent chain reaction. The helicopter is torn apart from the inside out, its own weapons becoming the instruments of its destruction. Burning debris scatters across the darkened airspace, and the Mi-8 ceases to exist as a coherent aircraft in less than a second. From above, the Su-30 pilot can only circle, powerless. His sensors show destruction unfolding faster than command and control can react. The aircraft he was tasked to protect are gone, and the air defenses beneath him are overwhelmed or blinded. He is a witness trapped in a cockpit worth more than everything burning below him combined, unable to intervene because the threat exists outside the envelope his weapons were designed to address. The asymmetry is complete, and it is intentional. On the ground, the Panzer S-1 falls silent. Its last missiles have either missed or been saturated by too many simultaneous vectors. The entire kinetic phase, from the first terminal dive to the final impact, lasts less than 30 seconds. When it ends, the airfield is no longer an operational platform but a collection of fires. 3 distinct patches of burning wreckage mark where 2 B-12 aircraft and 1 Mi-8 helicopter once stood ready to defend Russian control of the Black Sea. The cost exchange is as stark as the visuals. Ukraine expended 10 Rybaka drones, valued collectively at roughly $200,000. Russia lost 2 maritime patrol and anti-submarine aircraft, valued at approximately $10 million each, and 1 helicopter, valued at roughly $15 million. The arithmetic is brutal, but the strategic impact is more important than the ledger. The destroyed aircraft were not interchangeable assets. They were a specific capability designed to hunt Ukrainian maritime drones before they could strike. With the B-12 hunters eliminated, Russia's ability to track and destroy Ukrainian Mura Sea drones is immediately degraded. Patrol gaps open where continuous coverage once existed, and confidence in detection timelines collapses. Ukrainian planners regain freedom of maneuver, not because the sea is suddenly safe, but because the enemy's most effective eyes have been removed. That shift ripples outward, affecting convoy routing. base protection priorities, and the allocation of remaining air assets. One of the first consequences is economic rather than kinetic. Vital shipping lanes near Odessa reopen under reduced threat, allowing movement that had been suppressed by fear of detection and interdiction. Russia, lacking the destroyed platforms, is forced to compensate with more expensive solutions. Orion long-endurance drones are pushed into constant patrol cycles, consuming fuel, maintenance hours, and crew attention at a rate that bleeds resources day after day. What was meant to be a stabilizing deployment becomes a drain. The operation also exposes a deeper problem in modern air defense philosophy. Russia brought a fortress of layered systems, each effective in isolation, into a fight defined by coordination, autonomy, and selective invisibility. The Rubica Shadow Swarm does not overpower defenses head-on. It slips through the seams created by filtering logic, human attention limits, and the assumption that attackers must behave predictably. The result is not a spectacular duel, but a quiet collapse of confidence in the system's completeness. For Russian planners, the lesson is more uncomfortable. High-end systems designed to counter traditional threats can be rendered ineffective by adversaries willing to accept loss and exploit classification thresholds. A radar that ignores a dinner plate-sized return is doing its job until that return carries a shaped charge. An electronic warfare system that blinds operators also blinds itself when autonomy takes over. The gap between doctrinal expectation and battlefield reality widens. In the hours after the strike, Kyiv Air Base remains dark. Fires burn where aircraft once waited, and flight operations pause not because of orders, but because there is nothing left to launch in that category. The silence is not dramatic, it is operational. Every delay forces adjustments elsewhere, pulling resources from other sectors to cover for what was lost in under a minute. The tempo of the wider campaign shifts subtly but decisively. In the end, the Rubica Shadow Swarm operation demonstrates that control of the sea and air is no longer defined solely by who owns the biggest platforms. It is defined by who understands where systems fail quietly, without alarms or explosions, until it is too late. Ukraine did not bring a battering ram to Kyiv. It brought a skeleton key, used it once, and left before the door finished swinging open. 10 tiny drones crossed a line the world thought no one would ever dare touch. They weren't aiming for a reactor, but for the fragile brain that keeps Europe's largest nuclear power plant alive. Every second closer meant disaster or a perfect strike to a multi-billion-dollar power plant. But this is not where the video ends. In the second half of the video, we will uncover an unbelievable Ukrainian operation. In less than 30 minutes, a nationwide strike turned billion-dollar launches into molten scrap. Let's start with the first half of the video. At just after 5 o'clock in the morning on September 6th, 2025, a crisis unfolded around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
As the war rages on between the two countries, Russia has blamed Ukrainian drone attacks for a fire at a nuclear power plant
That would later be described by officials on both sides as one of the most dangerous moments of the war that never crossed the final line. 10 Ukrainian drones were approaching a heavily fortified site valued at roughly $5.7 billion, guarded by layered Russian air defenses and sitting at the center of Europe's largest nuclear facility. The timing mattered, the location mattered, and the margin for error was measured not in minutes, but in seconds. Because any misstep near an active reactor complex carried consequences far beyond the battlefield. What made the situation uniquely tense was that the apparent target was not the reactor domes themselves, which would have constituted an immediate international red line, but a supporting structure essential to the plant's long-term operation. Russian forces occupying the area had grown confident that the nuclear label itself acted as a shield, assuming no adversary would risk operating so close to sensitive infrastructure. That assumption shaped their posture, their rules of engagement, and their expectations, all of which became stress-tested as unfamiliar contacts began appearing on radar displays and electronic warning systems shortly after dawn. From the Ukrainian perspective, the operation represented months of strategic planning focused on influence rather than destruction. The intent was not to trigger a disaster, but to demonstrate that control over territory did not equal control over capability. By targeting systems linked to training and certification rather than power generation, Ukrainian planners sought to impose long-term operational friction without breaching the taboo surrounding nuclear safety. It was a calculated gamble rooted in asymmetric logic, where relatively inexpensive tools were used to challenge the functional reliability of a vastly more expensive strategic asset. Russian defenders, meanwhile, were operating under a unique set of constraints. The Zaporizhzhia site was protected by advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare vehicles, and aerial patrols designed to counter aircraft and cruise missiles, not small autonomous platforms operating near civilian infrastructure. Every engagement decision had to account for background clutter, reactor proximity, and the catastrophic optics of stray fire. This environment transformed standard air defense doctrine into a high-pressure balancing act, where restraint was as important as firepower, and hesitation could be just as dangerous as overreaction. As alerts escalated across command posts, operators were forced to interpret fragmented data under extreme time pressure. Electronic warfare systems flooded the spectrum, radars scanned multiple altitude layers, and aerial patrols searched for visual confirmation, all while rules of engagement limited firing angles near critical buildings. The result was a defensive posture that looked formidable on paper, but became increasingly brittle as the situation evolved. Each layer depended on the others functioning perfectly, and any delay or misclassification amplified uncertainty throughout the system. For Ukrainian operators monitoring the situation from afar, the challenge was psychological as much as technical. Flying assets toward a nuclear complex carried immense responsibility. The operation depended on precision navigation, autonomous decision-making, and strict target discrimination, all intended to keep effects contained. Once Russian forces recognized that the contacts were not heading toward reactor containment structures, the problem changed. Defensive fire now risked causing exactly the kind of incident it was meant to prevent. That paradox froze decision-making at critical moments, forcing commanders to choose between letting objects pass or firing near facilities that were never meant to be part of a battlefield. Inside Russian command channels, the realization spread that the situation was no longer about stopping an attack, but about managing risk. Helicopter crews adjusted flight paths. Air defense operators tightened engagement filters, and electronic warfare teams attempted to regain control of the electromagnetic environment. Yet the closer the drones moved to sensitive structures, the narrower the available options became. What had been a layered defense system turned into a maze of self-imposed restrictions, each one designed to prevent disaster, but collectively reducing flexibility. The broader strategic context amplified the tension. Zaporizhzhia was not just a power plant. It was a political symbol, an economic lever, and a bargaining chip in ongoing international negotiations. Any visible damage, regardless of intent, would reverberate through diplomatic channels within minutes. Both sides understood that images mattered as much as outcomes. A single plume of smoke in the wrong place could undo months of messaging about restraint and responsibility around nuclear facilities. This is why the final moments of the operation were defined by guidance rather than explosions. Observers on the ground reported confusion rather than panic, and external cameras captured almost nothing out of the ordinary. There was no fireball, no shockwave, no immediate visual cue that anything significant had happened. Yet within internal systems, alarms cascaded, screens went dark, and contingency procedures were activated as engineers and security personnel realized that something critical had been disrupted without triggering an overt emergency. For Russian authorities, the aftermath began with assessment rather than response. Power generation continued, radiation levels remained stable, and reactor safety systems showed no anomaly. That alone prevented a global crisis. However, it quickly became clear that a key component of the plant's operational ecosystem had been compromised in a way that could not be fixed overnight. Training schedules were suspended, redundancy plans were activated, and outside specialists were quietly consulted, even as public messaging remained deliberately vague. From Ukraine's standpoint, the operation achieved its intended psychological effect. It demonstrated reach, restraint, and precision in a domain where excess would have been catastrophic. By stopping short of irreversible damage, Ukrainian planners reinforced a narrative that emphasized capability over chaos. The message was not about destruction, but about leverage, showing that even heavily guarded strategic assets could be influenced without crossing into mutually assured disaster. By the time the sun fully rose over southern Ukraine, the immediate danger had passed, but the implications were just beginning to unfold. What happened near Zaporizhia that morning reshaped assumptions on both sides about what was possible, permissible, and controllable in modern warfare around nuclear infrastructure. It underscored that the most powerful weapon in such environments is often not firepower, but the ability to operate inside the narrow space between action and catastrophe. As daylight spread across the Dnipro River basin, analysts on both sides began reconstructing the sequence of events using sensor logs, system diagnostics, and fragmentary eyewitness reports. What emerged was not a story of brute force, but of friction introduced at precisely the wrong place and time. Russian commanders recognized that while the reactors themselves remained secure, the ecosystem that sustained long-term operation had been stressed in a way conventional defenses were not designed to prevent. The incident forced an uncomfortable reassessment of how modern conflict interacts with infrastructure that was never meant to sit inside an active combat zone. For Russian technical staff, the priority shifted to containment in the broadest sense. Not radiation containment, which remained intact, but institutional containment. Engineers who would normally cycle through simulators were reassigned to paperwork and standby roles, while senior personnel quietly acknowledged that experience could not be generated on demand. Control of the physical plant still rested with Russian forces, yet control over future readiness had become far more uncertain than the perimeter fences suggested. Ukrainian decision-makers viewed the unfolding response as confirmation of their strategic hypothesis. The objective had never been to create immediate disruption visible to the world, but to introduce long-term inefficiencies that compound over time. In asymmetric warfare, delayed effects often outweigh instant spectacle. Every postponed training cycle, every uncertified operator, and every improvised workaround represented pressure applied without triggering escalation thresholds that would provoke external intervention or unified retaliation. International observers quickly realized the significance of what had not happened. There was no reactor damage, no evacuation orders, no radiation alerts, and no emergency sessions at global nuclear watchdog agencies. That absence became the story. Diplomats privately acknowledged that the event demonstrated a new category of risk, one where nuclear facilities could be influenced indirectly without violating existing legal frameworks designed around physical harm rather than operational degradation. Within Russian air defense units, internal reviews were less forgiving. The engagement exposed a mismatch between system design and mission environment. Platforms optimized to counter aircraft and missiles struggled against small, low-signature objects operating in cluttered airspace near protected structures. Electronic warfare crews reported saturation rather than failure, noting that overwhelming noise did not guarantee control when adversaries relied on autonomy and preloaded navigation, rather than continuous external guidance. The psychological impact on defensive personnel was significant. Operators trained to react decisively found themselves constrained by the very mission they were tasked to protect. Firing solutions had to be filtered through layers of caution, and hesitation became a rational response rather than a flaw. That shift matters, because air defense doctrine depends on confidence and speed. Once doubt enters the loop, even the most advanced hardware becomes reactive instead of dominant. For Ukrainian operators involved in the mission, the aftermath was defined by silence and compartmentalization. Success was measured not by confirmation videos or public acknowledgement, but by indirect indicators. Communications intercepts, altered patrol patterns, and sudden changes in staffing rotations painted a clearer picture than any explosion could have. The absence of dramatic visuals was intentional, reinforcing a doctrine where invisibility preserved strategic flexibility. The event also triggered broader discussions within military circles about the vulnerability of complex systems. Nuclear plants are not just reactors and turbines, they are networks of people, procedures, and specialized knowledge. Disrupting any one element can ripple outward without touching the core. This realization unsettled planners accustomed to thinking in terms of hardened targets and blast radii rather than human capital and institutional memory. Russian state messaging reflected this discomfort. Official statements emphasized stability and control, repeating assurances that safety had never been compromised. Yet behind closed doors, resource allocation shifted. Additional security units were assigned, redundancies reviewed, and emergency drills expanded. Each measure carried costs, not only in funding, but in attention diverted from other fronts where resources were already stretched thin. From a strategic perspective, the operation highlighted the growing gap between asset value and defense scalability. A facility worth several $1 billion required protection against tools costing a fraction of that amount. Yet defending every auxiliary function proved impractical. This imbalance favored the attacker, not through overwhelming force, but through selective pressure applied where defenses were the thinnest and consequences most awkward to manage. The incident also sharpened debates about escalation control. By stopping short of irreversible damage, Ukraine preserved plausible restraint while still demonstrating reach. Russia, in the turn, faced the challenge of responding without legitimizing similar actions against its own infrastructure elsewhere. Both sides were forced into a narrow corridor where retaliation risked setting precedents neither truly wanted. As weeks passed, the immediate crisis faded from headlines, but its lessons persisted. Military academies and intelligence units dissected the event as a case study in modern conflict dynamics. It underscored that in wars defined by technology and perception, influence often travels along the seams of systems rather than through their strongest walls. In the months that followed, the Zaporizhzhia incident quietly altered how nuclear-adjacent conflict was discussed inside security circles. The focus shifted away from hypothetical reactor breaches toward the subtler vulnerabilities that sit upstream from any physical disaster. Training systems, certification pathways, and human-machine interfaces emerged as pressure points that could be influenced without ever touching reinforced concrete. This reframing mattered because it suggested that future confrontations around sensitive infrastructure might revolve less around explosions and more around interruption, uncertainty, and degraded confidence. Russian planners faced an uncomfortable arithmetic problem. Even if every reactor remained intact, the plant's operational tempo depended on a finite pool of highly trained specialists. Simulators and training environments were not interchangeable assets that could be replaced overnight. Rebuilding or relocating them required time, specialized contractors, and political discretion. Each delay compounded staffing stress, increasing reliance on older personnel and reducing flexibility in shift rotations. A risk factor that never appears on public safety briefings but weighs heavily on internal assessments. For Ukraine, the long-term value lay in signaling discipline rather than recklessness. The operation demonstrated that restraint could coexist with effectiveness, challenging narratives that framed asymmetric tactics as inherently destabilizing. By deliberately limiting effects, Ukrainian leadership positioned itself as an actor capable of precision under pressure, a message aimed as much at international partners as at adversaries. In strategic terms, credibility is currency, and credibility earned through control often travels further than credibility earned through destruction. The broader military lesson was sobering for defenders everywhere. Critical infrastructure, especially nuclear facilities, cannot be hardened infinitely without becoming operationally rigid. Every additional layer of protection introduces complexity, and complexity creates seams. Those seams are not always physical. They can be procedural, psychological, or institutional. The Zaporizhzhia episode illustrated how modern conflict increasingly exploits these intangible spaces where responses are constrained not by capability, but by consequence. International legal experts quietly revisited existing frameworks governing attacks on nuclear sites. Most conventions focus on physical damage and environmental harm, leaving a gray zone around indirect actions that impair function without causing immediate danger. The absence of clear definitions created strategic ambiguity, which in turn incentivized restraint, coupled with creativity. Neither side wanted to be first to trigger a legal precedent that could be used against them later, reinforcing a strange equilibrium built on mutual caution. Within Russia's security apparatus, the incident accelerated internal debates about doctrine. Traditional air defense success metrics, measured in interceptions and kills, felt inadequate when success also meant knowing when not to shoot. Training programs began emphasizing judgment under constraint, acknowledging that the most dangerous mistakes near sensitive sites might come from overreaction rather than inaction. This recalibration was subtle but significant, marking a shift from purely kinetic thinking toward risk-managed defense. For Ukrainian forces, the event validated investments in autonomy and pre-planned decision logic. Systems designed to operate with minimal external input proved valuable, not because they bypassed defenses, but because they reduced opportunities for miscalculation. Autonomy, in this context, was not about replacing humans, but about insulating outcomes from chaos. That distinction became central to how similar operations were evaluated and refined in subsequent planning cycles. Strategically, the incident reinforced the idea that war around nuclear infrastructure operates on a different clock. Immediate gains matter less than cumulative pressure applied over months. Every postponed certification, every reshuffled roster, and every emergency workaround quietly erodes confidence. None of these effects trigger alarms on their own, yet together they reshape the operational landscape. It is warfare measured in erosion rather than impact, and it rewards patience over spectacle. Observers also noted the psychological asymmetry created by such operations. Defenders must be perfect every day, while attackers need only succeed once in a narrow window. Near nuclear facilities, that asymmetry intensifies because defenders carry the additional burden of preventing catastrophe. This imbalance does not guarantee success for the attacker, but it forces defenders into a reactive posture that consumes attention and resources disproportionate to the tools used against them. By early winter, Zaporizhzhia had returned to an outward appearance of normalcy. Power continued to flow, checkpoints remained staffed, and patrols followed familiar routines. Yet beneath that surface, contingency planning had expanded, and assumptions had changed. The plant was no longer viewed as an untouchable island, but as a system embedded within a contested environment where influence could arrive indirectly and quietly. The lasting significance of the event lies not in what was destroyed, but in what was revealed. It exposed how modern conflicts blur lines between civilian infrastructure, military occupation, and strategic leverage. It showed that the most consequential actions are sometimes those that leave the smallest physical trace. Above all, it demonstrated that in a war shaped by technology and perception, restraint itself can be weaponized. By the end of 2025, analysts would cite the Zaporizhzhia operation as a turning point in how nuclear-adjacent warfare is understood. Not as a near disaster narrowly avoided, but as a controlled demonstration of influence without escalation. A reminder that in the most dangerous spaces on the battlefield, the true objective is not destruction, but control over the future. At 4:30 in the morning, the first warning is not a siren, but a sudden orange pulse on the edge of a Russian flight line. The kind of flash that turns hangar windows into mirrors for a heartbeat, and then into black holes. The narrative frames this as a winter pressure campaign. Russia expects Iskander-M strikes to carve up Ukrainian electrical grids and force a blackout before snow and cold lock civilians indoors. The counterframe is timing, because the launchers are not dispersed on hardened pads tonight. They are concentrated in maintenance and reload hangars, gathered for speed, and that concentration becomes the weakness the whole morning is built around. Across the northern border regions and down toward Crimea, the intelligence picture is built from routine details that commanders usually ignore. When hangar doors cycle open, where exhaust heat pools at night, how transloader vehicles queue, and which pads show fresh tire marks before dawn. For roughly 96 hours, Ukrainian reconnaissance drones and Allied intelligence feeds watch those rhythms settle into a predictable pattern, counting silhouettes and noting shift changes, then matching them to the moments when reload crews are most exposed. The goal is not perfect certainty. It is a narrow window where multiple sites are vulnerable at the same time. So the first strike is not merely damage, but synchronized disruption. 5 hubs become the spine of the sequence, because they sit in an awkward band for Russia and a usable band for Ukraine, close enough for drone swarms to reach, yet far enough apart that Moscow assumes any strike would be isolated and therefore manageable. Bryansk, Kursk, Rostov, Krasnodar, and Crimea are treated as linked nodes, a single plan unfolding across geography, with each strike timed to hide the next and keep command rooms guessing. Each node is protected by layered systems meant to stop almost anything, including S-400 batteries, Panzer S-1 units, S-300 systems, Tor M2 defenses, and electronic warfare assets that promise a steel umbrella over every depot and runway. That is why the opening move is presented as deception rather than brute force, and it begins before the first visible blast. Shortly before 4 in the morning, decoys start sliding toward radar fences in carefully chosen lanes, low enough to blend with clutter, but loud enough electronically to look expensive. The Corvo PPDS decoys are described as lightweight frames carrying tiny signal emitters tuned to resemble cruise missile signatures, turning cheap material into convincing threats. Their mission is not to survive, it is to trigger a specific reaction, forcing Russian crews to spend attention, missiles, and cannon ammunition on targets that never mattered, while the real strike package travels in the dead space created by that panic. At 3:47 in the morning near Bryansk, radar rooms see a sudden bloom of approaching contacts, too many to sort, too fast to ignore, and low enough to feel like a direct threat to the hangars behind them. Panzer S-1 operators react as trained for saturation. They launch interceptor missiles of the 57 E6 type, and then pour long bursts from 30mm autocannons into the night until the horizon flickers like a welding arc. The story stresses the imbalance, expensive interceptors chasing signatures designed to be disposable, and crews measuring success by confirmed splashes, while the actual objective is slipping closer under the noise, smoke, and overconfidence produced by the decoy slaughter. While the sky is busy celebrating cardboard kills, the real attackers are described as quiet, low, and nearly invisible against terrain. Loot stealth drones approach hugging the tree line at about 130 feet, low enough that a navigation error means clipping branches instead of climbing into radar coverage. Their advantage is not speed alone, it is selectivity. Onboard software scans for a narrow thermal fingerprint associated with Iskander-M launcher cooling units, separating those signatures from generators, trucks, and ordinary building heat. The goal is to enter the base perimeter without provoking the same radar logic that was just baited into exhausting itself, then commit only when the right hangar is identified. The first loot that finds the right signature shifts from cautious ingress to a terminal dive at roughly 100 miles per hour, committing to a single aim point rather than a broad blast. Its shaped charge is described as forming a focused jet of molten metal, built to punch through a reinforced roof instead of wasting energy outward. Once it breaches the hangar, the environment inside becomes the true weapon. Iskander-M launchers, each described as roughly 44 tons, sit next to racks of 1,060-pound warheads and stores of volatile solid rocket fuel. The narrative leans on sympathetic detonation as the turning point, where one precise penetration becomes cascading ignition and a repair bay transforms into a pressurized furnace. In Bryansk, the claimed outcome is framed less as a fire and more as an interruption of Russia's blackout plan at the source. 3 Iskander-M launchers are described as liquefied into scorched metal, while multiple transloader vehicles are shredded and their hydraulic systems ruined, removing the ability to reload even surviving launchers quickly. The emphasis is on compounding effects. A launcher without a transloader is a heavy monument, and a depot full of damaged hydraulics cannot surge missiles on schedule. As smoke rises, the narrative insists the command chain misreads the moment, still congratulating itself for defeating a swarm, unaware that the hangar losses have already removed the primary punch intended for Ukraine's grid. Barely 2 minutes later, the sequence shifts to Kursk, and the terrain changes from heat and steel to electromagnetic geometry. Russian electronic warfare is described as being cranked high enough to create a GPS dead zone roughly 50 miles across, a deliberate attempt to turn incoming drones into lost birds. Ukraine treats it like an invitation rather than a wall. Plastic decoys go first, baiting S-400 batteries into firing interceptors at targets that do not matter, draining attention and munitions while the air picture becomes noisy. Then the main attack arrives with a different navigation logic, presented as a method designed to function even when satellites are denied and screens are foiled with false contacts. Inside the Kursk staging area, the vulnerability is depicted as logistical, not tactical. Launchers are mid-reload, panels open, crews close, and transloaders lifting heavy loads with hydraulics pressurized and exposed. Bober attack drones are described following smart beacons, cigarette-sized devices dropped earlier by silent gliders, projecting localized guidance meant to be immune to jamming. One drone strikes a transloader arm during a hoist, turning hydraulic fluid into a mist that meets ignition and becomes fuel for a sudden burn. The ignition is framed as a chain reaction because rocket fuel and warhead storage sit near equipment that is already clustered for speed, so the depot becomes its own amplifier. Then comes the pivot, where the story briefly grants Russia an adaptation, tightening tension by showing that Ukraine can be punished. In Belgorod, Panzer crews are described switching to optical and infrared manual tracking, refusing to chase every electronic mirage and instead waiting for real silhouettes. Decoys are ignored, and when a small set of Bober drones appears, they fly into a measured curtain of 30mm fire, timed and unforgiving, with one drone reportedly knocked offline by localized jamming. Only one drone limps through to cause limited damage to a single launcher before being silenced, and the narrative uses that moment to imply Moscow is finally learning how to stop the trick. That relief is portrayed as premature, because the next move is not another small raid, but a deliberate system overload aimed at Rostov. While Belgorod crews celebrate cracking the code, a larger swarm is already inbound toward a logistics hub feeding the Donbass front, a place where air defense advantage depends on sorting targets rather than stopping everything. The setup is explicit. A mass of 75 drones arriving as one wave with 45 maneuvering cardboard decoys and 30 real Bober attackers, designed to exceed tracking limits and engagement capacity at the same time. Part 1 ends on that approach, with Rostov about to become the point where manageable turns into unmanageable. As the swarm closes on Rostov at roughly 3:55 in the morning, Russian commanders believe they are ready because they have seen reports from the north and adjusted settings accordingly. Radar sensitivity is turned up, engagement protocols tightened, and operators are warned not to waste shots on obvious decoys. What they are not prepared for is scale, combined with choreography. This is not a strike force aiming for a single opening. It is saturation designed to collapse decision-making itself. The moment the wave crests the radar horizon, screens stop showing tracks and start showing noise. A blizzard of returns that no human crew can prioritize fast enough. The logic of the attack is framed as arithmetic rather than bravery. A Panzers-1 radar can track only a limited number of targets and engage only a fraction of those simultaneously. Ukraine does not merely exceed that ceiling, it erases it. 45 Corvo decoys begin a chaotic dance, changing speed and vector just enough to force continuous recalculation, while 30 real Bober drones weave through the gaps created by that confusion. S-300 batteries begin firing high-value interceptors at low-value signatures, and each launch briefly blinds nearby sensors with exhaust and debris, widening the gaps instead of closing them. Inside the Rostov logistics park, the vulnerability mirrors Bryansk, but on a larger scale. Hangar 7 holds multiple Iskander-M launchers staged for movement, with our transloaders positioned close to fuel depots for speed. As the air defenses fixate on the incoming swarm, 5 Bober drones deliberately strike a nearby fuel storage area, not as the main kill, but as preparation. The resulting explosion is described as violent enough to rip hangar doors from their hinges, exposing the interior to the night and turning a protected space into an open wound. That exposure is the cue for the precision phase. Once the doors are torn away, the remaining Bober drones shift from evasion to attack, diving into the exposed hangar in quick succession. Each impact is described as triggering secondary explosions rather than a single blast, because missile fuel, warheads, and maintenance equipment are clustered for efficiency. The chain reaction is said to last nearly 40 minutes. Not because the drones keep hitting, but because the environment sustains the destruction on its own. 4 Iskander-M launchers are rendered unusable, 6 transloaders are shredded, and the logistics artery feeding the Donbass front is portrayed as effectively amputated. By the time smoke settles over Rostov, Russian command centers are described as oscillating between disbelief and rage, trying to understand how defenses that looked intact minutes earlier failed so completely. There is no pause to regroup because the clock never stopped ticking. At 4:02 in the morning, attention snaps south to Krasnodar, where commanders decide to escalate electronically instead of kinetically. If drones are slipping through, the answer must be overwhelming jamming, and the Krasuka 4 system is activated at extreme output, flooding the spectrum with radio frequency energy meant to drown every signal in noise. The script frames this as the most dangerous decision of the morning, not because the system is weak, but because power has consequences. When the Krasuka is pushed beyond normal parameters, it does not simply block enemy signals. It overwhelms friendly receivers as well. X-8, S-400 and Tor. M2 radars in the area are described as struggling to filter targets from the electronic glare, effectively listening to their own screaming. The metaphor is blunt. A flashbang detonated in a small room blinds everyone inside, including the person who threw it. That self-blinding becomes the opening for the next wave. 30 loot stealth drones glide into the electronic fog, their carbon fiber and composite structures presenting radar signatures smaller than background clutter. Instead of fighting the jamming, they exploit it, using passive homing to ride the strongest emissions back to their source. The jamming signal becomes a lighthouse rather than a wall. These drones do not need satellite navigation. They are programmed to match terrain and thermal landmarks, moving as if they have memorized the base long before takeoff. Inside the Krasnodar staging area, 8 Iskander-M launchers are described as sitting in plain sight, prepped for future strikes and surrounded by support vehicles and missile caches. Communication with higher headquarters is intermittent at best because of the electronic storm, leaving crews isolated and unaware of what has already been lost elsewhere. When the loot drones strike, they do not scatter damage across the base. They select cooling fins and engine blocks, punching shaped charge jets through critical components before secondary incendiaries ignite hydraulic reservoirs and nearby fuel. The result is described as rapid, white-hot destruction rather than prolonged fire. 3 launchers are destroyed outright, and 5 transloaders are shredded as missile caches cook off, sending supersonic fragments through everything within a wide radius. The emphasis is again on compounding loss. Even equipment that is not directly hit becomes unusable because the environment has been turned hostile. As the smoke rises over Krasnodar, the narrative tightens its focus to a single remaining node that has been deliberately left for last, both for effect and because it carries symbolic weight far beyond its hardware. Crimea is framed as the unsinkable aircraft carrier, the place Russian messaging insists cannot be touched. The transition to Crimea is slower and more deliberate, signaling a shift in tools as well as targets. For 2 years, Russian defenses on the peninsula are described as layered so densely that even small intrusions are meant to be impossible, protected by forests of SA-400 and Tor M2 systems. That reputation is part of the trap. While attention is fixed on the smoke columns rising from the mainland, a different kind of asset is already moving toward the peninsula at low altitude, masked against terrain, and approaching not to fight, but to open a door that has never been forced before. The arrival of a single Western fighter is framed as restraint rather than escalation. An F-16 Fighting Falcon approaches at speed but stays low, using the jagged Crimean coastline to hide its profile. The pilot is not hunting aircraft, he is hunting sensors. When his electronic warfare pods activate, Russian radar frequencies are flooded with interference, and almost immediately, a pair of anti-radiation missiles are released. These weapons do not need coordinates, they home on emissions themselves, forcing radar crews into an impossible choice between staying online and being destroyed or shutting down and going blind. The instant Crimean radar crews shut down to avoid anti-radiation missiles, the defensive picture flips from layered certainty to fragmented guesswork. With the largest sensors dark, short-range systems are forced to rely on narrow fields of view and manual cues, exactly the conditions Ukraine planned for. Into that gap move the next elements, not as a single wave but as overlapping distractions. Corvo decoys and Bober drones enter from multiple bearings, low and fast, deliberately sloppy in formation to trigger panic rather than discipline. Tracers begin stitching the sky as operators try to defend assets they suddenly cannot see clearly. The drones are not there to survive, they are there to hold attention. 10 Corvo decoys present obvious targets, while 10 Bober drones dart unpredictably, forcing gunners to track what is closest rather than what matters. Every burst of fire lights up positions and draws focus forward, away from the sea. The narrative stresses the psychology. Human crews fixate on immediate threats, and the act of shooting feels like control, even when it is not solving the real problem. That misplaced focus is the final layer of concealment for what is coming next. Out over the Black Sea, 6 Neptune cruise missiles skim just above the waves, flying low enough to hide in sea clutter and fast enough to compress reaction time. Their approach is described as quiet and patient, riding the curvature of the water until the moment they climb. By the time Crimean operators realize the drones were a screen, the Neptunes are already executing pop-up maneuvers, rising briefly to acquire targets and then diving toward Hangar 12, the core of the peninsula's missile infrastructure. The first 2 missiles hit the hangar doors at high speed, blasting inward and clearing a path for the next impacts. The remaining 4 strike the roof, punching through reinforced concrete and steel with concentrated force. 6 Iskander-M launchers are described as fully loaded, each carrying heavy warheads and surrounded by fuel and support equipment arranged for rapid deployment. When Neptune warheads detonate in that environment, the blast is not contained. It becomes a single expanding event fed by rocket fuel and stored munitions. The resulting fireball is framed as geological rather than tactical, wide enough to light the sky and violent enough to fracture nearby bunkers. 2 launchers are destroyed instantly, while others are rendered unrecognizable by secondary explosions and flying debris. 5 transloaders, described as the backbone of the brigade, are twisted into blackened frames, eliminating any chance of rapid recovery. The destruction is not measured in flames alone, but in time, because rebuilding that capacity would take months under ideal conditions, not hours or days. As the final explosions echo across the peninsula, the script pulls back to connect the dots across the morning. In roughly 30 minutes, from the northern border regions through Rostov and Krasnodar and into Crimea, a coordinated sequence has dismantled a majority of Russia's primary missile launch capacity. The emphasis is on proportion rather than absolutes. Roughly 60% of the force intended to impose a winter blackout is described as destroyed, damaged, or functionally paralyzed, along with the transloaders and logistics that make missiles useful in the first place. The Kremlin's dilemma is framed as structural. Even where launchers survive, reload capability is gone. Even where air defenses remain intact, crews are shaken by the realization that deception, saturation, and timing can collapse systems that look formidable on paper. Billions of dollars in hardware are reduced to scrap, not by overwhelming firepower, but by exploiting maintenance cycles, human reactions, and the limits of command and control under pressure. The narrative repeatedly returns to the idea that invincibility was never a property of the hardware, only an assumption waiting to be tested. From Ukraine's perspective, the operation is portrayed as leverage rather than annihilation. By striking when launchers are clustered and defenses distracted, the country trades relatively inexpensive systems for strategic effects that reshape the winter campaign. Electrical grids are spared not because missiles do not exist, but because the means to launch them at scale have been disrupted at the worst possible moment for Moscow. The intended dark winter becomes a bright morning of fires on Russian soil, visible proof that preparation and patience can reverse asymmetry. The final images linger on silence rather than noise. In Russian bunkers, alarms fade and operators stare at blank screens, trying to reconstruct how so many layers failed so quickly. In Ukrainian command rooms, the feeds go quiet as drones complete their tasks and drop from the picture. The script avoids triumphalism, instead presenting the outcome as a lesson in modern conflict. Concentration creates opportunity, automation amplifies mistakes, and time favors the side willing to wait for the precise moment to act. As dawn breaks, the physical damage is already done, but the psychological damage is only beginning. Russia's plan to coerce through darkness is undermined not by rhetoric, but by wreckage, and the assumption that certain regions are untouchable no longer holds. The morning's events are framed as a single move in a longer game, but one that removes entire pieces from the board. The sequence ends where it began, with light spreading over smoldering hangars and the realization that the window Russia counted on has closed. At 0347 hours on June 22, 2025, a Russian locomotive engineer glances at a timetable inside a cab that feels like any other night shift. And that normality is exactly the camouflage the operation depends on, because for the past 73 minutes, Ukrainian eyes have been fixed on this fuel train, with the quiet patience of people who know the next 94 seconds will matter more than the last 96 hours of planning. And the engineer never sees the invisible boundary he is about to cross, the moment when a routine logistics run becomes a moving target inside occupied Ukrainian territory. 35 kilometers away, Operators from the elite Cobble 9 special unit sit in a controlled space where the only light is the glow of monitors and the only sound is the soft rhythm of fans and keyed messages, watching thermal feeds routed through encrypted Starlink connections that do not care about mud, distance, or the dark. And their modified DJI Mavic reconnaissance drones hold overwatch like quiet sentries, mapping the scene in heat and contrast, where the locomotive's diesel engine blooms at 47 degrees Celsius against the cool morning landscape, and the 12 fuel cars show subtle temperature variations that mark them as a single, enormous source of mobility. This is not a lucky encounter, and not a spontaneous gamble, because Ukrainian Defense Intelligence has tracked this specific train for 96 hours using partisan spotters equipped with encrypted smartphones, building a pattern out of departure times, pauses, and habits until the route becomes predictable enough to plan around. And the key detail is not just where the train will be, but when it will be there, because they identify a critical 20-minute window when the convoy will be farthest from Russian air defense coverage. A narrow slice of vulnerability carved out of geography and routine. The cargo math is as cold as the weather on the tracks, with each fuel car carrying 70 tons of diesel and 12 cars combining into 840 tons that translate directly into days of armored movement, maintenance cycles, and battlefield tempo, the kind of fuel that keeps a tank battalion operational for 3 days per car and sustains roughly 10 days of operations for 3 armored battalions. And that is why the target is not the engineer, not even the locomotive, but the ability to move heavy forces at the time and place Moscow expects them to be. The strike package looks small only if you ignore what it carries and how it communicates, because the Ukrainian-built FPV quadcopters in this operation cost roughly $8,000 in total, yet each one carries a 2.6 kilogram PG-7 VL-shaped charge warhead, built around an 85mm copper-lined cone that focuses explosive energy into a jet traveling at 35,000 feet per second, a design originally meant to defeat 500mm of rolled homogeneous armor, now pointed at fuel car walls that are closer to 15mm of steel. The drones themselves are not treated as toys, because Ukrainian engineers push them into a different category with experimental firmware that extends digital zoom to 56 times and flight endurance to 45 minutes. Then add custom radio frequency hardware that uses frequency hopping spread spectrum, shifting patterns 1,500 times per second across multiple bands, so the control link behaves less like a single thread and more like a moving target in the air. And in this environment, survivability is not armor, but confusion, speed, and signal discipline. The train rolls at exactly 45 kilometers per hour, unaware that its predictability is part of the trap. And as the drones begin closing, Russian forces respond the way they are trained to respond, not with guesswork, but with electronic power. And at 0348 hours, a truck-mounted Lear-3 electronic warfare system surges to life, throwing jamming across a 30-kilometer radius with enough radio frequency energy to disrupt civilian devices across villages. Because in contested airspace, the first attempt is always to blind and deafen before anyone fires a shot. The Lear-3 cycles through approaches that are meant to overwhelm commercial drone behavior, starting with broadband jamming across multiple frequency ranges, then shifting to spot jamming focused on the 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz bands that commercial systems often rely on. And when that still fails to force the drones off course, the attack escalates into GPS jamming and then GPS spoofing, sending false satellite signals designed to convince a receiver it is somewhere it is not. An invisible shove meant to push a fast-moving object into emptiness. But the Ukrainian system is built around the expectation that the air will be hostile, and that is why the drones fall back on inertial measurement units with solid-state gyros that measure motion against physics rather than against a broadcast signal, and why at least one lead drone carries an even more stubborn solution, a physical fiber optic control cable with a 9-micron core that can transmit roughly 1.5 gigabytes per second, enough for uncompressed video and control data while producing no electromagnetic signature for sensors to chase. That tether is not magic, and it is not free because it adds weight, limits maneuvering, and leaves a physical trail that can accumulate and become visible, which means the operators already understand the after effect of success, that they may need to relocate after the mission because the battlefield remembers footprints in strange ways. Yet in the seconds before contact, that trade-off is worth it. Because despite maximum jamming across the Lear 3's engagement bubble, the drones hold control and accelerate toward the target at 160 kilometers per hour. At 0349 hours, the first impact arrives with the kind of precision that feels clinical until it turns into heat and force. As the initial drone strikes fuel car number 4, and its PG-7VL warhead partially detonates, rupturing the car and liquefying steel at temperatures exceeding 2,800 degrees Celsius. And the fuel does not behave like a slow leak, because vapor ignites quickly and pressure waves amplify damage. While interconnected ventilation systems between cars, built for pressure equalization during loading, become pathways that carry burning vapors into cars number 3 and 5. In the same moment, the Russian crew tries to respond with what is physically available: AK-74 assault rifles firing 5.45mm rounds at a fast-moving aerial target. And the effort is immediate but mismatched because small arms are built for line of sight and human reaction time, not for a maneuvering quadcopter closing in at speed. And inside the Ukrainian feed, the partial detonations becomes a decision point rather than a failure, as the operator steers the burning wreckage into spilled fuel to act as an incendiary, ensuring the rupture becomes a sustained inferno rather than a survivable accident. The fire does not simply burn upward, it reorganizes the air around it. And within seconds, the expanding blaze creates its own localized weather system where superheated gases rise violently and cooler air is dragged inward, forming convection currents that push and pull at anything flying nearby. And this matters because the second and third attack drones are already committed, descending through a column of turbulence that did not exist when the mission clock started, turning clean approach vectors into constantly shifting three-dimensional problems that no simulation fully captured. As the inferno grows, wind speeds inside the thermal column exceed 60 kilometers per hour, and the visual environment collapses into glare, smoke, and distortion, where heat shimmer bends straight lines into curves, and infrared sensors struggle to separate target from background. Yet the operators do not disengage because months of preparation have compressed into seconds, where aborting would mean accepting that 840 tons of fuel might still reach Russian armor, and that calculation weighs heavier than personal risk or equipment loss. The second drone approaches fuel car number 8 while fighting more than just wind, because its fiber optic tether snags briefly on a railway signal post, reducing its maneuver radius to roughly 30 meters and turning the quadcopter into something closer to a tethered projectile than a free-flying system, forcing the operator to account for cable drag, tension, and delayed response, all while small arms fire flashes past the camera feed like brief sparks that add noise without altering the outcome. Inside the locomotive cab, the engineer finally reacts to the chaos behind him by applying emergency brakes. But physics is indifferent to urgency, and 840 tons of rolling mass does not halt instantly even under ideal conditions, let alone when multiple fuel cars are burning at temperatures that soften steel and weaken structure. And when the train finally slows enough to stop, the loss of motion removes the last layer of defense, transforming a moving target into a stationary reference point. The third drone lines up on fuel car number 11, while flying through what now feels like a furnace throat, where rising heat columns throw off its approach by meters at a time, forcing constant correction as tracers streak upward in erratic arcs. And at this stage, the operator is effectively flying blind, navigating primarily by thermal contrast, because smoke particles scatter light and degrade visual cues, leaving heat as the only reliable language the sensors can still read. Battery warnings arrive earlier than expected because fighting wind resistance drains power faster than the planners calculated. And the fourth drone reports less than 1/5 charge remaining with barely 90 seconds to reach its objective, compressing the margin for error into a narrow strip of time where hesitation guarantees failure. And the operator understands that this final strike is not about maximizing damage, but about ensuring the train itself cannot be salvaged or moved once the fires die down. The second and third impacts arrive nearly together, separated by milliseconds that matter more in physics than in narration, as shaped charges strike cars number 8 and 11 and detonate in overlapping blast zones that reinforce each other, producing sustained pressure waves rather than isolated explosions. And the combined heat pushes the overall fire toward roughly 1,200 degrees Celsius, enough to begin deforming the railway infrastructure itself, which was never designed to endure combat conditions. Steel rails rated for 60-ton locomotives start to warp under thermal stress, exceeding their engineering limits by hundreds of percent. Wooden ties ignite and collapse, and the precise geometry that allows trains to move heavy loads efficiently dissolves into twisted metal and debris, effectively severing the line even if rolling stock could somehow be replaced. And this secondary effect matters because logistics depend as much on intact pathways as on intact vehicles. Above the wreckage, the remaining drone fights dwindling power and chaotic air as it lines up on the locomotive, where the engine block represents the final functional heart of the convoy, and the operator has no room to adjust after committing to the dive because a miss would mean the train might be repaired or towed later, undoing part of the strategic intent, and so the approach is calculated for a single decisive moment. The shaped charge strikes the locomotive with controlled violence, punching through the engine block and destroying components that cannot be replaced in the field, ensuring that even if some fuel cars escape total destruction, the train itself will never roll again under its own power. And in that instant, the operation crosses from disruption into denial, removing both cargo and carrier from the equation in one sequence of coordinated actions. When the fires finally stabilize, the scale of the exchange becomes clear in numbers that tell a story of asymmetry, where roughly $8,000 in modified commercial drones neutralize between $2.4 and $4 million in rolling stock, destroy over $600,000 worth of diesel fuel, and impose an estimated 3 weeks of supply disruption on 3 armored battalions. A return that no conventional strike package could match at similar cost. In the hours after the strike, the burning train continues to reshape its surroundings long after the last drone feed goes dark, because fuel fires at this scale do not simply extinguish themselves. And the sustained heat keeps rails warped and ballast fractured, complicating any immediate response, while Russian recovery units must approach cautiously, knowing that secondary detonations and structural collapse remain possible, and that any concentration of vehicles or personnel near the wreck risks becoming another target in a battle space where observation often lingers longer than fire. From a planning perspective, the operation demonstrates why Ukrainian intelligence placed such emphasis on tracking the train for 96 hours rather than striking the first opportunity that appeared. Because logistics follow rhythms, and by understanding departure schedules from the Rostovan fuel depot and typical transit speeds through this sector, planners were able to choose a moment when air defense coverage thinned naturally, avoiding the need to defeat layered systems head-on, and instead slipping through a seam created by routine. The partisan network that enabled this timing does not appear on any radar screen, yet its contribution shapes the entire engagement, as civilians living under occupation relay small pieces of information through encrypted smartphones, creating a mosaic that allows distant operators to act with confidence. And while their role is invisible during the explosions, it underpins every calculation about where the train will be, and when intervention carries the highest payoff for the least exposure. Technically, the engagement highlights a shift away from reliance on single guidance methods, because the layered approach of optical tracking, inertial navigation, frequency hopping control links, and in one case, a fiber optic tether, ensures that no single failure mode collapses the mission, and even when electronic warfare pressure increases, the system degrades gracefully rather than catastrophically, allowing operators to adapt instead of abort. The Lear 3 electronic warfare system performs exactly as designed within its parameters, yet the encounter illustrates a limitation inherent in many jamming solutions, which is that they assume a predictable adversary, and when faced with targets that constantly alter frequency patterns or remove radio dependence entirely, the advantage shifts away from raw power toward flexibility, leaving expensive equipment broadcasting into empty air while smaller systems continue closing on target. From the perspective of the Russian crew, the experience compresses into confusion and heat, because the timeline from first impact to full engagement is measured in minutes rather than hours, and the tools available on board, primarily small arms, are optimized for threats that can be seen and anticipated, not for fast-moving devices approaching from unpredictable angles under cover of smoke and darkness, and this mismatch defines the asymmetry of the encounter. The decision by Ukrainian operators to persist through worsening conditions reflects a calculated acceptance of risk rather than recklessness, because each drone committed represents not just hardware, but also the intelligence, effort, and rehearsal behind it. And aborting late in the sequence would have preserved equipment at the cost of allowing the fuel to reach frontline units, a trade-off the planners had already weighed and resolved before the first launch. Environmentally, the localized weather effects generated by the fire underscore how high-energy events create secondary challenges even for the attacking side, as convection currents, wind shear, and sensor degradation complicate control and targeting, turning success itself into an obstacle. Yet the ability to continue operating inside those self-generated conditions marks a level of experience that goes beyond scripted execution. Strategically, the removal of 840 tons of fuel is not just a numerical loss, but a temporal one, because fuel shortages propagate forward in time, forcing commanders to delay movements, reprioritize resources, and adjust plans under pressure. And even if replacement supplies exist elsewhere, the interruption introduces friction that accumulates across units and days, reducing operational tempo in ways that are difficult to quantify but immediately felt. The disabling of the locomotive amplifies this effect by converting a temporary disruption into a structural problem, because without a functioning engine, the train cannot simply be rerouted or pushed aside. And repair requires specialized parts and crews operating within range of further strikes, turning what might have been a recoverable incident into a sustained logistical headache. Economically, the imbalance between investment and outcome reinforces why such operations attract attention beyond the battlefield, as modest expenditure in modified commercial technology yields outsized effects against traditional assets, challenging assumptions about cost, protection, and deterrence, and forcing planners to reconsider how value is assigned to both targets and tools in modern conflict. As the immediate chaos fades, the larger significance of the strike becomes clearer in how it reshapes assumptions rather than terrain, because the operation proves that precision does not require mass, and that coordination across intelligence, engineering, and execution can collapse a complex logistics chain in minutes, leaving behind damage that cannot be rapidly reversed and uncertainty that spreads faster than any fire along the line. What stands out is how little of the engagement depended on surprise in the traditional sense. Since Russian forces did react with electronic warfare and small arms, yet the outcome hinged on the attackers designing their system around the expectation of resistance, treating jamming not as an anomaly, but as an environmental constant to be worked through rather than avoided. The fiber optic tether, often described as inelegant compared to wireless control, becomes a symbol of that mindset. because it trades elegance for certainty, accepting physical constraints in exchange for immunity to electronic attack, and in doing so demonstrates that progress in warfare does not always mean abandoning old principles, but sometimes reintroducing them in unexpected forms. Equally important is the role of discipline in execution, as operators maintain focus through partial failures, degraded sensors, and rising danger, making rapid decisions without deviating from the mission's core objective. And this human element remains critical even in an operation dominated by automation, algorithms, and hardware modifications. The strike also highlights how modern engagements blur the line between tactical and strategic outcomes because destroying fuel cars is tactically straightforward. Yet the ripple effects extend into operational planning cycles, maintenance schedules, and command decisions far removed from the point of impact, amplifying the effect beyond the visible wreckage. From a defensive perspective, the incident underscores the difficulty of protecting linear infrastructure across occupied territory, where railways must remain exposed to function, and where defending every kilometer with layered systems is impractical, creating persistent vulnerability that attackers can exploit with patience rather than overwhelming force. The choice of timing, tied to a 20-minute window in air defense coverage, reinforces how warfare increasingly rewards those who understand schedules and routines as deeply as they understand weapons, because predictability becomes a liability when adversaries are willing to wait for the exact moment when protection thins. As analysts review the engagement, attention naturally turns to replication rather than novelty, because the components involved are not exotic. Yet the integration is deliberate, suggesting that similar strikes could be conducted wherever logistics move along fixed paths under contested skies, raising questions about scalability and defense that extend well beyond this single train. The narrative of cost imbalance, where thousands of dollars neutralize millions, resonates because it challenges established procurement logic. But the deeper lesson lies in how adaptability and iteration allow relatively modest tools to punch far above their weight when guided by accurate information and disciplined execution. In the aftermath, commanders on both sides are left adjusting calculations, one side assessing how to harden supply lines, and the other refining methods that combine observation, resilience, and timing. And this imminent recalibration may matter more than any single destroyed asset in shaping what comes next. The strike does not end the conflict, nor redefine warfare overnight, yet it adds another data point to a growing pattern where control of information and the ability to act precisely within narrow windows increasingly outweigh sheer volume of fire or platform prestige. At 13:47 hours in occupied Zaporizhzhia, 12 Ukrainian drones rip forward at 97 kilometers per hour, aimed at a Russian ammunition train that is already turning the rails into a deadline. From the operator screens, it feels like a clean run. Distance, heading, battery. A target route studied for weeks. But off-screen, the first mistake has already happened, and it is not human. 48 brushless motors wake up at once, and the combined electromagnetic spike is so sharp it effectively announces, in one bright pulse, that the strike team is alive, active, and close. The Russian artillery response is not immediate drama, it is routine procedure. Sensors within roughly 10 kilometers register the spike like a stadium light switching on, and a counter starts in the background. Detect, classify, locate, fire. The Ukrainian operators are still watching their drones, still thinking in intercept angles and train speed, when the first 152mm shell lands about 800 meters away. It does not need to hit them to change the mission. It only needs to confirm they have been found. Dust shakes from the ceiling with the first impact, and the second decision arrives before the second round does. Abort and survive, or push through while being ranged in. The train is moving. The drones are committed, and the operators calculate their remaining time in minutes, not in hope. They estimate roughly 12 minutes to reach the train, and they assume Russian artillery needs only a fraction of that to tighten the pattern. The strike becomes a race between a swarm and a fire mission, both converging on the same point. The reason they continue is not bravado, it is planning. Instead of a single control node, the Ukrainian team has distributed itself across 3 separate bunkers, spaced 500 meters apart, arranged like redundancy in hardware rather than heroism in flesh. That spacing is chosen against the expected lethal radius of a 152mm round, and the logic is blunt. 1 bunker can be destroyed, even 2 if luck turns, but all 3 cannot be eliminated fast enough to stop the mission. As the shells walk closer, the drones keep closing, and a Russian armored vehicle spots the swarm and opens fire. Tracers reach upward, stitching through open air as if the gunner expects the drones to behave like birds. They do not. The formation splits instantly into a pattern that looks chaotic but is structured. 4 high, 4 low, 4 straight through the middle, forcing the shooter to solve 3 problems at once. Machine gun rounds tear past gaps that were not gaps a second earlier because the drones refuse to fly like targets. The real contest, though, is not between bullets and plastic. It is between control and denial. Russian jamming floods the spectrum with roughly 10 kilowatts of interference, the kind of broad violence that makes every frequency sound like a storm. In most drone fights, that would be enough. Radio links snap, screens go blind, aircraft drift until batteries die. But these drones are not relying on radio as the primary leash. Each one trails a fiber optic cable thinner than a fishing line, carrying control and video as pulses of light through glass. That detail changes the entire field without changing the visuals. To a Russian electronic warfare crew, the air still looks the same. A swarm approaching, signals to hunt, channels to drown. But a fiber optic link does not care about noise in the air the way radio does, and the expensive jamming vehicle below might as well be weight and paint. If its target is not actually using the frequencies, it is poisoning. The operators know that, and they watch the jamming intensify while their clean video remains clean, as if the interference does not exist. Then the artillery pattern tightens again, and physics picks a side at random. Shrapnel from an explosion tears outward at roughly 1,500 meters per second, and 3 fragments find a different kind of target: the cables. Drones 2, 5, and 8 lose their fiber links in an instant, and they switch to backup battery power and radio control because they have to. The cost of that switch is immediate vulnerability. The 3 are no longer riding light through glass. They are shouting through a storm like everything else. The Ukrainians do not freeze. They relocate. As rounds land closer and the position becomes a memory, operators grab what they can and sprint through a connecting tunnel toward a backup bunker roughly 700 meters to the east, gambling that reacquisition will take the artillery longer than it will take them to move. It is not cinematic. It is mechanical. Survive long enough for the drones to arrive. Above them, 9 drones remain tethered by fiber, still immune to the electromagnetic flood, still transmitting with impossibly clean signal. The 3 drones forced onto radio are the first to feel the full weight of the Russian electronic warfare vehicle, designated R330Z H-Jitel. Positioned at a rail junction, it detects the swarm at roughly 7 kilometers and saturates the spectrum from about 100 megahertz to 2 gigahertz, creating a jamming bubble tens of kilometers wide. The 3 backup drones go dark almost instantly, their feeds collapsing into static, their control reduced to last heading and dwindling battery. 9 others keep coming, and that contradiction confuses the defenders. Inside the jamming cabin, the Russian operator watches a display that should mean victory. Frequency after frequency drowned. An electromagnetic bubble expanding, 3 drone signals blinking out. Yet 9 remain, clean and stubborn, as if the rules changed mid-fight. He escalates power and spreads noise wider, trying band after band, but the result is the same. The irony is immediate and strategic. The bubble does not only blind Ukrainian radios, it blinds Russian radios too, and every nearby unit that tries to coordinate discovers that their own warnings have turned into silence. At the same time, the train itself becomes a moving variable. The engineer, briefed to expect danger, pushes harder, accelerating from roughly 42 kilometers per hour toward 56, the limit for heavy cargo on aging track. Each increase shifts the intercept point downrange, forcing constant recalculation on the Ukrainian side and tightening battery margins on the drones. The strike is still alive, but now it is alive inside a shrinking geometry. Artillery behind, jamming around, guns ahead, and a target that is trying to outrun the math. As the train gains speed, the next layer of defense reveals itself almost by accident. At checkpoint 9, a Russian armored vehicle watches the swarm cross its sector with thermal optics, bright points against the cooler ground. The crew has exactly 8 seconds of engagement time as the drones cut perpendicular to their position, moving too fast and changing direction too often to feel real. The gunner starts calculating lead angles for targets traveling roughly 27 meters per second, knowing that if he guesses wrong, even slightly, every round will go where the drones used to be, not where they are going. He opens fire anyway, because training says hesitation is worse than error. Tracers arc through the afternoon air at 800 rounds per minute, stitching a pattern that looks lethal until it intersects nothing. The drones jink every few seconds, not randomly but unpredictably, up, down, sideways, refusing to commit to a smooth path. By the time the gunner walks his fire onto what he thinks is the correct lead, the swarm has already slipped past a tree line and out of his envelope. 8 seconds to detect, track, calculate and kill 9 dinner plate-sized targets moving faster than highway traffic proves to be 8 seconds too few. The failure cannot even be reported. The jamming field that was meant to blind the attackers has severed Russian communications just as effectively, leaving the checkpoint crew with nothing but silence on their radios. Ahead, at the rail junction, the next defensive layer has already begun to react. A Panzer S-1 air defense system, built to hunt cruise missiles and fast jets, picks up something unusual on thermal imaging. Small, hot, fast-moving objects that its radar initially filters out as ground clutter because they do not look like what it was designed to see. The operator switches to electro-optical mode, manually tracking the swarm through a stabilized camera system that feels more like a telescope than a radar. The decision buys him visibility, but costs him automation. The Panzer's twin 30mm autocannons open fire at several kilometers, not aiming at individual drones, but filling space with programmed airburst shells. Each round detonates at a preset distance, fragmenting into hundreds of steel shards in a spherical cloud, turning air into hazard rather than aiming point. It works, briefly. One drone disappears in an orange flash, then another seconds later. The remaining drones react instantly, scattering vertically and laterally in 3 dimensions. Some climb, some dive to grass height, one slides sideways while holding altitude, forcing the Panzer gunner into a choice that every air defense crew is trained to avoid. The computer recommends engaging the high group because they are easier to track against open sky. Training whispers something else entirely. Engage the closest threat first because it gives you the least time to recover from a mistake. The gunner has seconds to decide, and he chooses wrong. As the barrels elevate to chase the climbing drones, the low group accelerates beneath the engagement envelope, skimming terrain where gun depression limits begin to matter. By the time the operator realizes what he has done, the geometry is no longer solvable. The system cannot traverse fast enough to reacquire, and the low drones are already slipping past the optimal angles. This exact mistake, unremarkable on paper, has already cost another train weeks earlier, but repetition does not make it easier to avoid under pressure. The drones are not finished with the rail line itself. 4 specialized units that had been flying higher peel away and dive toward the tracks several hundred meters behind the train. They release their payloads in near unison, thermite charges that ignite on impact rather than explode. The reaction burns at temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees Celsius, far above the point where railroad steel loses integrity. In seconds, solid rails sag, glow and collapse into molten breaks that guarantee derailment, even if the train somehow survives the rest of the attack. Sustained fire takes its own toll on the defenders. The Panzer's autocannons glow cherry red from continuous engagement, approaching the thermal limits of their rifling. Modern systems can maintain maximum rates for under a minute before heat warps accuracy into uselessness, and the gunner has no choice but to cease fire to prevent self-destruction. That forced pause opens a window measured in seconds but felt as eternity. For several crucial moments, Russian defenders lose visual contact entirely. The drones do not. They punch through the smoke, with cameras suddenly filled by details on the train itself. Rust patterns, markings, stenciled warnings that identify what each car carries. Battery warnings flash across operator screens as the cost of constant correction becomes unavoidable. Headwinds and evasive maneuvers have drained power faster than models predicted, and remaining flight time is now counted in tens of seconds rather than minutes. The margin is thin, but it was always meant to be. As the swarm stretches toward its limit, the fiber optic cables begin to approach maximum extension. At roughly 12,000 meters, simple spring-loaded mechanisms release them automatically to prevent tangling. One by one, the drones transition to battery-only flight, losing their immunity to jamming but gaining freedom of movement they no longer need to survive. They are too close now for interference to matter. Even perfect jamming cannot undo physics when closing speed and distance collapse into inevitability. The train engineer sees them then, black dots growing rapidly against the sky. He pushes the throttles past mechanical stops, overriding governors in a desperate attempt to outrun what cannot be outrun. The engine's redline, but traction fails. Steel wheels slip on steel rails, friction dropping sharply once motion breaks static grip. The harder he pushes, the more speed he loses, polishing the rails instead of biting into them. The train slows, even as the controls scream for more. The math has flipped against him. Behind the guns, Russian soldiers at the final checkpoints fire everything they have. Rifles, machine guns, even rocket-propelled grenades detonated as crude flak bursts fill the air. But the drones fly the exact center line of the track, using the train itself as a shield. To hit them, the soldiers would have to shoot through their own cargo. Geometry protects the attackers better than armor ever could. One drone loses power and falls silent, but momentum carries it forward, gliding on physics alone toward its mark. The operators had planned for losses from the start. Another drone is shredded by shrapnel and tumbles away, but 6 remain, and 6 is more than enough. They only ever needed 4. At 13:59 hours, the lead drone strikes the coupling between the locomotive and the first wagon. Its rocket-propelled grenade 7-shaped charge, detonating on contact. The jet of molten copper shears the massive steel pin instantly, and the rest of the sequence begins to unfold exactly as calculated. The separation of the locomotive is only the opening move. With the coupling destroyed, the mass of the train becomes its enemy. Momentum forcing wagons to compress and strain against systems never designed for violence from within. Seconds later, another drone slams into a fuel valve assembly, rupturing it and spraying pressurized diesel into the air, where heat and friction turn it into an instant accelerant. A third strike severs a brake line, and every trailing wagon locks hard, wheels screaming as steel fights steel and loses. The train is no longer a vehicle. It is a collapsing structure in motion. The operators do not celebrate, because celebration wastes time. Their cameras track each impact in sequence, confirming outcomes rather than admiring them. A thin-skinned ammunition car farther back takes a direct hit, and the first secondary explosions ripple outward, sharp flashes that mean stored energy has crossed into release. Russian combat engineers on board attempt to respond, scrambling toward Wagon 22. But the task is impossible under load. The couplings are under thousands of tons of tension, and safety mechanisms designed to prevent accidental separation refuse to yield, exactly as they were meant to. Inside Wagon 22, the problem has already become irreversible. 12 tons of TOS-1, a thermobaric rockets, have been vibrating for hours, seals compromised by motion and stress. Heat builds invisibly until it crosses a specific threshold, the point at which chemistry stops waiting for permission. When the shaped charge penetrates the ventilation system, it pushes internal temperature beyond 447 degrees Celsius, the auto-ignition point. The fuel-air mixture does not explode so much as it decides, all at once, that containment is over. The detonation propagates faster than sound through the enclosed space, pressure racing outward at roughly 3,000 meters per second. Wagons 20 through 24 do not derail. They cease to exist as discrete objects, reduced to plasma and fragments in less time than a human can process a flash. The blast wave lifts wagons farther back, entirely off the rails, flipping them end over end, across open ground. The mushroom cloud climbs toward 1,400 meters, a vertical signature visible for kilometers that marks the exact point where logistics became liability. For the defenders, the scale of the explosion erases tactics. Guns fall silent, not because they are ordered to stop, but because there is nothing left to aim at and no way to understand the field in front of them. The Panzer's screens wash out in thermal overload. Artillery fire halts mid-pattern, and radios remain useless inside the same electromagnetic bubble that was meant to provide protection. The attack does not need to continue because it has already finished its work. From the operator's perspective, the ending is quieter than the middle. Battery levels drop to zero one by one. Video feeds freezing on frames of flame and twisted steel. One drone's camera captures the final image of engineers still fighting physics, hands-on couplings that will never release under load. Another feed cuts out as the airframe melts before impact. Its mission complete without ever touching the target. None of this is improvisation. Each loss and success fits within a margin calculated before launch. The cost accounting arrives almost automatically, because modern warfare demands numbers as proof. Less than $5,000 in modified drones have triggered the destruction of roughly $127 million in rolling stock, munitions, and infrastructure. More important than money, the only rail line feeding 3 mechanized divisions scheduled for operations the next day is severed in a single afternoon. Repairs will take weeks under ideal conditions, longer under threat, and every hour without that line reshapes planning far beyond the blast site. There is no dramatic pursuit afterward, no counter-strike racing to avenge the loss. The same jamming that blinded the defenders also delayed coordination, and by the time communications stabilize, the operators are already gone. Bunkers empty, tunnels cold. Artillery pounds positions that no longer matter. The battlefield absorbs the noise and moves on, leaving behind a silence filled with burning fuel and unanswered questions. The strike does not announce itself as genius or miracle. It presents itself as sequence, choice, and consequence. For the Ukrainian operators, the end of the mission is procedural rather than emotional. Equipment is packed, temporary positions abandoned, and relocation plans executed with the same discipline that shaped the strike itself. There is no debrief in the cinematic sense, only verification that objectives were met within acceptable loss margins. The fact that some drones never returned is not treated as tragedy or triumph. It is data confirming assumptions made before launch. The mission ends where it was always meant to end, on calculation rather than reaction. The strike ends not with a declaration, but with a recalculation happening quietly on both sides. Schedules are rewritten, assumptions revised, and attention shifts to vulnerabilities that once felt theoretical. Nothing about the moment demands applause or outrage. It demands understanding. In that sense, the true conclusion is not the explosion, but the pause that follows it, where motion stops and thought begins.